Oh, maybe I should have. Maybe that should have been. Okay, I think I figured it out. Okay, cool. Okay, so funny story. Funny story. So I was waiting for it to go live. Oh, Jesus, I didn't switch my audio over. One sec. So funny story. Turns out, in order to go live, you have to press the go live button. Now, for some reason, this didn't occur to me because I thought it was just going to start automatically, especially when the streaming software connected. I thought, oh, it must be live. That's what that means, right? Uh, as it turns out, no, no, it does not mean that at all. Um, don't worry. I'm going to commit seppuku after this to restore my honor. But for now, welcome everyone. Welcome to the Superman debate. Um, I'm Meme Repository, Thanik Pecan, at your service. I'll be representing the pro Superman side, naturally. And this is Soap. He will be representing the non-Superman side until someone else comes in to also represent that side in about an hour. So, Soap, did you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Soapy-kun, but it's totally fine to call me Soap or Soapy. I am an aspiring writer and YouTuber. I work on stuff, but as usual, real life comes into way of everything. Um, yeah, I'm hanging around in the Discord server and on Twitter. And yeah, I think um yeah, I think that's it.
Cool, cool. So,
Um
I guess to start this off, I suppose we should start by just getting to know each other's history with the character and kind of just going from there. And I suppose we can treat this like a little conversation where we just kind of go back and forth and kind of share what our views are and then see if we disagree and stuff like that. So, I guess what is your um, history with Superman and Man of Steel and just the entirety of the character and stuff like that?
okay, so not as much as I would like. I'm not a comic book reader. Um I read a lot of those Donald Duck and Uncle Scrooge comics as a child and teenager. But then I stopped. I and never read Superman or whatever. I just what I know is from what I see online and in like from what I can gather from movies. I didn't watch Man of Steel and BVS.
You're not missing much.
I I saw as a child I've one of the old Superman movies. I just know that it traumatized me
Okay,
because
there's a story
I,
there.
there was a scene. I don't know. I probably misremember it completely, and so I won't say anything because I it's yeah, it's strange. But I remember that my parents were watching it, and I went into the room, saw something, and went out and was like, nope,
Did he throw S's from his chest and suffocate someone?
no.
Okay.
I think that's a good thing that I didn't see this.
Yeah, look, Superman
um,
2 kind of shits the bed at the end. I'm not gonna lie. He just starts throwing plastic S's that like consume the depowered Kryptonians at the end. It's kind of retarded, but yeah. Needless to say, that film had some corporate intervention in it.
yeah,
Um,
I think so. Yeah, so I saw some bits here and there. I just know that he can do a lot of stuff and also survives almost everything. So that's my main issue with him, I think.
Okay. So,
Um,
would you say
yeah.
those are the specific issues? Only reason I'm asking is just, I guess more specific we can get the the more we can. I suppose the greater the launching point, I guess. So would you just say? I guess would you just say that your problem is he's too powerful and he's can survive almost anything? Is there any more detail you would want to add to that, or do you want to just launch from there?
I think that's my main issue. There are some minor things here and there I think that maybe come up. But yeah, that's my main issue with his character.
Yep, not a problem. For everyone who is, I should probably point this out. We're going to eventually field questions from the audience. And what you can do is, I'm not sure if super chats work yet. So I do have an alternative for that though, because if you do go to the coffee page that's on that's on the screen right now, you can leave a little message with your donation, and I will read out any coffee donations that are left during the stream. So if you want like a guarantee that I'm going to get to your question, that's an option. But of course, I'm going to try and field the chat as best I can as well. So I'm just getting that out of the way. But yeah, well, I suppose we can kind of go through Superman's like powers and weaknesses, because I'm pretty well versed with the character. I grew up with the character. I was I would say that I was aware of Superman first, but I experienced Batman. I was aware of Superman first, but I experienced Batman before Superman. So it's not like he was my first superhero or anything, but I did experience him through first through the Justice League animated series, and then through the Superman animated series, which is actually set before Justice League. And yeah, the question of him being too powerful, I guess, just never came into my mind, because in that show, he's just very well balanced, and they're always like, I actually thought Superman was kind of a pussy for a while, because they were just constantly just kicking the absolute shit out of him in those shows. Like, he's getting, you shoot bullets at him in that show, especially in the Superman show, like you actually see he's going, oh, that actually kind of hurts. Well, if they're big enough bullets, that is. Like if they're regular handgun bullets, he's still like, oh yeah, that's nothing. But you get a big robot and he starts shooting huge shells. There's a shot in the Superman, in the first episode of the animated series, where he's kind of protecting his head from the bullets that are being shot at him. I think it's from a plane, and he's going, ooh, that's actually kind of painful. So he was very much able to get hurt. And hilariously, in the very first season of Justice League, they got into a really bad habit of emphasizing how strong the villain was by just having them kick the shit out of Superman. They were basically, at the beginning of every episode in season 1, you would just have the big threat show up, and then Superman would go, "Oi, what are you doing?" And then they'd just slap him about, and he'd go down, and it would just be this inciting incident of, well, if this villain can defeat Superman, this is why we need the team. And then they very quickly realized that you can use that trick once or twice. Using it every episode gets monotonous as fuck, and you're kind of castrating Superman by doing that. So they figured out how to give him interesting challenges without cutting his balls off, basically. So I guess what gets me about this argument is that well, not only that experience with the animated series, but also in the comics, like there are bad writers who will just have him bulldoze his way through anything and won't give him any substantial challenges. But the thing is, I think you can argue that for almost any character, in the sense that any bad writer is going to just sloppily use their ability. So if you give a Batman to a bad writer, he's just going to pull out whatever he needs at that moment from his utility belt, and he's not going to actually struggle to solve the crime. Or God forbid you put Batman in a team up scenario with a bad writer, and you have all these like god-like entities running around, and the superheroes fighting them, and then usually it's Batman pulling out something from his utility belt, or he was the one who was able to solve everything. And it gets fucking ridiculous. So you can poorly write any character, and you can make literally any character overpowered. Spider-Man's spider sense, if you're not careful, can basically just turn into an autopilot where he's not doing any of the work. He's just flying around, and the spider sense is doing all the work. So every single hero has moments in their history where they've become incredibly OP, or they've been badly written in a way that causes them to develop, to manifest abilities or skills that basically destroy any tension. And Superman is no exception to that. But the way I usually see it framed is that when it happens to Superman, when Superman is poorly written in this way, so like say in the Silver Age, he got hit by a magical dust that caused him to sneeze away an entire solar system. Um, when when that happens to Superman, it's just like, well, the character is clearly completely overpowered, unusable. You know, he's got major issues up the wazoo. He's way too powerful, and meanwhile, that happens to someone like Batman. God forbid you get into Silver Age Batman stuff where he turned into a baby and had multicolored outfits, and he was dressed as a zebra at one point, and he slapped Robin like a little bitch, and it turned into a meme. You know, there's a lot of really insane, goofy stuff, but we don't really hold any of that stuff against Batman. We kind of just focus on what really works about the character. Meanwhile, with Superman, we instead focus on like his abilities, and it's like, oh well, he's really fucking powerful. But the thing is, his power levels vary from writer to writer. Some writers have a really firm grasp on what he should and shouldn't be able to do, and then some other writer comes in and they're just like, oh, okay, so he's going to push an entire planet out of orbit without any explanation, and that's just something he can do. And he can travel, you know, halfway across the galaxy in a second because sure. And you know that is, you know, and I will agree that does get fucking ridiculous after a while, but it it doesn't mean that the character himself is broken. It just means that when you get a writer who doesn't think through the things he puts on the page, you're going to get some really tismy stuff, and that's just the case with any character. Like
Yeah,
with yeah. So I guess did you want to respond to any of that?
yeah, yeah, I have to because not a problem, but you said a lot of stuff there.
Oh yeah.
So for me, it's like it's you brought up a really good question. Basically, is a character bad when bad writers use that character, or maybe it's already bad? So for me, it's like you have a basis of a character, what the original idea of it was of the character. And then, of course, when other writers use that, they could do bad stuff. For example, with Mandalorian, you have a character that's basically interesting, who has a great setup, and then they butchered it in a show
Yeah.
with him, like writing him into stupid situations, let him act stupid, and stuff like that. And so we have to, I think we have to find out what's the basis of Superman. And I think the basis is at least where he was when he was invented. And this was in the 1930s something.
1939, I think.
Yeah. So it was a counter to like a heroine figure for the Americans because of the threat of the fascists and Nazi party in Germany. So they try to have a character that gives the people hope and stuff like that, and so they created a very very powerful person. I'm not sure what he could do back then.
He couldn't even
Um,
fly back then. Leaping tall buildings in a single
okay,
bound was literal. He could only jump really, really high,
yeah,
and then actually it was I think it was the Max Fleischer Superman cartoons, because they were rotoscoping the entire thing, and they were doing some, like, if you got to look up these animations sometime. They're incredible. Like they're still magnificent to this day. And they were having, you know, the issue of, you know, Superman is bouncing across all these buildings all the time, and it's really difficult to animate. Can we just have him fly? And they were just like, yeah, sure, why not? And then he was just like, oh, and then that eventually got translated into the comic books, because it's quite a compelling image to see a man fly as opposed to him bouncing from you know, from
yeah.
place to place.
But that's a problem. So first, Griff asked Superman stole the idea that Superman can fly from Shazam. I don't know which one was first.
Oh, well, Captain Marvel, who is now called
Yeah.
Shazam, but he was called Captain Marvel for the longest time, even when they couldn't call the book Captain Marvel for legal reasons. But um, thing is, he's still much more iconic than the Marvel Captain Marvel, which is quite funny. But he was actually a ripoff of Superman, and the reason that there's a lot of legal tismery going around with that character is because Timely Publications, which is what DC was called back then, they basically sued the pants off. I think it was it might have been Fawcett. I'm a little bit vague. I think it was Fawcett Publications or something like that. Basically, they were putting out this character that everyone really liked because he was he was a Superman like figure, but he was also a little kid, so he kind of had a little bit of so he kind of had that added level of relatability there, and it was kind of a fun gimmick for kids. And Timely didn't like that they were publishing a very transparent Superman ripoff and getting really successful with it. So they sued the pants off of them. They weren't allowed to use Captain Marvel anymore, and then they stopped using him. And then what ended up happening was Captain Marvel kind of fell into the public domain, or at least the rights expired for Fawcett, or basically the rights were up in the air, and Marvel went in and scooped it up. So by the time DC finally got the rights to Captain Marvel, they were suddenly in a lot of trouble because they wanted to use the character, but they couldn't because Marvel would then bring down the legal hammer on them. And they tried to go around it by calling the book Shazam, the original Captain Marvel, but then Marvel still brought down the hammer on them, so they had to rebrand it again to the Power of Shazam, and it was a whole thing. So yeah, so what were you saying about it?
Yeah, so the thing is, when you say he couldn't fly before, because it's maybe sounds stupid, but bear with me. I have a problem when characters do unrealistic stuff. So I know like magic or other stuff that doesn't it is not in our reality, but there's still some kind of like this how it's called, suspension of disbelief, because I can live with with an alien that has durable skin and is stronger than us and stuff like this. But he can't. Flying is stupid. Like just hovering in the air with what? He doesn't have wings. He doesn't have like with Iron Man thruster or whatever. He just flies, and that doesn't make any sense. And other stuff superheroes can do, which I have a lot of problems with.
Okay, so oh, sorry, you
But
continue.
I would like to know what's the what powers did Superman in the origin have? Could he, like flying? You said he couldn't, so that's great for me. Just jumping high, that's totally fine for me. That's by the way what One Punch Man does. He can't fly. He just jumps really high, and
Oh yeah, I watched the first season of that. It was fantastic.
it's so great. And but we will come to that later because of the overpowered discussion. But could Superman before use lasers and X-ray vision, whatever, or what powers did he
In the
have?
beginning, he could jump really high. He could punch. He was basically super strong and could jump really high. And I think he might have been super fast. Like basically, the concept of Superman is that he was the superior man. So he was basically the concept was whatever a man can do, he can do it infinitely better. Well, not infinitely better, but much better. So
Yeah.
and what I've noticed about that original concept is that even as because of course Superman over the years has had many different powers, some more retarded than others, but each one of those the abilities that have stuck around, because we haven't kept all the abilities he's had over the years. I mean, in the 60s there was a story where, or maybe it was the 50s, but in the Silver Age there was a story where he could shoot a rainbow beam and create a miniature version of himself. Like he was getting retarded. He was getting retarded levels of powers. Like not even like retardedly powerful, but just the powers themselves were retarded. It was a time of experimentation, to say the least. But um, the powers that have stuck around are usually the powers that stick to that original conception. So for example, uh, in a regular man can jump, Superman can fly. A regular man might be able to lift, say, 20 kilos, while Superman could lift 20 tons. Our eyes absorb photons, his shoots them back out. We can blow on things to a certain. We can blow fluff across the room. He can blow cars across the room. That kind of stuff. It's usually stuff that in some way is kind of an extension of what humans are already doing, but just taking it to the next level. Meanwhile, whenever they try to add a really ridiculous new power that just comes completely out of left field, like, for example, if they were ever to give him telekinesis, I guarantee you he would lose that within about 2 to 3 years, because that would not work at all. That's not an extension. Like, we can't move things with our minds even a little bit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's kind of basically the point of that tangent was kind of to illustrate. He's kind of gone. He's acquired powers over the years, and he's also lost powers over the years, just as different writers come on board and do different things with him. And what tends to happen is the powers that stick are the ones that, for one thing, aren't too retarded, but two, the ones that just generally fit within that framework of he is the superior man physically. So yeah.
Okay, so the thing is there, would you say that, let's say, I mean, there has to be a canon version of Superman, right? So like something that DC says this is officially our Superman character.
Well, yeah. There's
That's something.
Well, the thing is, there's a multiverse in the comics. So the original version.
Always.
Oh yes, well the original version of Superman was actually declared Earth 2 in the 1960s. Or was it the 1950s? Whenever the multiverse happened, they established that the stories that happened in the Golden Age are in a different universe, and the stories that happened in the Silver Age are in another universe. So, and then there have been a few reboots. There've been multiple reboots across the course of history, and even without reboots, whenever his powers get a little bit too out of control, they always find a way to reduce it. So there is always a canon version, but what that canon version can do is usually in flux. And that's why I always say it depends on the writer, because a good writer is going to bring him back down to earth and give him a reasonable level of abilities and ground his stories in emotional and moral conflicts, while a really retarded writer is just going to give him, like, oh, who is he going to fight this week? Oh, what kind of ridiculous ability are we going to give him this week? Like, there's a difference between, it's kind of like, again, it's like, a bad Batman writer is just going to be like, oh, what ridiculous animal themed supervillain can we give him, and what new gadget is he going to pull out of his belt, or something like that. So it's kind of that same principle. So what was your question going to be?
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out like which Superman is what we could talk about. Like you said that some give him ridiculous power, some write really good stuff. But how could we determine, like, I would, if I have to argue if Superman is a bad character or overpowered or whatever, I have to know which one we are talking about. Like, and that's the problem. And there's so many different iterations of this character, then I can say that those versions are bad, but is the character itself bad? But how can I determine what the character itself is?
You kind of see my issue with the premise of calling him overpowered, is because there are that many.
Yeah.
There are so, like, here's the thing. It's not just that there are different versions of the characters and that there have been multiple reboots, but it also depends on what point in time within that same version you're talking about. Because whenever Superman starts off his career, he's never ridiculous, and usually his powers grow over time. and then another writer comes on board and he brings the powers back down. So it's that's why I always say it's very much down to the writer. Is the writer willing to like establish a solid rule set for themselves, or follow what the last writer was doing if what the last writer was doing was working? It's a great big ball of stuff. It's again like we can you could literally with any character you could have this dilemma of is this character overpowered? Is he a shitty character for whatever reason? Like for example, the MCU version of Captain Marvel, fucking atrocious.
Oh,
Absolutely fucking atrocious. But I know for a fact that Carol Danvers has a very long history in the comics and has had her own ups and downs there. So I would never claim that Captain Marvel or Carol Danvers specifically is a shitty character just based on what I saw in the MCU, because that would be unfair to judge that character based on that one interpretation, I guess.
so basically we should go from iteration to iteration and evaluate if this iteration is bad or not. Kind of
Yeah.
like a problem I have when people talk about MCU Spider-Man and say he's bad because he's not like in the comics. And I'm thinking like, yeah, there are like 300,000 different iterations in the comics of from Spidey,
Oh yeah.
so there's already a problem. So I have to think about like I personally don't like Superman that much. Because yeah, of some ridiculous stuff he can do, but like I said, it's depending on the writer. So if I boil it down to the original thing that he's just can do stuff we humans can do better, then it would be like Captain America, I think. So he's like got a serum, he's more durable, he is stronger and stuff, but still killable and not like can't do stuff that's too ridiculous. So
Yeah.
in this version, I would say Superman is a good basis for doing stuff with him. But then I would have to know a bit more about other stuff that this character has, like his family background, where he grew up, and stuff like this.
Yeah. So do you want
I
to?
know some stuff because of like he's from Krypton and he grew up in with this family here on Earth, and his love interest is Lois Lane, stuff like
Yeah.
this. So
Yeah. He's got a son as well now.
oh oh, has his son superpowers? I mean,
Yeah. It's
obviously.
well. The thing is, it's really compelling because Superman is possibly the most, despite his origins, is probably the most human superhero you can come across, and just giving him a child, and giving him these stories where he has to worry about the safety of his, not just his wife but his family, and having to deal with the struggles of not just raising a child but raising a super powered child. It's just, oh, it's absolutely wonderful. What they do with that, and that's like the most natural progression of Superman I could think of, is to actually make him a father, and not do the Superman Returns thing where he's a deadbeat dad.
Yeah, so yeah, I think when I think more about the character than I did before, there's a lot of potential you can do with him, and like let's say let's take One Punch Man for example. Saitama is by definition the most overpowered character ever, and that's the point of the show. And you see that his struggles are not just like he beats everybody with a punch.
Yeah,
But
except for
his
that one guy.
struggle is but his struggle is exactly that fact. He can't fight with somebody. He can't
He gets
experience the
bored.
adrenaline and stuff. He gets bored because he just wins. And so and also we have like he can't save everybody. It's impossible. He can't be everywhere at the same time. So he has to find the fights that are worth fighting, and or at least go there and
Yeah.
many people can still die, and
Yeah.
so and we have all these other important characters, and I think he like Genos really grew on him, so he really liked that guy. So he's also like a person in danger, and you can do this with Superman as well, I think. So that's good
Absolutely.
when they do it.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, obviously we've had Superman books since the 30s. So the question comes, what is actually in these books that is like sustained this character for 80 years? Because it's not just been 80 years of, bad guy shows up, he punches him out, and then he just, that's the end of it. Like you've got to think 80 years worth of stories, he's got to be struggling somewhere. And often, like, we have the like Superman does have physical weaknesses, and he continues to accumulate them as time goes on, as writers find more and more creative ways to give him physical challenges. So the main three I always think of is kryptonite, red sun radiation, and magic. Those are the three
Uh,
that get
okay,
him.
so I have a problem with Kryptonite.
uh
um,
Please go on.
yeah, so I also don't really like you would have to explain me what Kryptonite exactly is, but my thoughts on it is like, so we made him so durable that he's like almost unkillable, and so we have to invent a mineral or whatever it is that can weaken him, so that we don't have the problem with him being quote unquote overpowered. But yeah, the other thing is like, okay, kryptonite is from Krypton, so they live on Krypton with kryptonite.
It's like the radioactive it's the radioactive remnants of Krypton. So like how it gets to Earth kind of varies from source to source, but I remember there was one version, like I can't account for every version, but I remember there was one version where obviously, you know, just before Krypton explodes, Kal-El is put into the spaceship and sent off planet. I remember one version where, he goes into hyperspace basically towards Earth, and some of that debris from the exploding planet actually comes with him. So it's kind of, that's one way it gets there. I will admit, you've got to be the thing you got to that is an element of kryptonite you've got to really think about is how on God's earth does it get to to the planet if it's the irradiated
Yeah,
remains of something from another solar system? And I think it just coming along for the ride with the in hyperspace with Clark is a perfectly reasonable explanation. But I think you do have to specify. You don't necessarily need to show it in every iteration of the origin, but as soon as kryptonite comes up, you've got to specify. Oh, it was brought. It was like the hyperspace portal or whatever. It brought it along for the ride with it. Yeah, I would
just
definitely agree that that's an issue. But it's one that can be patched, I think.
that yeah, that's like the the question is if now kryptonite is a vital part of Superman, then we have a problem. If it's just something writers could ignore without damaging him, or the now canon version in some sense.
So what do you mean
Uh,
by that?
but, I'm like nowadays it's established that he can fly, for example.
Yeah,
So we don't have writers that say now, oh, he doesn't fly. So we accept that Superman can fly. That's a thing
yeah,
that was added afterwards, but it's now part of his character,
yeah,
independent of iteration.
yeah.
And the same with kryptonite now. It's accepted he's weak to kryptonite.
There's multiple colors of kryptonite too,
Oh fuck.
and they'd all do different
Okay,
things.
so uh, that makes it even worse. But let's stick to the basis. He's now weak to kryptonite, and kryptonite exists.
Yeah.
The easiest one first would be the planet wasn't destroyed, just depopulation, or at least like yeah. I mean, depending on if you have enough force that kills like almost
Well,
everybody at the same time on the planet will maybe go out of its gravitational pull to the sun.
well, what usually happen?
So
Well, do you know how? You know what happened with? Do you? I'm just curious. Do you know what happened with Krypton?
no, no.
Well, it
You just
explodes.
said it was, yeah. I mean, so it exploded like completely.
Yeah, because there was some kind of something happening with the planet's core, and like the whole
Okay,
it's like a
so
tragic thing where only Jor-El knew, and he was trying to warn everyone, but you know it's a very bloated, arrogant society, so they just ignored his warnings until it was too late, and so they were only able to get Kal-El up because there was just no funding to get anything
okay.
else done.
So um, like the easy fix would be there that another catastrophe kills the entire population aside from Kal-El,
Yeah.
so that it doesn't blow up the planet, and then we have still the kryptonite on the planet, and we can work with that. That other people are able to use hyperdrive or whatever, and can get kryptonite from there, and then it can land on Earth in some way.
Mm.
Even though, like with the MCU, which Captain Marvel brought the problem up that aliens were there 20 years before Avengers. So we have then the problem with Superman that, okay, people are available to visit Earth, and they are probably aliens because we can't go in hyperdrive and stuff like that. So we have another problem then, that suddenly more aliens other than Superman are on Earth. And
Though there's plenty of aliens on Earth in the DC universe.
okay, but like,
A lot of
but
Superman's
they
enemies are
won't.
aliens, like Brainiac, for example.
Oh, okay. So they would have then the ability to get maybe the kryptonite from
Yeah.
Krypton. So that would make sense then,
Yeah, well,
probably.
there's multiple different ways. Like the recent film that came out, Superman: Man of Tomorrow, they actually had a really clever way of getting kryptonite into there. How they explained kryptonite was quite shocking because it broke every rule of exposition I can think of, because it was just like speaking to the audience time. But you know, great movie overall. It's just some of the dialogue was a bit tismy. But basically, an alien bounty hunter called Lobo came down because he was hunting. He was told, you know, basically like the last Kryptonian is his target. So he came down to hunt Superman, and he brought a piece of kryptonite there because we find out. Oh, by the way, this is a spoil. This is spoiler time for Man of Tomorrow. If anyone wants to watch that, I'd actually really highly recommend that. So I'm about to. This isn't like a huge spoiler because it doesn't have much relevance in the plot, but this is something that is mentioned at the end of the movie. So I feel like I've got to mention it.
Spoil
So
me.
what's that?
Spoil me.
Okay.
I
Oh
don't
yeah.
know.
I'm more just warning for the audience, just
Yeah,
in
yeah,
case
sure.
they want to watch it. So at the end of the movie, so basically they had to use the kryptonite to take down this enemy called the Parasite, who has absorbed a lot of Superman's abilities, but that also means he's absorbed a lot of his weaknesses as well. So they have to use it to take him down. And I think it's basically revealed that the reason Lobo had the kryptonite in the first place is because there were other Kryptonians in the galaxy, and so he had that as a little bit of insurance. So that explains, one, how he knew the kryptonite would work, and two, how and two, why he would be bringing it here. So so that also sets up the possibility for like Zod and some of the Kryptonian villains in the future. But yeah, that's just a really clever way to get it done. Is that, for one, they've used kryptonite on other like surviving Kryptonians in the past, and two, they're bringing that substance to Earth because they know that it does work against other Kryptonians, so they're going to use it against Clark. So that's
Yeah.
that's another way you can do it.
One second.
Well, that's all
Unformed
good.
just asked if we are still alive, which I wonder because we are just going for 45 minutes.
Oh yeah. Like I've got
But
I
yeah,
downed a coffee at the beginning of this, so I'm good.
Yeah, and I
So
just
does he want to?
woke
Does he
up
want to
now,
join?
so it seems like that.
Oh, he did message my. Okay, he says he's ready to harass people now. Sure, we can add him to the
Yeah,
call. How do I do that?
should
That's a
be
good
no
question.
problem.
How do we do that? How do you add someone to a call? I've never done that before. This is new to me.
Let me do it for a
Oh,
second.
there it is.
Do you have it?
I think I do. Let's. Oh, I don't
It's
have him on my.
the
Oh, shit, I don't have him on my friends list. You add him.
yeah, I will add it. So,
Hello, sir. How do you do?
Hello, hello.
Hello. I'm just going to have to adjust the OBS thing because you are now, because we're now a little bit out of bounds. So just give me 1 second to adjust that.
I am not hearing much.
Oh,
what the fuck
you're
is
not?
happening?
Hello? Dun, dun, dun. Okay.
I am getting a lot of static in my end.
Yeah, meme repository has some really tismy. I don't know what's happening, but
Oh, well, no worries. It's gone now. I don't know why, but it's gone.
Oh, okay. Was I getting
How has your
static?
conversation been going?
No. Ouch, 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 ouch.
Is there
Yeah.
static going on?
What's happening?
That is very curious. Did it start when I joined?
Yeah, I started the group call, and so
I'm gonna check
I
chat
don't know
to
what
see if
happened because
I'm gonna check
of
chat
that,
and see
but
if they're
he's
having any
on
issues.
I the words English. But yeah, he's I don't know.
Let's see. I'm just going to.
Ouch! I think every time he talks, it's getting really, really tismy. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
I
if
don't.
it's on the. Let's see.
This is very curious.
It seems that on the stream everything is fine, but why is it not fine for us?
That's a very good question. Okay, I'm gonna figure this out together.
Try disconnecting me, repo.
Okay.
Try jumping out and coming back in. Let's see.
Okay. Did it work? How'd that do?
Okay. No,
Ouch! It's
yeah.
What the fuck?
You can lower his individual volume so the static isn't that loud, but it's very curious.
Yeah, but I can't.
I'm gonna go to my
even hear
audio
him
settings.
talk.
Yeah, me neither. I only hear static. I don't know why.
And probably for like it sounds that for the live stream everything is fine.
Okay, did that fix anything?
Oh yeah, now it works.
So much better.
Okay, I think what happened was I was using the NVIDIA RTX audio thing, and I think that was doing something funky to Discord. So I've switched over to my regular microphone setup, and that seems to be working.
That's so much better.
It works.
Finally, my ears work again.
Okay, what have you two been up to?
We've been talking about kryptonite, but I guess
And
we
I'm
should.
winning the debate.
Yeah, we've been just chatting. Just talk. It's been interesting. We've gone over like different versions of Superman and like what his powers have been throughout the years, and just kind of allowing the conversation to flow. But I guess now that you're here, we should just hear your perspective on the character, just so we're all on the same page about where you are with the character.
Yeah, well, my main issue is because he has so many powers and they're all inherent because there are very few restrictions that he himself has. And
well, he's got some pretty big restrictions on it, I think.
Yeah, but like the list you provided me of all the weaknesses Superman has, they're all external and brought about.
But there's one very big internal one. That is, he intentionally holds back to avoid collateral damage. Because
yeah,
and that's huge. Because if you can't damage the hero, you give them something to care about, and then what you end up doing is giving them something external to essentially act as their main conflict. So the villain can, of course, break buildings break into debris, and they can spurt glass everywhere, and that's going to harm people. So he's trying to avoid innocent people getting hurt, while also trying to stop the villains. And he also has a no kill rule, so he can't just smash his way through the villains all the time, because then he would just be unstoppable. So that's one of the reasons he doesn't kill people.
Yeah, that is not my main issue, because Batman has a no kill rule and pretty much all the same limitations because he doesn't want to kill people.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with his powers.
Okay.
This is my main issue. That it's overpowered. That is the main issue.
How would you define overpowered, out of curiosity?
Did you watch IT Man?
I did watch the first Ip Man, yes.
Yes.
I didn't yet.
Yeah, you don't need to know much, but he is overpowered in that movie.
See, I wouldn't even agree with that, to tell you the truth.
Okay, why?
Because he can get shot by a bullet and die. That's not very overpowered.
Well, that's not his superpower. That it would be the same as
he's great at kung. He's great at kung fu, but that doesn't. But that, you know, it's counterbalanced by the fact he's still a mortal man, and the only place he's really competent is when he's specifically in a kung fu fight.
Yeah, this is where the term of power comes from, because have you watched Dr. House or any Sherlock Holmes?
I have watched a little bit of Sherlock Holmes here and there, so I'm familiar with Sherlock Holmes. I'm not too familiar with House though.
Yeah, but they are, Sophie.
Yeah, I watched Dr. House, but I'm curious to hear what your point is.
Yeah, because Sherlock Holmes and Dr. House are also both overpowered. Not because they can beat people up, but because they are the best at what they do. Like no competition. It doesn't even matter if there is competition, because a lot of not in Ip Man. Ip Man, everyone falls over to him, but that doesn't make him a bad character, but it does make him overpowered because he can take on 10 guys because he's Ip Man. But yeah, this is the term overpowered. It's like Rey isn't bad because she's overpowered. There are a lot of other issues with the problem that she's overpowered.
Yeah, well, I think
a lot of characters.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Did you have anything else to say on that?
No, I'm just rambling.
Oh, okay. Because I was exploring that issue with my notes, and like I kind of came to the conclusion that overpowered is kind of an abused term, because here's the thing. If we break down the term overpowered, it means overly, it basically, it's in the name, it's overly powerful. Yeah, so what is too much power within the context of a story? It's where you don't have any kind of credible threat to them, where there's no kind of conflict you can have. So I would define Rey and Captain Marvel as overpowered within their stories, because they don't have any kind of conflict they can possibly go up against, because they are just so completely beyond anything that exists within their universe to counter them. So as a result, they are overpowered. Meanwhile, I wouldn't classify Superman or Ip Man as overpowered. I just classify them as incredibly competent, but still fallible in other ways, or still vulnerable in other ways. It might not, for example, Superman might have bulletproof skin, but again, the ricochet from that bullet could hit someone, and that is a vulnerability that he has, that he cares about people, and that he is just a very, his weakness is the humans around him. It is the fact that he's completely indestructible, but everyone around him is still squishy and are completely vulnerable to the attacks by supervillains, and that's where a lot of the conflict comes in. And then if you want to give him some actual physical conflict, you throw kryptonite, red sun radiation, magic, electricity, really sharp objects, or you can use a Green Lantern ring and aim for his eyes. That'll take him down. You vibrate your molecules using the Speed Force. You can tear out his heart. There's a whole array of things, and the writers just keep coming up with new ways to kick his ass. Like I was telling Soap earlier, when I was watching Superman the animated series and Justice League as a kid, like I went through a phase where I thought Superman was a fucking pussy, because he kept getting his ass kicked repeatedly in those shows. And that's why the whole overpowered argument was such a surprising thing to me, because to me, I had grown up experiencing Superman as this guy who kept getting taken down to prove how amazingly powerful the bad guys were. So it never occurred to me to call him overpowered, because he always consistently had threats that could kill him, take him down, or otherwise torture him emotionally. It's never really been seen as a problem to me. So I'm curious to see what you think about that.
Well, because Toby, go.
Yeah, because I have to say something to the overpowered thing. When you think Dr. House and Sherlock Holmes are overpowered because they are the best at what they do, doesn't it mean that like Stephen Hawking is overpowered?
No, well, technically, but
Yeah.
that would be the same thing as any top athlete. He's technically overpowered, but what does it? It doesn't mean anything. It just means he's the best.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you define overpowered this way, I think it is.
Everyone is like there's so many characters that would be overpowered by this definition. Like Batman is the world's greatest detective, and he usually proves it pretty hardcore.
And let's say I would be the best writer in the universe. Am I now overpowered? The thing is, overpowered, I would define it more like that you first are unrealistically better than the others.
No, that would be closer to Mary Sue.
No. Mary Sue is.
No, it would be closer to a Mary Sue. But let's go with your writer example.
Maybe.
You are the best writer in the world, like no competition.
Yeah.
If the story follows different writers and they're trying to make a better story for whatever reason, they have to write a love letter to a god so they get a gift or whatever. Well, in that story, you would be overpowered, like no chance. It's the same with Sherlock Holmes and Dr. House. They are pretty much almost always right. They are the ones who fix everything because no one else can compete with them. Like Sherlock Holmes does have Moriarty, but this does not reduce Sherlock Holmes' overwhelming power because he knows everything about everything.
But can you still give him conflict? I think that's my main question.
Don't they have to train?
Yeah. It's not about how you got it. It's not about if you get beaten up during the story. It's not about anything like that because it's only about you and comparing you to other characters in the story. And like, if you're the best writer in the world, technically you're overpowered in writing. But if if you're the best writer in the world, but you are in a Batman story, I don't think it actually matters at all because your writing skills has nothing to do with the main plot. And like Ip Man is like he has no issue fighting anyone. The closest he has is with the main general guy, and even that's still rather one-sided because he gets, I think, 3 times punched, and that's about it. But just because he gets hit doesn't mean he is any less powerful when considering every other character in that story. And
okay.
Like everyone shares the weakness of getting killed by a bullet, but that doesn't reduce his inherent power in the story.
Yeah, well, I think we might just need to, I suppose, just find a grounded term that we can all agree on just for the sake of discussion, because I think I predict we're going to go back and forth because I do disagree with that definition of overpowered, because I think that the term should refer to being overpowered to the point of crippling storytelling potential, which is often what people argue for Superman. But I think we should maybe use the term, we should maybe just we should phrase this not as is he overpowered, because we're going to disagree on that definition, but is he too powerful to is he too powerful for compelling stories or something along those lines?
I have a question.
Sure.
Do you think Ip Man is a bad story?
Oh, definitely not. I love that movie.
Yeah. This is the thing, because overpowered is not a bad thing. This is one thing I hate about a lot of people, because just because Mary Sues are overpowered doesn't mean being overpowered inherently cripples a story. It just
No.
means you are way too powerful compared to other people, but it doesn't matter because in Ip Man his power means nothing ultimately, because if the it's funny thing because in the story of Ip Man, how he inspires people in the end has very little to do with him because the translator guy kicked the other guy's leg, and that caused the other guy to get really pissed off. And if that pissed off guy did not shoot Ip Man in the end, well, him winning the general wouldn't have had as much impact as it does.
Okay.
Like overpowered doesn't have anything to do with weakness. It's just like how good at you are at what is central to the story compared to other people. And like Superman can be like have a lot of opponents who can equal him, even if not the best him. I don't know. I haven't
Oh, he's got
watched so
plenty
much
of people
Superman
that can
stuff.
just destroy him. Just no
Yeah.
contest.
Yeah, and I would say those characters are also overpowered, but it's like just because 2 or 3 characters are all overpowered, because Hulk and Thor,
Mm-hmm.
these 2 characters, I'm pretty sure I would consider both of them overpowered.
I've heard arguments
Because
for Thor at least. I know Hulk's.
yeah, I can easily argue with this because Hulk and Thor are essentially bulletproof in most Avengers movies. Like I don't know how Iron Man, most of the Avengers crew could do anything to those guys. Like Hulk usually has to be getting rid of or mind manipulated. It doesn't just because Hulk is vulnerable to mind manipulation, same way that Stark is, doesn't reduce his inherent power of being essentially bulletproof and that can punch through anything.
Okay. So
Yeah,
would you say that so your definition of overpowered is just being extremely powerful?
It's about what you're good at, how important is it to the narrative, and how overwhelming you are considering other characters. Like in Ip Man, like it's all about fighting and mostly about fighting, and no one can equal Ip Man. And he's overpowered in that sense. It doesn't reduce his character in any way. It doesn't make him bad character.
Yeah.
It's because I hate that it's a connotation that overpowered is bad, but overpowered doesn't inherently mean bad.
Yeah, well, I guess it just depends on the definition you're using, because a lot of people would use overpowered in the same breath as Mary Sue, just as almost as synonyms. And that's often how I would use it, because I normally, and this is the thing, a lot of people, when they use the term overpowered, they're using it as a negative connotation, I guess, and that's kind of what my main problem is. In not So I guess the main crux of this debate is arguing if Superman's powers and if Superman himself is, he's so ridiculously overpowered that you're unable to tell stories with him and such. So I guess this is where we're framing the debate around, is that question.
I have to distinct something here. Because if you equating overpowered to Mary Sue is not correct, because Mary Sue has more things to
it. Definitely. I'm saying it's used in that same connotation, not necessarily that it's the exact same thing.
But that, I would say that's wrong. Used like in overpowered, I think, is more that you're not only powerful in one thing, you are powerful like in a lot of things, and then also like at least very, very hard to be defeated, if not impossible.
I would say,
like you said with Superman, that doesn't really apply to him because he's defeatable in many ways. So.
Usually, almost like every single comic book issue, the villain usually gets in one good punch that usually sends him flying a little bit, or alternatively, you can have an emotional defeat because someone he cares about, he failed to save. Like that's part of the conflict, is that he's incredibly powerful, but he can't be in two places at once. So that was the whole crux of the finale of the Superman movie until they pulled retarded bullshit with time travel. But
Yeah, I was gonna say that was stupid.
apparently he was.
I fly around the planet, and therefore it's so stupid. It
Yeah, well,
doesn't work. It's impossible.
it has like those early Superman movies has other themes in them, but like yeah, it's not about if you can be defeated if you have all the resolutions to every problem, because Ip Man doesn't have resolutions to every power. He can just be a really good fighter, and he only can do what he can, and he did, and the rest of what it was basically in God's hands. But because everything had happened to the officer guy, he shot him in very good reasons. But it how Ip Man gets his resolution in the movie is not because he is overpowered, he is undefeated, but because he does what he can and everything else follows suit. It's a positive flat arc. Like it's
Yeah, so the world
I
changes as opposed to him, kind of thing.
Oh yeah, Superman in Justice League, the movie, the horrible one.
Oh god,
he is way overpowered. Like he can match everyone else, and he's still.
oh that pissed me off so much, because Aquaman in the comics can like at least can match up against Superman for at least a little while, depending on how wet he is. And then in the movie he's just like he's bitch slapped away, and I'm just like, you fundamentally don't understand. Like the Flash is supposed to be faster than Superman, yet again, just that movie. Wonder Woman is supposed to be as strong as him. Fuck's sake.
Okay, that's. I have to say something because of because it reminds me. I played this Injustice game. The fighting game, and I played like the story, and I really like the story from concept to execution. It's really great stuff. But the thing was for me, in one point of the story, you have to fight as Superman against Aquaman, and I was so pissed that I couldn't beat him. I played it on easy, and I really suck at fighting games. I can't do combos and that stuff. I just button mash and have fun with that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't beat him, and I was like, why the fuck is he so good against Superman? Superman is better. And so if you say that normally Aquaman is at least on or is on par with him, then
I
I
would
can
say that he's
understand
weaker, but
why
he's strong
so
enough
hard.
to go. He's strong enough to hold his own for a little bit. Like he wouldn't be able to win in an extended fight, but I've seen him hurt Superman, and being able to punch him across the room, and generally like he can hold his own for a tiny bit.
So it's not that bad in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And the thing is, he has a magic trident, and that's going to do things. So
yeah, sure, of course.
Going back to the because it all comes down to like the narrative and what you can do in it. And like in Justice League, Superman is overpowered.
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
definitely.
mean he's bad, but he's way too overpowered, which does make it bad because he makes everyone else useless. And like in Avengers, Hulk is pretty much untouchable. Thor is pretty much untouchable. He doesn't get any injuries, but none of them can solve the plot themselves, but it doesn't reduce their power, and that's what the term overpowered means. And I hate when people consider overpowered a bad thing.
Yeah, and I think, I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of semantical discussion we can have in terms of how we use that term, because I didn't actually, before we were doing the preamble for this debate, and we were just kind of already shooting ideas back and forth in the DMs. I didn't actually realize that there is such a a wide variation of what people consider overpowered and how people use that term, and I think that could be a semantical debate in of itself. So I guess in order to ground this conversation, because this is about Superman, I suppose we've got to focus on, because I think because Soapy's whole contention is that he's too strong for stories. Would you say that's correct, or he's too strong to tell stories, to tell any good stories with? Was that your original contention? Would you say?
I would never. Well, yeah.
Almost. Like the problem is that my perspective now changed, so I'm trying to think about what I thought before. I just know that I had like this. The knowledge of Superman was what you get in pop culture, basically.
Oh yeah,
Like
but
everybody knows the line of Darth Vader telling Luke that he's the father.
yeah,
Everybody knows that, even though they didn't watch the movies, and I knew it before I watched the movies.
yeah,
And so the same is with Superman. You have this image of a flying, super strong character who is like can do almost everything and is only weak to kryptonite. And so I had this in mind when I was talking about overpowered. But when you think about it, about the let's say even he would be totally OP with his superpowers and you can't hurt him physically, then you still have to think that he has to protect his loved ones and humanity and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying anymore at least that being overpowered is inherently bad. I just
Yeah. Well,
have a problem with how it's used in a lot of cases, I think.
yeah. I suppose we
yeah.
can just.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
yeah. That's about. There are really good Superman stories,
Absolutely.
even though his kid is overpowered. But the overpowered really means very little if the stories were done well, because there are good Superman stories, and then there's Justice League, and like that's
Oh,
like
that
it's not
movie.
even a Superman story. It's just he's more a plot device in that movie, and it's freaking annoying because.
You know how hard
But
it is
yeah, like
to be a DC fan nowadays when those movies are the main representation of that brand. It's just like, I swear it's good. It's just everything around it is shit.
no. Like I also hate that perspective because there are so many good DC animated stuff. Like what was
Absolutely.
like Batman the animated series? It's
Oh, the
so
animated
freaking
stuff's
good.
amazing.
And and just because there are a few poop live action movies, it doesn't really tarnish the animated stuff. You should just say like, watch this and tell me again that DC is bad. Like, yes, these movies are bad, but DC isn't inherently bad.
Oh yeah.
Superman isn't in. Yeah.
No.
It's always a problem with stuff in pop culture and stuff like that. I had some discussions with a friend about anime, and they are like, it's anime are like bad and all this big-eyed, big-boobied girls and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, you ignore basically half of all anime that's out there. And there are a lot of popular anime that don't have anything resembling that. So it's always this perception of the mass, of the mass and
Yeah.
mainstream.
Yeah, but this is where we need to define our terms because how much have you watched One Punch Man?
I watched the first season now. It's really good.
Yeah, it's really good. Like this is the thing. I would never say that Saitama or Superman are bad characters in any way. They are both good characters. I don't like either of them because I find them too powerful for the story, and they are too powerful for the story. But that is basically the story for One Punch Man. Like it doesn't affect his character, but neither does it affect his power. And I'm allowed to not like him, but I will never say he's a bad character because he's a great character.
Yeah. Oh, I suppose then we've got
opinions here.
Oh yeah, sorry. What we say?
We don't allow opinions here.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's
oh yes,
that's right.
Alt-right leftist.
Yeah.
But continue. I just
You know, alt-right, leftist, Nazi babies, or whatever the hell they're calling us this week. So I think that's a good way to frame this discussion then. So you would say that Superman is too powerful for his stories, would you say? How would you, do you want to expand upon that a little bit?
It depends on the story,
Okay.
but on the premise, he is way too powerful because his weaknesses are way too varied and they have very little to do with him. It's always an outside thing, like you always go to it like he can fight, but everyone else is in danger. Oh, this is a weakness. No, this doesn't affect his power because he has
Red
like,
sun radiation takes away his powers.
Yeah, well, that's also an external thing.
So what is wrong? I don't really understand the external argument. Like, what is wrong with the weakness being something external?
Because it's about overpowered. It's not about how weak you are to something. It's how powerful you are compared to everyone else. And it's a part of the issue that a lot of people just go with overpowered. Oh, he can beat everyone. That doesn't mean overpowered because like it's all about comparing you to everyone else and how important that thing is to the narrative. For example, Civil War. Hulk and Thor are not in the movie, and if they were, it would just make a huge mess because.
Well, they probably fight each other and cancel each other out.
Yeah, like, but they wouldn't add anything to the story. Like,
definitely
almost
not.
Anything. Like, you could add them to them, but they would just cancel each other out, and you'd have to somehow make them to go hardcore on one side and hardcore on the other side, and they would add very little to the story, even if they're overpowered, because that narrative is about Zemo and the stances between Stark and Cap, and like Hulk and Thor can't add anything to that, and it's a really good decision they put them out of the movie.
Yeah, well, I agree with that, just because with that kind of movie, you don't want too many characters in there, and they were already introducing new characters in that movie, so it was already a juggling actor. Adding like the rest of the Avengers to that would have just blown it overboard. So I think the roster they chose was very logical for the story they wanted to tell.
Yeah, and both of those characters nicely have a easy way to write them out. Like, it's the same thing what happened with Endgame, Captain Marvel. Well, we'll just throw you out of space until we need you again.
Oh yeah.
Because they had no idea what to do with Captain Marvel, so they just had to put her into character fridge until they popped her back out. But
yeah, you know, the ridiculous thing about that, as far as I can tell, I'm not overly familiar with Carol Danvers in the comics. I do know that she was an alcoholic at one point, but what I've been able to ascertain from, you know, just various sources is that they actually made Carol like more powerful in the movie than she is in the comics, because I have seen like a comic book frame where like she and the Avengers are fighting Thanos, and Thanos just knocks her out in one punch, and he doesn't have the Infinity Gauntlet or anything. He just one punch, and then it's Thor that has to wrestle him to the ground. And it does seem like that they made her like they made her like this ultra supreme level power. And I almost wonder, like, did they keep her, because all the MCU people are, if they are like as your definition of overpowered would go, if they are overpowered in the comics, they've been toned down significantly in the films. So I wonder if Carol is like the one character they didn't tone down as far as the powers were concerned, and as that scales with the MCU is completely broken, and as far as I can tell, they didn't have any good characterization to counterbalance that either.
If we consider Mulan, Disney Wars, and Captain Marvel, are you saying that they overpower female characters just because?
I might, like, I might infer that. Maybe.
Yeah, but like Captain Marvel's problem isn't that she's overpowered, because you could have that powerful of a character and still make a good story. But in her story, like before Captain Marvel arrived, Hulk and Thor were pretty much untouchable, and Infinity War is the first time they were like
really vulnerable. Yeah,
but like Captain Marvel came and Hulk and Thor are no longer overpowered. They aren't even close.
Oh yeah, well the
Because
thing
Captain
is like
Marvel,
Captain Marvel, the only weakness she has is being punched by the literal embodiment of power, and that's no longer even in the universe, so she has literally no weaknesses, and she has no personal conflicts to really counterbalance. Like there's literally nothing you can do with that character as is currently written that would be compelling in any way. And that's like I think I
but
came out of that movie going, that's exactly what most people think Superman is, and I fucking hate it.
I love that in my theater, like Finnish people are very quiet, but when she got punched, everyone cheered, and it was so fun because
Oh god,
the
yes.
bad guy is winning. Yeah.
Oh, well, I was doing my little golf claps whenever something bad happened to her, and my brother got really pissed off and he went, "Shut up!" And I'm just like, Jesus, I'm just look, and everyone, and the thing is, everyone was fucking cheering in that theater, and that's not normal for my theater going audience. So they were really having a good time with that. But the thing is, I thought, okay, I'm not going to make a big deal out of it, but anytime something bad happens to her, I'm just going to do my little, and that will be it. And he was getting fucking furious, and when the credits rolled, he's just like, "Good, you fucking ruined that for me," and I'm just like, "What the fuck did I do?" She's like, "You were clapping so loud," and I'm just like, no, just
Which movie was it? Because I was phased out for a second. Which movie was it?
oh, we're talking about Endgame.
Endgame.
Just anytime Captain
fuck,
Marvel,
Endgame.
anytime something
Yeah.
bad happened to her, I was just giving these little golf claps of
Yeah, it's justified.
yeah, I was just
Yeah,
like,
yeah, but
yeah,
Fuck Endgame. Oh.
back to the argument, like Hulk and Thor didn't lose any of their power. Like Hulk basically got more power because he got the intelligence of Banner and he
yeah,
has the body of Hulk. But they stopped being overpowered because when you compare him to that version of Thanos and that version of Captain Marvel, they don't have a chance.
oh
Like
yeah,
it doesn't reduce. They didn't get any more weaknesses. Their power wasn't reduced. It's just that in that narrative, compared to other characters, they basically can contribute very little.
yeah.
And that's when something is overpowered. And again, overpowered is not a bad thing. I hate when people think it.
Yeah,
So, oh, sorry.
yeah, that's the problem. That yeah, you're right. Overpowered is not inherently bad, but it has a very
Negative connotation. Negative connotation. Like everyone thinks it's a bad thing. But
yeah, and but also like it comes with a lot of problems or potential problems. So I can understand when people say it's inherently bad or negative, because
it's a fluid term, kind of like
yeah,
Mary Sue is, because you don't have to have everything the first Mary Sue had, because
Yeah,
it's just
I would
about
dare argue that Ray has overshadowed the original Mary Sue and has just taken it to a whole new level. Just, I want
yeah.
to call
more than
everything.
race.
I want to call. I think someone edited Wikipedia, the Mary Sue article on Wikipedia, to go Mary Sue, also known as Ray Skywalker.
Yeah, but some numpties think still go like she doesn't have everything that the first Mary Sue is, so she's
Because
not
she
Mary
kind of
Sue
does
because
now. That's
the,
the thing.
no, she doesn't. She doesn't. I know the term Mary Sue very well, and the original Mary Sue fell in love with one of the main characters in the story, and Ray doesn't have that. So
Well, there's the
let's
Kylo Ren thing, but I guess that's another original
yeah,
character, so that wouldn't
yeah,
necessarily
but he
count.
would have to have she would have to have fallen in love with like Luke Skywalker, or they would have fallen in love with her. But like, it's a fluid
Yeah.
term, overpowered, because it's always about context. Because in Justice League, Superman is way overpowered, but there are plenty of things where Superman is, well, he's still overpowered, but it doesn't really matter because
Yeah.
his power doesn't, like a lot of times Batman has to pick up the slack because he's the
Oh,
think tank
oh,
alone.
oh yeah, definitely. So this is a question I've meant to ask you because you're talking here actually brings up an interesting point. Would you say that overpowered can be very contextual to the individual story rather than being a catch-all term?
Yeah, it's always contextual because Ip Man like he's overpowered in that narrative, but if the narrative shifts, like I haven't watched I think Ip Man 3 or 4 where his wife gets cancer. His power means very little in that narrative because
Uh,
it's all about his decisions.
oh yeah,
But I
definitely.
haven't. Yeah,
Oh,
like it's basically the same thing. The guy who made the video about Ip Man, it was the one narrative where Superman was dying, and he's still overpowered.
oh
But
yeah, yeah. I think in All Star Superman, they intentionally made him 3 times more powerful than he already was because they wanted to prove you could still tell an amazing story while he was still ridiculously powerful. And the thing is, he's
yeah,
dying in that story, so that's part of it. So he's kind of these are like his last deeds before he basically dies of space
yeah,
cancer or something.
and it's not Gary Stu moment either because he
No,
has
definitely
earned
not.
all that power. He's at his peak, and then something else happens that, yeah,
Yeah.
like
Like
he's dead.
basically his power is killing him because he basically got oversaturated with yellow sun energy. So his cellular structure is basically breaking down because of it.
But yeah, overpowered is always contextual because you can be the best writer, but it doesn't mean anything if it's a war movie. You can be the best kung fu fighter, like no chance. But if everyone has machine guns and those are the main threat, like your punching abilities don't mean anything.
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's the reason that poor Pa Kent, poor Jonathan Kent keeps getting heart attacks because it's to emphasize the fact that Superman he is, he can stop bullets, he can snatch airplanes out of the sky. He can't stop heart disease. He can't cure cancer. He can't stop world hunger without overstepping his bounds. It's those kind of conflicts that are often the more interesting ones. That is to say, he's got all this power, he's got all of this, these amazing abilities, but he still can't solve fundamental problems without betraying who he is. And even when he tries to, because there's a story called Superman for All the Children, where he does try to solve world hunger by going around the world and giving food to everyone, but he runs into warlords that don't want to take it, or that are, there's a lot of complications that happen along the way, and he doesn't even managed to go to every country because all the food ends up getting blown up, and it's quite a humbling, solemn story about, you can literally have all the power in the world, and there are still problems that you are just going to be useless at solving no matter how hard you try, because their forces are so much more than you can swing a fist at.
Yeah, in the narrative, like there's actually a very close comparison to Superman in Corpus, the book,
Yep.
and Titan is Titan has the ability that whenever he's punched by something or whenever he lifts something very heavy, that is his new maximum. Like he will never recede from that point.
Oh,
And
okay.
in the story, he has been a hero for a long time, and he's pretty much untouchable by almost everything. But in it, it is revealed that the governments actually have a leash on him, technically, because
Okay.
there is a guy who can inflict brain aneurysms,
Oh
and
god.
he's never had one. And
And
that,
so he
he's
would not be able to
overpowered in,
survive that, in other words.
he is way overpowered in the story, and it doesn't make him bad. I'd say he's one of the best overpowered characters like ever, because main narrative has almost nothing to do with his power, and the actual main plot in the book is kind of lackluster to everything else Titan does, and it's a really good book.
Yeah. Well, that does sound pretty compelling. I'm actually really intrigued by that concept of a character that every time they get smacked down by something, if that is the strongest thing they've ever been smacked down by, that becomes their new limit. That's actually,
Yeah,
yeah. I really like that concept. I'm definitely gonna have to check this book series out because
yeah,
it is
yeah.
intriguing me.
Yeah, I think I linked you the part where they talk about power levels, but it's not a power level; it's a threat level, and
Yeah.
his threat level is actually very small because unlike Superman, he's not a faster than a speeding bullet.
Yeah.
And like the threat level in that book is all about how much you can break stuff.
Yeah.
And if you're just an invulnerable man that can punch anything down, well, you are an impunchable man who can stop anything. But there are actually in the books there are people who can blow up planets.
Yeah.
Essentially, they like
Okay.
one of the characters whose name, well, okay, like it's really good because even in context, like there are people who can immediately stop Titan, even if he's invulnerable and everything, because there's a character called Zero,
Yeah.
and his ability is to take away everyone else's ability for a period of time. And another guy who is the strongest in the series, his name is Globe, and his power is a god field. He can literally change anything within a distance of himself. He
Yeah.
can do anything within that, but it's all about his concentration. But he has a lot of concentration because that's the only thing he has to do about it. But
Yeah.
even he doesn't like he can't solve everything. Even he can literally go next to you and pluck cancer out of you. Like that's it's just something he can do. Like only restriction in that case is that he has to know what he's doing.
Yeah.
Like information, but like he's
Where is the
way
cancer?
overpowered. Yeah, like if it's tied to your brain, well, he can still do it, but he has to be really careful. But like he can walk through lava, no problem. He can breathe in space because he just puts air into his lungs because God field. And like it doesn't, they're overpowered. They're all overpowered, but it doesn't really matter to the narrative because that book isn't resolved by either of them. Like they are very crucial characters. Well, Titan is not in the main book. Well, he's in the main series for a few whiles because he's the father of one of the main characters, and it's like it's a really good story because Titan's like the crucial point of why I like Titan so much is because his main narrative conflict is that he did a very bad thing in the past and he fell out of reputation really badly, and he basically ran away because he couldn't take the shame, and like he can be untouchable but he's still human.
Yeah.
Like but it's a really good
yeah, it does sound like that. Did you just want to repeat the name of that series just in case anyone watching?
Corpys by Drew Hayes.
Okay.
It's really good. And the main series is called Superpowered.
Okay.
And the name sounds very like lame essentially, but it is extremely important to the story because in that world there are three kinds of people. There are humans, there are supers. Supers are superheroes, they can control their powers.
Yeah.
Powers can't control their abilities. And that's like, it's a big part of it because superpowered is, I can't tell much, but like there are three classes and there are supers who can control their powers and powers who can't control their powers. Their powers work outside of their control, and everyone has like different tics. Like some of them it's emotion, some of them is a physical twitch.
Yeah. Okay. That sounds fairly interesting. I suppose I should moderate and get the conversation a bit more back onto the Superman tracks. But no, it does sound like a very interesting book. Just before you came in, so we were talking about kryptonite. So I'm curious. You said you had a big problem with it. So what would was it just that is it the origin that you had a problem with?
No. It's the list you provided because.
Oh, I'm talking to Soap because he said he had a big problem with it.
Yeah, well, I don't have a problem with kryptonite essentially because everyone can have one weakness. Like it can be alcohol.
Yeah. Oh well, that's Tony Stark's weakness.
So I think like the problem I had, or maybe still have, but the problem I had, like how I can remember, is that in my mind, Superman was way overpowered. So he's so strong and can do like everything. So we now have to invent a stupid thing to make him weak or defeatable. And that's what Kryptonite is, or at least was for me. That you have to come with have to come up with a thing to make this character somehow weak.
You have to bring him down.
Oh my
Like,
goodness.
yeah, that is
Yes.
what that is the essence of Kryptonite. Its only purpose is to bring Superman down. It's very plot divisive.
Exactly.
But like,
And so that's the problem when you bring him up so much that you write yourself in a corner and have to think, oh, how can we make him vulnerable? Or we invent the stuff instead of don't make him this invulnerable in the first place.
yeah, like we can make an example. Captain Marvel going forward. What if we make Sue Knight? It makes Mary Sue's less human, but like it doesn't fix anything.
No, well, the
It
problem
just
with Captain
brings
Marvel,
her
she's just not a
down.
compelling character as far as the MCU is
Yeah.
concerned. That's yeah, like
Yeah, and Superman isn't inherently a bad character like Captain Marvel, who has basically nothing going for him. And like, yeah, Kryptonite is something you have to bring in because, like, the small video I linked, like, though I'm so happy powers like that are no longer in because they gave Superman some insane powers.
oh, like the
Now more,
rainbow beam that makes a miniature version of himself.
yeah, but like
Just little rainbow.
now it's more condensed. Everyone agrees he can fly. He's bulletproof. He's super powerful. He's super fast. He has laser eyes. He can freeze with his ice breath. He has X-ray, and X-ray is a really good ability because it doesn't affect his power.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it
more of
doesn't
it's
do
more of an
much.
investigative kind of. It's more of an investigative kind of power.
It's a utility tool,
Yeah,
but his laser eyes, those are like they can be used to weld something together, but they are also a power tool. And like his kit he has so much, and none of it can be stripped away unless you bring plot device. And like essentially, like you can like make a, let's say, Hulkbuster 3000 that makes him Iron Man super powerful. He makes him unstoppable. You can do that, and he would become overpowered. But it doesn't make him less overpowered just because you can take him out of the suit, and that happens at some point.
yeah.
Because it's all about tied to the context of the narrative. Because if he just like they fight for 40 minutes and then he's like, I have an ace up my sleeve, and brings that in and wins the fight, and it's like, why did you keep that away for 40 minutes?
Yes. I'm going to draw your attention
like,
to the stream right now because I put a funny on screen.
Link me to the stream. I haven't even started on my computer yet.
Oh yeah, let me
For me, it buffers sometimes. I have really this me internet.
Yeah,
that,
drop the link into the chat.
That's okay. Let me just bring it up.
Okay, but first I have to ask. You mentioned that he can make a smaller version of him.
That's what I have on screen right now. That's from the Silver Age when they were giving him a new power every single week. It was quite a time.
Did he do this in the movie?
No, but he had
Okay.
other abilities in the movies, like
I
rebuilding the Great Wall of China vision.
I have this really strange memory, like I mentioned before. Unformed, you don't know about this. I watched one of the no, I didn't watch it. I saw something from one of the Superman movies back when I was a child, and my parents watched the movie, and I walked in and I saw something really disturbing for me. And in my head, there is a scene where Superman was really small and walked on like a table or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if this really happened or not.
It's possible they
And
were watching
now,
Superman 4 and it had really bad green screen, so your brain might have interpreted it that way. I'm not entirely sure.
okay, then at least I'm not really retarded.
No, like there
Because
is some
you
tism
now said he
in those
can.
Chris Reeves movies. Like I love
Of
them,
course,
especially the
of
first
course.
one, but there is some tism there. Some
Okay,
apps.
so yeah, just because you said he can do that, but okay, no
I think
problem.
it was one
I
story
was
he could
like,
do that.
oh,
I don't think that's come back, but I've got a better image
yeah.
on screen of that now. Just see a tiny replica of myself. The people who made that spaceship were very advanced in science. They must have developed a force that enabled them to project an image of themselves anywhere they want.
What?
Yeah, well, like this is why, like, Superman, like, this isn't the problem inherently with Superman, because I still think his Kito is overpowered, but I'm still happy they've taken away stuff like this.
Oh yeah, well in the Silver Age there were no limits. They would just literally do anything they wanted with him, and eventually, like I think when we were entering the Bronze Age, they did a little bit of a reshuffle where they were just like, okay, we're going to just tone his power levels down like a fuck ton, and we're not gonna let you like give him powers like this anymore. But to be fair, here's what Batman was doing at the same time. Let me just bring up the image. We're gonna.
After that, I have a question.
Oh yeah.
So you mentioned this golden and silver and bronze age. What the fuck does that mean?
Oh, okay. So
Golden.
the different there are different eras of comic books that are divided by different different points in the industry. So you have the Golden Age, which is like the very first age of superheroes, starting with the original Superman comics.
Ah,
You have the Silver Age, which was like the revitalization of the superheroes because they had gone dead in around the 50s. So the Silver Age is around the 60s when things were starting to when there was a renaissance for superheroes happening, and so we're getting some reboots of some characters that had gone under the radar. And then there's the Bronze Age, where it's basically defined by this is when the story started getting more mature and they started addressing more relevant sociological issues. Then there's the Dark Age of the 1990s, where everything was just really fucking grimdark and edgy, and everyone had pouches and really giant muscles, and everyone had a mullet. It was embarrassing. And everything, and there was like, and every hero inexplicably had like 4 books tied to them, and every issue seemed like a new number one. It was a bad time. It's why it's one of the many reasons the comic book industry is not in a good place, because it went on a big decline in the 90s, and then it got a little bit better in the 2000s, and then the 2010s brought it back down again. But what we define after that is the modern age, which is basically the 2000s through to now, and we'll probably continue to get ages defined for us as time goes along.
but those ages are like not official names, just the what
They're
what
kind of
call it.
they're kind of the generally accepted terms for time periods in the comic book industry.
Okay.
So
I has chicken has a very relevant question.
yes,
What time period is from Dog Welder?
which one? What?
Which time period is he? Is he from the Golden Age?
Talk
about Dog Welder.
Dog Welder.
Yeah. He's in the chat. I has chicken.
What's Dog Welder? I'm confused.
You haven't. What?
Maybe I have, and I've forgotten the name. Let me just.
Is it like Spider Pig or something like that?
Oh my goodness me! That is. How have I not come across this before?
It was in EFAP. What are you?
Oh, I might have. Look, I haven't watched every second of EFAP. I've watched a good. I've watched like 80% of it. There are going to be moments I've missed. Usually in episodes that don't, like, I haven't watched most of the Last of Us 2 episodes, for example, because I don't really have an investment in that either way. So if it was in that, I haven't watched the Mission Impossible episode either, because I want to watch all the Mission Impossible movies before watching that one.
I missed some of my super chats, I think. I watched the super chat catch up and like in the background while doing some other stuff. And then I was like, sometimes I was like,
Fake fan.
why didn't they read my super chats yet? And then I saw, okay, the new, and then it was like on Super Catch Up 8, and this was way after I sent them. So I was like, did I just miss it? I hope so. I have to because there was some questions or some stuff I had to say, and I want to see the reaction, and I just missed it. But I watched all episodes. I'm currently watching episode 100, part 2. I watched 1 and 3 already again. So rewatch part 2, and then I have to watch the super chat catch-ups for that as well. But I didn't really watch the TPM debate. I watched it a bit live and then had to go to bed. And when I tried to rewatch it, I was like, "Oh fuck, this is so tissing me. I don't want to."
Oh,
So
that one is a bit of a
didn't watch it.
it's an experience. But the best part is when they get called out live, when they look up the time code and and get like objectively proven wrong at one point.
It's-
Because I think this would be a good time to divert things over to the chat then. I'm just gonna check because people can send in messages via coffee. I'll just see if anyone did. I don't think they have. Just double checking. If they did, I can't see them. So we're going to just take any questions from the chat if we have any. We've only got about 21 people watching, so we might not. I'm gonna just scroll through the chat to see if anyone's asked any questions yet. If you guys have any questions, feel free to leave it right now, and I will and we'll kind of discuss it. Just bring up some points of discussion.
Okay, but I really have to ask, what the fuck is with Batman's costumes?
See, this is what Batman was doing at the same time as Superman's tism fingers.
Why?
Because it was the silver age where everyone was just fucking doing everything with everyone. It was, this is, look at Robin's short shorts there. This was a time of really, really, really.
Was it like He-Man?
It-
Masters of the Universe? Is that same time? Or...
No,
Yeah,
He-Man
well,
was the 80s. He-Man was the 80s.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but let's be real. Even with these seismic superpowers of Superman and Batman doing whatever he's doing, it's still better than Batwoman.
Oh, definitely.
Anything is better than Batwoman.
Oh, definitely. Like, at least, I don't know, like, there's something charming. There's something very charming about these older stories, as ridiculous as they get, there's something endearing about them and how they're not aware of how absolutely preposterous they are.
Yeah.
Yes. So apparently Grith had a question about Batwoman, but he didn't leave it. So I'll let him to. Okay, wait.
Thoughts on Batwoman?
Yes, I got a feeling these questions are going to turn to Batwoman. Do you think Batwoman will be better or worse without our girl Kate? Oh man, that is a good question.
I think
it will be better, but subjectively it will be worse.
I personally think it won't change that much because it's more about the other tisms. Like, just because Kate can't act, it's not the worst thing in the show. It slightly might improve, but it doesn't change the overall quality of Batwoman, whatever the quality is.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think if the actress is good, like, there might be like a slight bump in overall quality, but the thing is the writing is still going to be dog shit. So I don't think I do not think that it's going to change much.
Yeah, I like one character changing actors, like it changes very little because it has very, like, if you change it to Samuel L. Jackson, as little sense as it would make, it would very little improve the quality of the show.
Though you are making me want to see that really badly now.
The Joker's hideout.
Boner meant a very different thing back then. It meant a very, very different thing.
They laugh at my boner. What the fuck?
Yeah, because boner used to mean like mistake or, like, he made a
Oh.
screw up or something.
Okay, that's what? Why?
So they
many
laughed at
boners?
my screw up, eh? But with the evolution of language and boner meaning something very different
Yeah.
now.
What does it mean? I wonder. Yeah, that's.
So they laughed at my boner, will they? I'll show them all how many boners the Joker can make. What are your thoughts on Batman killing Joker in a throwaway line and justifying her killing? I think it's utterly retarded and it destroys a lot of. It seems like here's the funny thing about like writers and their obsession with Batman killing people. It's really it feels like every writer goes, okay, I've got a revolutionary new idea. We're gonna do Batman, but this time he crosses the line, and I'm just like, dude, that how many Elseworld stories, how many times this question has been like gone over? Like, this is not a new thing. It's actually more revolutionary now to just have a Batman who's played straight and doesn't kill people. Like, because everyone's just like, oh, we're gonna tackle that question. We're gonna have a Batman who's murderous, and that's usually the first thing they go for is let's make Batman murderous, or let's make him a killer, or this is after he crossed that line. And I'm just like, that is boring. That is so boring. Like, especially because both BVS and Batwoman are after he's crossed that line already. It isn't like a story about the moment he crosses that line. So it's just not interesting. It's just you're basically just turning Batman into the Punisher at that point, because if he's already crossed that line, there's no real compelling story there. What's the best what's the best Batwoman villain? Let's see. I've only watched.
Before you go there, I want to tackle the other stuff.
Sure.
So first, spoilers for the Arkham games.
Oh yeah.
Didn't he kill or at least cause Joker's death in
No.
the second one?
No. What happened?
I don't recall so.
No. What he did was, what happened was, he had the cure for Joker's toxic blood. He drank it, he was cured, and then Joker stabbed him in the knee, and he dropped the cure on the ground because Joker stabbed him. And then Joker's like, fuck. And so he tries to lick it up off the ground, but it's too late. And Batman turns to him and he goes, you know what's really funny? Even after everything you've done, after all the hurt and all the pain you've caused, I still would have saved you. And then the Joker's final words are, you know what? That is pretty funny. And then he dies. So he basically, Joker dies because he was he was arrogant, and yeah.
Okay, then I have got wrong. But my thing is, like, I maybe give Batman that he's not actively killing, so he doesn't cross a line where he becomes the Punisher or whatever. Just like kill someone in an accident or something like that.
Well, I think there's already, like, I think it's agreed upon that not everyone that Batman punches is necessarily going to recover, because statistically speaking, you crack someone's ribs, even if you're not, even if it wasn't a fatal blow, there's still complications that can happen with that. There's there's going to be that butterfly effect that you can't account for. But
I have a video I can show link to the people.
My take on Batman killing Joker in Batwoman, it's very consistent with the show. It makes no sense at all, and it doesn't really matter in the overall.
Yeah, well, the thing is, like, they're treating Batman, like, they're treating, like, the huge problem with the show is that it's expecting us to have a lot of meta knowledge of Batman in the first place, which means that, one, if people watch this generations from now and Batman isn't as relevant, then it's going to have no staying power. So, well done. You've got the same problem as BVS there. But also, we have no reason to really care about Batman crossing that line, because it's relying on our knowledge of pre-existing version of the character rather than going on a journey with this version of Batman, because we know jack all about this version of Batman. So why should we really care that he crossed that line? You're only putting that there to piss off the comic book fans, and it's just really it's just such a bizarre move. It really is.
Well, I know why they did it. It's to they bring Batman down, so Batwoman will look better, but it doesn't really change anything because they don't understand that's not how it works.
No, you don't. You know, they both did a shitty thing. That it's not a case of oh, she's vindicated because someone else crossed that line. No, it's a case of no, they're both just shitty people. Plain and simple. Should Batman
James
introduce Dog
McClellan.
World? Yes.
Yeah, that would literally make the show better.
Oh, my favorite CW show is Legends of Tomorrow, and that's because it's crossed that Silver Age line of just, being endearing in how ridiculous it is, rather than just being this cringy bullshit that... I mean, Legends of Tomorrow can be pretty cringy as well, but it's like, it's got a level of ridiculousness that makes it really, really fun. And it's just like there's a morbid curiosity of where are they willing to take the show next, because it literally seems like they're willing to do anything, and it makes me so curious. Like, one of the main villains of one of the seasons was a fucking fairy godmother who sang but was also like a demon, and there was also like a literal unicorn that also turned into a skeleton and poked someone's nipple out, and then later on that nipple came back as a villain, and it was it was something else. It was something else, and I was having an absolute ball just seeing how fucking absurd it got.
That sounds more like something Chuck Tingle would write.
It gets close. Like, the nipple, like, he was mind controlling people using the nipple, and he literally says, "Look into my nipple," and the nipple had turned into an eye, and the eye was hypnotizing people into being his man slaves and woman slaves, and it was amazing.
But yeah,
I'm just imagining, like, the people watching this and hearing this description are like, what the fuck have I missed?
why is Meme Repository obsessed with nipples?
Look, Legend of Tomorrow did it first. I am simply the messenger here. The nipple messenger, the nippler, if you will. That'll be my villain name, the nippler.
Your darker side.
So, did we answer? There was a question. I think we didn't answer. The best villain from.
Batwoman, I have no idea.
Oh yeah, the best villain from Batman. Well, the thing is, I haven't
show-
watched that. The thing is, I've only watched up to the Crisis stuff with Batwoman, and then I've heard secondhand information from other people. Let me think. From what I don't know. So that would mean the only villain I'm really familiar with is Alice. No, wait, there was that Scarface guy. There was that really weird Scar-faced guy. It was, I don't know, there was some strange... I think I've repressed a lot of it, to tell you the truth. I think... You know what's a great way to watch Batwoman is to read, like, a few of the Batwoman comics and really enjoy them, and then watch the show and watch them absolutely destroy it.
You didn't watch the EFAB minis on us?
Oh, I watched the Fat Minis up to Crisis.
Okay. So, the best villain is the one in the last episode, just because of one scene. I think Unfold knows what I mean.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh, wait. I know who you're talking about, because he was... It's a certain face-changing man, would you say?
No.
No? Okay.
No. He only appears in that episode. And
Oh god. I gotta catch up. I really do.
I think we throw out a spoiler warning here, and we spoiled it for
Spoilers for
the
Batwoman
villain.
incoming.
So, in the last villain in the finale of the entire season is a guy with 2 machetes who kills people, and is first he apparently has teleportation powers, because how would you other way explain how he takes out the crows in a football stadium, I think. And the second thing is he can Naruto run.
Yeah. Big
Yes.
big props to Das Bullshit who edited it because
Yeah,
he
it's so
he
good.
gave the teleportation sounds, and then at the end he gave the Naruto run, like he edited it in, green screened him, so he was in the with the Naruto people all the running. Oh my god, it's so ridiculous because he teleports around and he's like he makes absolutely no sense. And of course, Batwoman rescues him because she's so good, and then they kill the innocent black man.
Oh no,
Oh
not
my
Mr. Black.
And the one thing I'm a bit disappointed that I didn't say this in the If It Many. Like in the last 2 second episodes, they are talking about that kryptonite can penetrate Batman's suit, and therefore
Oh, I've heard about this. That makes no
Yeah, and
fucking
it's
sense.
getting worse.
Why would it
Getting
do
worse.
that?
Give me a second. It's getting worse.
Uh-uh.
So first, it doesn't make any sense that is the only thing able to penetrate the suit. But worse is if nothing else can cut through her armor, why doesn't she just use her arms and stuff to block the machetes and stuff? She just could beat him up without any problem because he's not able to harm her.
Stop thinking about the show. You're watching it wrong.
What?
Oh fuck yeah,
My
right.
my,
Sorry.
my
I'm thinking
question
too much.
is why have they turned the bat suit into a Superman suit?
Because they're stupid.
But yeah,
But
if
there's so
you
much
think,
wrong with this show. It's oh man, what's that?
if Meme Repository thinks he's upset with Batwoman, this is a picture of how angry Fringy gets about the
Oh
show.
my goodness me! I think me and Fringy would probably be on the same page about a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Very possibly. What I've heard of you, you really like DC.
I really
And
do. I grew up
Batwoman.
with it, and then I had the shows as a kid, and then I got into the comics as a teenager, and and then like they kept shitting the bed with all the live action movies, and then everyone judges like the fucking everything else DC based on like shitty live action stuff, and I'm just like, it gets exhausting to be a DC fan, honestly. But look on the stream right now.
I was always just Batman
Yeah.
fan and nothing else.
Super Achu.
You know what? He sneezed away a solar system just there.
What?
Yeah, well, it's Superman, so I'm like, yeah, I can see that because.
By the way, how does he breathe in space?
I don't think he needs to breathe. It's he can go on, as long as he's got solar radiation, he's fine.
Of course.
In Superman 2, they talk on the moon.
Oh no, that's
the
Superman 4.
Kryptonian stuff.
Superman 4. The really bad one is Superman 4.
No, isn't Superman 4 with the.
Superman 4 is the
because
nuclear
Zod.
man. No. Superman
but-
2 is Zod. Superman 2 is Zod.
Yeah, that's where they speak on the moon because the Kryptonians.
Oh
the Zod
right,
and his
yeah,
crew come
okay.
and-
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. It's been a while. But here's
It's not a
Superman.
good movie.
But here's Superman doing the movie Bob challenge.
Yeah. Oh man. So he doesn't need to breathe, but he eats.
He doesn't need to eat either.
Okay.
He just
But
likes
he
to
can-
eat.
This is most likely a plot relevant thing, like someone induce him with you need to
Yeah,
to become diabetic.
He has a digestive system.
Well, that's because he's a solar. Okay, so how it works is when he's like on his planet and there's a red sun, because he gets his power from the yellow sun of our solar system, but his home planet had a red sun, so they were basically human there.
Yeah.
So they would need everything that a human needs. So air, food, water, that kind of stuff. But then on our planet on our planet and this is some versions as well. There are other versions where he still requires everything we have. So this is what I mean by it really depends on which point in time you're talking about. But if he he's able to, it's either A, he can hold his breath for a really long time, or B, he doesn't need air at all. And usually it's the latter. But the thing is, he's still a regular guy. He still likes eating. He still likes, to smell flowers and stuff. So it's more like a pleasure thing for him. And I don't even know the context behind this. I'm just getting up ridiculous, like, Silver Age and, like...
Yeah, well, there are so many things that Superman has done in the history. There are a lot of isms in there, but...
Oh, yeah.
It's all about the context.
Like, oh, definitely. Like, I joke around with all this stuff because there's been some ridiculous stuff, but I would never hold this as the standard. It's more a case of you've got 85 years worth of stories and so many different eras. You're going to find some absolutely retarded shit in there, and I live to show it out of context.
But yeah, like, at some point, I forgot. Okay.
That's the thing. If you see stuff like this as a normal, everyday person, you are going like, "What the fuck is Superman? He's so fucking bad." That's, I think, the problem that we casual viewers just see this stuff.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's much less. The thing is that I think it's a problem where Batman and Spider-Man and all these other heroes, they have really good adaptations that are like really true to who they are. Why did Discord disappear? Why did Discord disappear?
You ate it.
Did I accidentally turn Discord? Oh no, wait, it's back. Okay. So there's like a bunch of great adaptations. So people outside of the comic sphere can generally get a good idea of what what Superman is and what he's all about. Well, no, not Superman. What Batman and Spider-Man and Captain America, what they're all about, without necessarily having to pick up a comic. Meanwhile, with Superman, you don't have many good adaptations outside of the animated stuff. So people have a very like limited reference when it comes to what he's actually like and what he's actually about. So as a result, they kind of get this warped perception of what he's about. So they see these really out of context pictures of him eating 1 million cheeseburgers or whatever, and they're just like, oh fuck, well, if that's what Superman's about, I can't imagine him being a very interesting character, when really this is just like one retarded story out of like 1,000. Like there's more than 1,000. There's been thousands and thousands of Superman stories and many different runs with the character, and it's very variable as to how he's handled. Yeah.
Funnily enough, I actually thought I mixed up Captain America with Superman. I basically thought they were identical in most things until I saw the MCU, because they both had the similar suit. The other one just had the shield, and I was like, meh. They're both like meh. But then I watched this show, and I was like, okay, he's just a guy.
Yeah, well, they're very similar. They're very similar characters as far as the substance of their character is, but their powers are completely different. Except for super strength.
Like both of them are very altruistic, like super goodies, but Captain America is very limited. It's almost insane for him to be overpowered. I mean.
Yeah, like you'll probably find some stories where some writers like really push the limits, but generally, it's you're not gonna get like him moving planets and stuff unless he's like got a power up that's exclusive to that story or something.
I imagine like him going somewhere and there's an item hovering above off the ground and he's picking it up. It's like in the video game, whoop, and now he's able to move planets.
I assume if he lifts when he's powered up by Mjolnir, he can probably do some pretty interesting things. But besides,
also the essence like of problems, like it's one thing I really hate about speedster archetypes is because speed is the ultimate power essentially, because speed works for offense and defense. And like, I'm so happy in MCU they killed the speedster that was in Age of Ultron, because Thanos could do almost nothing to him, because he could throw in 10 punches, he would throw 10,000 spears at who knows how fast.
He would just take the Infinity Stones.
Yeah, he would have all the time to just fuck the Infinity Stones because
I mean, he has
Thanos is
to have a device to get them because they are like in hand. It would probably kill him like others, but he could like have a device or the glove Iron Man makes in Endgame. So he just takes this thing on and picks picks out the Infinity
the
Stones
stones.
one by
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Easy
but
win.
like because Thanos is vulnerable even in Infinity War, he can be hurt. Like Superman made a super punch with the hammer things, and it gave him a scar. Well, okay, that's good. We can hurt him. Considering the speed the guy runs in Age of Ultron, he runs at that speed and just he doesn't even have to throw the spear. He just lets it go while he runs at his head, and it'll blow up his head just because the momentum. And this is why I hate speedsters. The speedsters has
yeah, it's a huge problem I have in general with superheroes and villains and stuff. The powers most often don't make sense or don't work together. Like with Thanos, he's why the Infinity Stones are so they are literally overpowered. They are so overpowered that if you have them, you are in unbeatable. But yet they have to manage to beat Thanos in a way. So they write themselves in corners. Why doesn't Doctor Strange use the time rewinding powers? Why doesn't
well,
Thanos
I can
use
like
space
none of
teleporting?
Well,
and
the
other
Doctor Strange stuff
no?
is explained by the fact that he's probably tried to use the time rewinding stuff in other
Yeah,
timelines.
Sure, but
I
it's stupid. It's
none
stupid.
of this is in the movies, but I can easily fix all of this with a few lines. It would take very little. For example, the Infinity Stones, why he doesn't turn everyone into ribbons and like just do what he wants, is because he needs concentration. It's not in the movie, but it would be an easy way to fix it because he needs to concentrate to make things happen. And why Doctor Strange doesn't use those timey-wimey powers is because in his own movie he had to walk outside of his own reality. Even in the movie, he says, "I brought some of my world into this one, and it's time." And that's the only like he needs. Like I could write this to be not issues, but they are issues in the movies because
We've got
I am
Mr.
writing for the
Spooderman
show.
joining us now.
Hello.
All right, he's the Spooderman guy. I always come. I learned so many new names in the last weeks, so I'm always a bit. Hello, Mr. Spooderman guy.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Your videos are great. I love them.
Oh, thanks. That's
like
great.
Spooderman.
It's very kind of you.
It's so
So you've been talking
stupid.
about like Superman?
Yeah. I just want to say about Spooderman. Like you really that guy, not I confused something here. You make the Spooder Wars and
Yeah, he makes Spooder Wars.
Oh, yeah, those.
yeah. So it's really I love how stupid it is. No overarching story and stuff. It's just random
That was never
things.
planned. That entire thing was supposed to be like, Mauler, like, if I'm losing connection, I'm still like coming out here sooner or later. Just give me. But all I can say is that the entire thing was supposed to be like Mauler being like Spider-Man villains, but because that whole stream about like being taken down, I decided to make whatever I want, and that's it.
It just got more meta as it went along, and I love it. It's just
Yeah. Considering how messy the first memes were, like they were super stupid, but you still made a coherent storyline out of it. This was really impressive, and it's like you just ran with it, and it was perfect writing because you had these issues, but whatever, we'll just make it into a storyline, and you did. It was amazing.
And by the way, because you both were part of the EFIP 100 giant meme.
Oh yeah.
Again, thank you for that. It was so fucking great.
Oh, no worries.
When all those people showed up, like some of my favorite YouTubers and content creators, and they were showing up one after another, and it was like I was so cheering and almost like crying.
Plant.
And yeah, and the best was when Metal said it's so epic, I'm shitting my pants or something like that, and it was like, yes, exactly my fault.
I'm so happy I got a cameo.
This was so good.
I'm so happy I got a cameo too.
Yeah.
That was
Play,
a
play,
little-
play creations put me next to Beowin.
Naturally.
Also, if I think you all heard that when lost his house to the forest fires in America, bad times.
Oh yeah.
Forest fires.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
like
in
in Cali
California.
and stuff. Yeah. It's
I'm in the South, man. We have other problems here.
oh boy.
Yeah. Do you smell the smoke? Because those smells
No,
can
I
go
don't.
really
I
far.
don't. Do I smell the smoke? No. Not if I heard of.
What the hell?
Because some years back there was a giant forest fire in Russia, and it smelled all the way over here in Finland.
Oh
Like,
well,
wow.
if you want some stories about that, like just at the beginning of this year when the bushfires were happening here, like I didn't see any fires personally, but the smoke from all the fires around us absolutely clouded everything. Like it was about 2 months straight of just smoke everywhere. Like it was seeping into the
Smoke
houses and
and fire.
everywhere. Air purifiers were sold out literally everywhere. Um, there was health hazard warnings everywhere. It was just like those filter masks were sold out everywhere. It was like the fucking post-apocalypse. It was like it really did feel like the end times at the beginning of this year. It was just
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say I have like I had kind of a similar problem here because like there was a blackout. It took like a week to fix all like the power. It was miserable, man. The only thing I did like throughout that entire time was to like build a Gundam, and that was it.
Yeah.
Even then, it took forever to make.
Was it at least during the day so you had sunlight?
Yeah. Well.
Sometimes I was at work, so yeah, it was a pain, man.
Okay.
One thing I'm very happy about. Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah. One thing I'm really happy about is because nature doesn't hate us in Finland. Because America has tornadoes, earthquakes, forest fires, all that stuff. Germany has really bad winters, floods. Well, Australia doesn't count because Australia isn't real.
I have to say that Germany is pretty like normal. We don't have like huge storms either. We had a few storms over like decades that were a bit devastating. We had a few floods actually in Bavaria, I think. But other than that, it's pretty okay, I guess. Actually, with the winter, we hadn't have a proper winter for almost 20 years now.
Yeah, where in Germany do you live?
I live in the south.
Northern? South, yeah.
And
So, well,
we are like we have those mountains and stuff, but when it's winter nowadays, it's like the worst. It's most of the time it's just cold. We actually had a few years back. We had like minus 10 degrees or something. It was really awful. But we don't have much snow anymore. Like on the bigger mountains, it's like on the top a bit. You can't go skiing anymore,
yeah, well,
and stuff. And so in the like when it goes to the Alps, there's more snow and stuff, and some villages that have snow there. But in where I live, there was like 20 years ago, there was snow everywhere, and you could build snowmans and stuff. You can't do that for at least 10 years anymore. It's
yeah.
really bad.
I have a living experience of this because I live in southern Finland. We are surrounded by water, and because of the global warming, heating up the waters, the beaches of the water near us warms everything around us. And in my youth, we had winter for almost 6 months of every year. Like not
Yeah.
winter, but like snow every year, like 6 months minimum. And like last year, we didn't even get snow. Like technically, we got some
Yeah.
snow fell, but it didn't stay on the ground for even 2 days.
Yeah.
Damn.
Really sad. I mean, the good thing is for me because I'm driving around with either the bicycle or my motorbike. I am glad that there's no snow, so I can get everywhere. But at the same time, it's really sad because you can't have a proper winter. When you watch Christmas movies, it's always like snow and all those lights and stuff. We can't do that
I never
anymore.
had snow when I was in Christmas, only once in my entire life.
That's that's like
I mean, honestly, like here in the South, here's the thing: when it snows in, you can't go anywhere.
yeah.
Being snowed in is a nightmare. I'm sorry. This is why
Yeah,
I
well,
love Chad Holiday.
But it should be a middle thing, like enough snow that it's feeling like Christmas time and you're like chilly.
We don't get
and
snow in Christmas here.
sit
We
at
get
home.
fire.
Yeah, of course. That's so.
that doesn't
Well, that's the
count.
thing about,
Australia
like,
isn't real.
Well, that's the thing about the South. Like, we don't get much snow here anyway. When it does snow, on occasion, we got to close it.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
because
well-
like the roads.
You see, Australia
Well-
is so far south that we stop having the deep south and we start having the deep north because all of our
Yeah, you're in the
rednecks are in the
deeper-
north.
You're in the deeper South, man.
Yeah, we're on the southern heavens. We're in the southern hemisphere. So apparently, like all the country bumpkins are like drawn towards the equator. So instead of the deep south, we have the deep north, known as Queensland.
Ah. Oh,
should
so you
I-
have like
to Antarctica.
so you have like the reverse South over there.
Yes.
Backwards country over there.
Though as far as I
So
know,
what do you-
Tasmania is kind of the deep south as well. So
I will say I have the advantage because I just have to go like a few hundred kilometers upwards, northwards, and we'll have all the snow in the world. Because even right now, like there's already snow in northern Finland, and it'll spread downwards. It'll most likely not spread over to my place, and I don't mind. I drive for work, and driving in the snow sucks.
oh,
But like I have the option.
oh yeah.
Like I said, when I'm driving my motorbike, it's like it's a small one, like 50 cubic centimeter.
Yeah, that's
And
easy.
So, but every time I was like driving somewhere and then had to go back home, and it snowed in the it was snowing in the meantime. I had to drive really careful back, and so like instead of 45 kilometers per hour, it was like maybe 20, and I was like, I don't want to fall, and then I hated that the cars behind me were so impatient. I even had one who overtook me really really close. It was we have the tram lines, and it's like they are in the middle of the road basically, and you have the both sides of the road besides of that, and at some points there are like those how is it called fuck I don't know how it's like sidewalks or something.
Footpath, sidewalk,
first it's
that
flat
kind of
and
thing.
then it goes up a bit so you don't drive onto the tram lines, and I was like 2 meters far away from that, and drove really slow, and then someone, and it was snowy, it was icy, it was really bad, and then he overtook me, and like between me and the sidewalk, like I said, it was like 2 meters, and he drove through that very very fast, and I was like, what the fuck. 1 second later and he would have scratched me, and I hate it when people do that, and yeah, like I said, I'm already in danger because with a two-wheeled vehicle, it's very hard to drive there, and then people bring me into more danger. It's okay. Sorry, my rant is over.
No, that's all good. Grith, you asked me what I thought of Apocalypse War, didn't you?
Yeah, someone asked.
Yes.
I don't think you've seen it. Have you seen it?
Oh, I did see it out of because I was. I'll tell my story with Apocalypse War. So, I didn't intend on seeing it because it was just like, oh yeah, it's just another entry in that DC universe that I don't care about. Fine, rah rah rah. And then I started hearing things about this movie. I was just like, I start reading plot descriptions of it, and I see, oh yeah, they like get torn apart and shit, and I'm just like, what? And I start seeing just little random clips because my YouTube recommendations are naturally filled with DC, like clips and recommendations that pop up. So I started watching them kind of absent-mindedly because sometimes I just like absent-mindedly watch clips from these animated things and stuff just to pass the time. And then I'm just seeing like Batgirl getting torn to pieces by parademons and blood splattering everywhere. And I'm just like, Jesus H fucking Macy, what the fuck is this film? So I watch it. And, you know, in the first 5 minutes, fucking Wonder Woman gets her arm torn off. Shazam gets his leg torn off. Hal Jordan is impaled. And just all of just these characters are just slaughtered en masse. And just everything after that is just fucking ridiculous. Just all characters are dying and getting slaughtered. And I'm just like, if I was actually a fan of this universe, which I'm not, I would feel insulted. I would feel like, wait, there was all of that, and you've just like unceremoniously killed 90% of the universe, and also you've basically destroyed the Earth, and now you've just rebooted it at the end so that none of the events of the last 19 films happened. What the fuck? And they turned John Constantine into this Gary Stu kind of character who's like, the parallels to Ray with John Constantine in that film were astounding because he's literally whatever is needed for the plot, his magic can do, and there's no setup for it. So like they need to be a little bit invisible. So he pulls out a pair of sunglasses, snaps it in half, and the sunglasses disappear, and suddenly they're invisible. And there's no like, you know, there's no Chekhov's gun there. It's just like whatever the plot needs, his magic can do. And at one point, John Constantine dies, goes to heaven, and then he's told, oh yeah, but destiny, you know, doesn't want you dead yet. And then he comes back to life, and that's the only explanation as to why he didn't die, is because destiny didn't want him dead yet. And I'm just like, this is almost what happened with Rey in Rise of Skywalker. In fact, I think Rey might edge him out in terms of justification for that resurrection. They're both bullshit, but at least like technically, very technically, there is a mechanical explanation for why Rey came back to life in The Rise of Skywalker. Meanwhile, in Apocalypse War, all we get is, yeah, Destiny's not done with you yet. And I'm just like, fuck off, you're not making more films to this. You explain this right now or let him die like a big boy. That's my rant.
Yeah, well, actually, that sounds closer to Infinite Crisis. Because Lex Luthor just scribbles over the destiny and he becomes one of the thingies.
Would you believe that it's even worse than that? Because at least the book provides some kind of mechanical basis for it. It's really weak, but it's there. Oh. Meanwhile, it's literally just, yeah, destiny doesn't want you dead, lol. And that's it. And I'm just like, what the fuck? Oh, I don't have words. I don't have words for some of the things that are in this movie. And oh, it's insane. And he goes on it seems like they were aware that I was going to watch this film at some point, because my favorite hero is Green Lantern and like the whole Green Lantern mythology. So of course, at one point, Darkseid decides to go on a fucking rampage on Oa, just systematically murdering all the Green Lanterns one by one. Just this absolutely gratuitous scene of just him mowing down Green Lanterns with his Omega beams. And the thing is, his Omega beams are supposed to disintegrate you, like they're not supposed to leave any kind of bloody remains. So they actually make his Omega beams beams weaker just so that he can carve Green Lanterns in half and just turn them into these bloody pools of ash. And I'm just like, what the fuck? You can't even give them like any dignity. You're just gonna fucking mow them down. And at one point he grabs Kilowog, this really, really iconic Green Lantern character, and he just snaps his neck like he's nothing. And there's no ceremony. He's just dead. And the first, and everyone. Okay, so who is aware of Starfire from the Teen Titans? Like, does anybody know Teen Titans here? Out of curiosity.
Yes.
Okay, so
I watched the really good animated series.
So you know who Starfire is. Well, the first image we see of Starfire is her cut in half with her guts like leaked out really graphically because she's off screen been cut in half, and technically she comes back later as this really warped morphed cyborg thing, but you know, it's just this really gratuitous shot of just this really iconic character just being absolutely just murdered on screen, and I'm just like, this is fucking animated snuff. There is no care put into this. This is just, oh, we ran out of movies, fucking murder them, give them the R rating, murder everyone in graphic detail, tear them to pieces, fucking kill everyone, and that's the movie. It's not, there's no meaning behind all of it. It's just everyone's dead, and then we reboot it at the end because fucking we remembered Flashpoint happened. Oh, fucking hell.
No, you went on a rant with about DC because, of course, it's your passion. I want you in a private stream. Fringy had the little show, like, I don't remember what it's called. I've subscribed to it, but I'm subscribed to so many I can't find it. But I want you to go on it, and I want you to talk with Fringy about DC.
Oh, I'd love to talk to Fringy about DC, honestly. Like, it seems like we both have a similar level of interest in it. So I'd be curious.
What is it with Aussies being so hyped about DCEU? People are strange.
I don't know. Well, I don't like the DCEU. That's garbage. But I love DC.
Yeah, but DC. Cosmoronic. I want you on Cosmoronic.
Oh, I have. Look, I would probably be questioning his prequel takes first, to tell you the truth, just because, like, I'm fine if people don't like the prequels, like that's fine. It's just his takes are like retarded and inconsistent as fuck.
I don't recall too much of Fringy's takes on prequels.
Not Fringy, like Fring. I think. I don't recall Fringy's takes on it. I know that he took as much issue with Cosmonaut. I thought you were talking about Cosmonaut Variety Hour for a second.
No.
Cosmonaut is retarded.
Yeah,
Cosmoronic is the
podcast. Yeah. I'd love to go on that. Yeah. I'd gladly talk with Fringy about comics. Sure. Like, I think he's vaguely aware of my existence, but I'm not sure how I would actually get on that show, to tell you the truth.
Definitely aware of your existence, and don't put maybe hide this video stream, but don't remove it. I'll send it to Fringy. I'm pretty sure he would love, especially hearing that rant. I think you two would mash up very well together talking about comics, because Batwoman is so embarrassing. You can talk about the Golden Age.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like
oh yeah. Well, I love talking about this shit, and I love finding news stories and reading them, and then finding it, like, because the thing is, there is such a long history of comics that even if you have a decent knowledge of it, you've probably only scratched the surface, because there's just so much to explore. And I don't know, I just love that shit, even when it's really stupid. It's just really fascinating to me.
This is my first time talking this much about media and with people of like mind, and I have no issue understanding why Moller has no issue having 12-hour streams, because this is fun. And we don't even have a Dismic video.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I have friends who, like, I'm meant to go home because it's the end of the night, and then because we're one-on-one, we just talk about Star Wars for 4 hours straight, and then we realize that it's 2 a.m. and I have to go. It's very easy to do.
What is the clock right now there?
It's actually 9:33, and we started at about 7, give or take 5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
1 second, Griff, I can't hear you at all. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking or not.
Oh,
okay.
Where'd he go? Oh, there we go.
Scooter.
Yeah, well, I might actually post that Apocalypse War rant, like a slightly more edited version with clips and stuff like that. I don't know. I'm gonna have to listen back to it to see if there's material, but people seem to like that rant. Like I might put that as like a stream highlight or something. There's probably gonna be a few. Like I think this stream is gonna definitely. I want to like upload like a slightly edited version of this stream, but I don't think there's gonna be a lot of dead space to tell you the truth with it. So I'm gonna see. There's gonna be a lot of things I can do with this stream. I think.
Just don't hide this because when it's done, I'll find the spot and link it to Fringy and tell him to get on a.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He also hasn't made a Cosmoronic for almost a year. He's a bad man for it.
He doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Well, if you want to, like, all I'm gonna do is unlist this stream. Like, it's still gonna be up. Oh.
Spooder Wars guy, like he's.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. You're back.
Oh, thank God.
What's the issue? Do you have any idea?
I was gonna say that like I like the fact that like Superman's not like brainwashed by Darkseid, even though.
Oh
like,
my God! I didn't even mention Superman. This is where. Oh my goodness me! I forgot about what they did to him. This must be said. Okay, so you know what? Okay, so here's the thing. So like they kill off a few of the heroes at the beginning, but the rest are kidnapped, and so Batman is lobotomized and brainwashed, right? Wonder Woman and a few others are turned into the new Fury, so they basically just turned into these really egregiously awful cyborgs. Which, like, what the fuck? Why are you like? I think some of them might have actually been downgraded by the fact that they've been turned into cyborgs, but whatever. So that happened. But then with Superman, you know what they do? They give him a tattoo on his chest in the shape of the Superman S that's made out of liquid kryptonite, and they inject all his veins with liquid kryptonite to the point where even his eyes are glowing green, and it's just like, yeah, this took away all my powers, and they made me walk the earth just to inspire despair in everyone around me. And I'm just like, motherfucker, that's green kryptonite. You should be dead. It's inside you. What the fuck is going on?
He's powerless. He's gonna be dead. Just kill him off. It's easy.
It's just like there are ways to take away his powers. Like just expose him to gold kryptonite for 3 seconds. He'll be gone. Why you don't? Like, you know why they did that? Oh, yeah. Because it's more grimdark to have him look like this really creepy, demonic version of Superman that's like glowing green, rather than someone who's just like Superman looking but with a beard.
Trigon, whatever. He gets possessed by Trigon or whatever.
Oh yeah, that was the finale. He gets possessed by Trigon. He turns into Super Trigon, and then he grows back his then Trigon goes out of him and he grows his costume back, and then he starts beating the shit out of. Oh my God! And fucking Cyborg. Okay, if we're familiar with Cyborg and his catchphrase, his famous catchphrase, you know, booyah. So we have like a very specific word that's associated with this character, and they use the word at the beginning of the film. Now, Cyborg sacrifices himself and has the final word. In fact, he literally says, "The final word is mine." So what word do you think that he says as his final word? I want you three to guess what his final word might be here.
Just
shooby-dooby-doo.
So
I have no idea. So
the correct word is his final word would probably be his final words would probably be booyah, you know, as he's, self-sacrificing himself, sacrificing himself to destroy this planet. So he would be booyah, and then but no, that's not what his final words end up being, even though it's set up in this very film. His final word is suck it, bitches. I'm just like, why?
Yeah, but it's subversive, so it's great.
No, that's right. The Ryan Johnson treatment. This entire film is Ryan Johnson's fucking wet dream. Everyone just dies, including the entire universe at the end.
How about booyah, bitches? That's a better line than like.
Booyah, bitches would have been better instead of suck it. Oh my God.
James Macken has the perfect word for it. It's not grimdark, it's grimderp.
Exactly, it's grim derp. It is the derpiest grim I have ever experienced in my life.
How come like Darkseid didn't control Superman instead of Batman? How about this? Reverse the roles of Batman and Superman,
and everything would have been fine. But no, you did the opposite, and now things are worse.
Oh,
I like
Being
Raven
Rito.
and Robin, I guess, but Robin's dead, and he comes back to life with his clothes back on.
oh, Damian White.
Tumbling down, tumbling down,
Oh
tumbling
my.
Repo.
Really good.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need to schedule yourself another stream with Man of Tin and Jeb. I want to see what you three talk about.
Oh, that'd be interesting. Well, I'm going to be streaming on my birthday most likely, which is going to be in 10 days. So I'm willing to
10
have
days?
people. Yeah, in 10 days. So on the 23rd or maybe 22nd, depending on which country you're in.
Damn. Man, I'm at a hospital. Fuck you.
I
Can't you have later?
I can't help when I was born. Yeah.
Yes, you can. Go back in time.
Yeah,
Ask
yeah.
your
Just
mother,
don't come
can you
out.
hold it in for a few
You want me to
days?
go back in
No, no.
time and smack my mother's belly so that I come out slightly earlier?
No. Later, you have to.
Oh,
go
okay.
to her, like she's already in the process of birthing you, and then you say, "Mom, can you hold it back a bit?"
No. You just hold on to the little wire, like I don't remember what's name, but the cord. Like you just hold on to that and you can delay it.
Exactly.
Why didn't you think forward, the repository? Why didn't you think, I don't know, 25 years forward?
Well, if I have the time machine, I can just go back to the point where I was technically born. Oh no, wait, I can go back in time, and then as the birth is about to happen, I can take my mother giving birth to me forward in time. So technically, when I come out is on
Yeah,
a separate date.
Right.
That'll work.
Hitler.
Yeah,
Problem solved.
Ooh.
Yeah, all the world's problem solved by doing that.
If I had a
That and
time machine,
that.
I'd probably use it for like the most mundane shit because,
That's it.
see, I'm really afraid of the
Yeah,
butterfly effect. So I would like change things in my personal timeline that I was really not
Step on
happy
a
with.
butterfly, you'll get a
You would
dictatorship.
you would fundamentally change yourself just by taking yourself forward 10 days.
Oh yeah.
Because you would have a lot of news coverage, you would change your mother's life, like
Imagine, like, I'm now here talking to you and be part of the Discord server and stuff. If I hadn't used Twitter a few months ago for like really used it, I set it up last year, I think, for following Mauler, so I can get when
Loosely.
he's streaming and stuff like this. Yes. And then I started to use it a bit more in the last few months and discovered Zodiac and then interacted with the guys more and stuff, and then I joined the Discord server and all this stuff happened. If I hadn't have this like impulse to actually start using Twitter, I wouldn't be here now. So some small things can really change a lot.
Oh yeah.
And also like I'm now working on my writing career and YouTube and stuff, and had more motivation than I had half a year ago for that. That's all because of what happened in the last weeks.
Oh.
So it could be in 10 years I don't know, homeless or whatever, or like I hope in this timeline I will be a writer and stuff. So some things can really change the outcome of everything.
Oh yeah, it's a massive ripple effect. It's why I think I left a tweet a few months ago saying that if you have a time machine and you wanted to go back and stop The Last Jedi, you have to remember that that's probably going to erase EFAP from existence. So
I don't want to. I don't want to erase EFAP.
We're all united through hate, guys. That's what comes us together, man. Like hatred from one movie.
Through constructive hatred, we bond.
Yes, boy. Yes.
Yeah.
Man,
I love EFAP.
I'm glad that movie existed since I have like so many memes now.
Yeah, well, I'm a better writer thanks to that movie because it just really got me to think about what's important in a story and think about things much more fundamentally and mechanically, while before I was thinking more thematically, I guess. So it maybe
I think it's also good to like the fact that we see other like creators like it was like a test route of creators to see if they can like judge it. For example, like IHE, he liked it. Not anymore.
I
think
actually.
it was like a. But then we had stuff like Movie Bob and let's
Oh.
see, Quentin failed miserably. Quentin really failed. At
So
least
I-
IHE redeemed himself.
Oh yeah, like IHE's redemption arc was beautiful. Like I actually have who wants to hear my Last Jedi, like how I reacted to the Last Jedi story?
No.
Because that's an interesting arc for me as well. Because I should give some backstory. So, when I heard Disney had bought Star Wars, everyone else was like, "Oh my god, they're gonna take it away from George Lucas and make good sequels," and I'm just like, "Oh my god, they're gonna fuck it up," because even though even though like a lot of, you know, the prequels and the expanded universe, there was a lot of tism there. There was still a lot of stuff that I really liked, and I didn't want to see all that erased, and I also just didn't want to see like a sequel, an original trilogy nostalgia wankfest. So I was really worried what's that?
I was more on camp. Let's try to do more people doing new ideas. Big mistake because I think George actually had good ideas.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, George
thing.
fucked up with the prequels, but I gotta give him credit. I'd rather have George.
He's a good ideas man. He just needs people to help him like refine it.
He should.
Yeah,
He's like-
yeah, that's the best way to say it. He
I
needs a
think
guy.
he's like. I'm sorry, but I think he's like a bit like comparable to Ryan Johnson in the sense that he has ideas, he can develop a good ground basis, and then you have someone to use that. The same way with Ryan Johnson, who has like the directing skills. And you have someone to write a script for them. So you have to. If Disney would have helped George Lucas doing stuff, I think like they did with like some influences they have in the MCU when they really want to do something great, like they can, like Infinity War, Guardians of the Galaxy and stuff. So you have someone with good ideas and then someone who can work on it.
Yeah.
I remember when they made Iron Man 3. Everyone hated Iron Man 3, and everyone thought it was going to be the end of the MCU.
Oh, I didn't go that far. I just thought it was really disappointing.
Yeah, I thought like this came out like the second Avengers. Was it the first one or was the second Avengers?
It was after the first one, so it was immediately after the first one.
And I think during the second one, I was like, "This is going to be the end. It's over with the MCU." But then they made Captain America movies. They were great.
Yeah, the Winter Soldier was fantastic.
And then Infinity War saved it.
Anyway, so I was kind of so to continue my story. No, that's all good. So I was never excited for these new movies. I was worrying from day one. And then we got the announcement that LucasArts was shutting down, and then the Clone Wars was getting cancelled, and then finally the announcement I was waiting for, that I was dreading the most, the expanded universe is gone, and it's going to be all it's going to be like a clean slate, and I'm just like, you're going to fuck it up, aren't you? You're not cleaning the slate because you want like creative freedom. You're doing it because you want to just put a bunch of bullshit on screen. Like, this was my thought process. So as the trailers came out, I wasn't really impressed with them. I was just like, yep, this is just kind of like, this is just more of the original trilogy. Yep. And then the reviews came out, and it was just like, yes, this is the best thing since like sliced bread. And I'm just like, okay. And I was still avoiding seeing the film, but it kind of clawed its way into my dreams, and it was basically like torturing me into seeing it, because it was just like, you can't miss a Star Wars movie. And I'm just like, oh, fine, I'll fucking see the film. So I go into it, I watched the film, and I came out being utterly unimpressed. I was just like at the time I didn't think it was bad. I've obviously changed that opinion since then, but I came out of The Force Awakens going, that was not worth everything we just lost, and it just felt utterly small and hollow and empty. But it tempered my expectations for new stuff, and then I saw Rogue One, and I actually enjoyed Rogue One quite a bit, and I still like that film, despite, knowing it has a lot of problems. But I still enjoy that film on like a very subjective level. So going into The Last Jedi, I kind of just didn't have expectations. I was kind of like, I'm kind of curious to see what they do, but I don't really have any expectations for it. So I went in, And as I was watching the film, I could tell I was having a lot of problems with it, but there was a lot of stuff that I liked in it as well. So it was kind of like, watching it, it was more of a mixed bag because I liked some of the stuff they were doing thematically, but I hated Canto Bight. I hated everything that wasn't on the planet talking about Jedi philosophy because I thought that had the most potential. And the only other thing I really liked was the cinematography and some of the musical choices. So I came out of that screening very confused. But here's the funny part. I had some friends who were in another cinema at the time, who watched in another theater, and they were waiting for me to come out. And they one of them pulled out their phone to get my immediate reaction for it, and they were just like, "Hey, Meme, what did you think of the film?" And I'm still processing it at this time. You see, it's a very dangerous thing to ask my opinion of something, especially like a film like this, immediately after I've seen it, because I need a lot of time to digest and process it. So I responded with, I think I liked it. And then we started talking about it, and it very quickly started to fall apart, and all the issues that I already had in the screening were already being like addressed and amplified. And then on the drive home, I realized Holdo's plan didn't make any sense. Nothing made any sense. And then I just continued picking it apart, and then I started watching videos, and it was a very transformative film because I came out of the theater not sure what to make of it, and then I just got so pissed off as I just kept thinking about it.
It was shocking for me that it was like just as bad as it was just as bad as the prequels. Like everyone hated as the prequels. I was like,
yeah,
did you actually make something that's just as bad as the prequels?
Oh no.
Already?
Repo basically had the Mauler experience. I'm one of the few that I liked TFA when I saw it, but 2 weeks thinking about it, I was like, that's bad. That's actually very bad as movie goes, but TLJ doesn't have to be bad. I didn't want to go watch TLJ in the movie theaters, but my brother, who was a bigger Star Wars fan than I am, he dragged me in there, and we left the cinema almost like shell-shocked. Like it was so bad to us. We were like, that didn't hold up on any level to us, because story is really important for us, and like, you can have the prettiest movie you want, but that's not what we liked about Star Wars.
Yeah.
And like,
oh yeah,
we left the city.
Also, what I like about the original Star Wars is, and why I don't like the prequels and that aspect, is the old trilogy is like pretty. You have all this advanced tech, but you see it's used, it's dirty, it's really war driven, everything. Yeah, if you look at our history with World War II and stuff, the tanks were dark and brown, not shiny and like polished, and so the prequels and the the sequels feel like everything is shiny, flashy, and it looks so new and great, and or beautiful or whatever, and that's like, no.
I have a problem that it still looks dirty. Like, this is supposed to be an advanced civilization, yet there's still like old technology.
I can actually because I've watched a lot of the behind the scenes stuff of the prequel, so I can actually provide some insight into why the visual design, especially for Phantom Menace, was the way it was. It was because what Lucas was trying to go for is that the original trilogy is like Vietnam in like the 70s and 80s, where everything was very angular, very gritty and dirty. While in the 50s and 60s, things were a lot smoother, a lot sleeker, a lot, a lot more chrome and a lot more polished. If you look at the like car designs and stuff in those ages, so it wasn't at that point yet. So he wanted to show a transition from like that, I suppose, post World War II era into more of a Vietnam era.
And when I think, was it like from like Return of the Jedi or something like that, those re-releases, whatever. Like, I remember being in Coruscant, and it looks just like the prequels.
Well,
It looks
Coruscant
like
wasn't
that.
going to change that much in the same way that certain cities aren't that different from the way they are in the 1950s. But the overall aesthetic of, say, how the vehicles work began to shift. You can even see that in the prequels themselves as the Jedi starfighters become more rounded and boxy, and all the ships in Episode 3 are much more squared off and much more gritty and war weary.
Technology. This is like CGI versus like practical effects. I just thought it was just more about the how technology's changed for like effects.
Yeah, well,
You know what I mean?
if you look at the designs and because outside of the visual fidelity aspect, which of course is going to create a visual difference, you can actually see that there is a transition into that much more grizzled look of the original trilogy in the prequels.
I can accept that. I just wish more. I guess maybe more explanation would be better for me. I guess.
Well, I
don't
think
know.
it's kind of like it's an aspect of the world building is like show don't tell. So they could tell you that.
bad.
What's that?
Spook's pissing me now because Spook, I understand you like the prequels. I have problems with it. You can go ahead.
Well, I think it's a case of, you know, the visuals change to reflect the world, so we don't really need to be told why the world is changing, because we see the political landscape, we see the events unfolding. I think there's other aspects that definitely could have been fleshed out, and people actually did leave some good points about certain things on the Metachlorians video in the comics.
I'm not saying the CGI is bad. I'm saying the fact that like I just think it's weird. The fact what I'm trying to say is that like there's a reason the styles is more about like the technology have. Like Lucas back then uses practical effects
Yeah,
back
well,
in the day, and when he made the prequels, he used CG.
well,
I'm
use a
not
lot of
saying it's
practical
bad. I'm
effects
saying
in the
like,
prequels as well. Like
oh yeah, I forgot about that shit.
you know,
I
like
think
that
about
spaceship
episode
battle
two
in
and three.
episode 1 was actually mostly practical.
Okay, I can accept that.
Yeah.
And I could say the same about like I like Evangelion and shit. You know, like Otto made the rebuild and shit, but his goal is trying to make it different, which I can accept that.
Yeah.
Problem is, it's like the problem
it
is
can be
that
jarring.
the execution is not good. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I could still accept for like them being their own thing. And I could accept the idea. It's just like, it just needs some more work here. Buddy.
There's a conversation to be had there, for sure. I think what I admire about it, at least, I think it's like I would have to actually really go into the nitty gritty and to see if I think that it's justified and everything. But I do appreciate that the prequels had like its own design philosophy versus the original trilogy, because it makes it very, very distinct from it and makes it like a part of the timeline rather than it being this because what my big problem with the designs of the sequel trilogy is it's just repeating everything that we've already seen rather than being an evolution.
I prefer like variety, and like I think it's the main reason why I give like the rebuild. I put the rebuild the same vein as the prequels. You know what I mean? They're like trying something new, different.
Yeah.
The problem is its execution.
Yeah.
Like because different.
I'm just gonna jump out. I have work in 13 hours. I have to wake up.
Oh, that's all good,
tomorrow,
man.
And so I'll have to get this day on the road. But this was very fun, and good luck to you guys.
Oh yeah, definitely. This has been a very productive conversation, I think. Yeah, so it's good having you, man.
Okay.
Later.
Oh yeah.
I also have to hop off soon because I have to do some university stuff I don't want to do, but I have to.
Oh, that's all good. We've been streaming for like almost 3 hours now, so.
Exactly, and I really enjoy it, and talking to you, and the thing you mentioned it before, but I have this with friends. I have a buddy, my best buddy actually. We are like, hey, do you want to talk for a bit?
Yeah.
And because of some stuff that happened, I don't know, and then it's 10 hours later, and we're like, what happened? We just wanted to talk for an hour or so.
Yeah.
That happens really fast, and that's why I hate this when the people attack EFAP. I'm like, don't you have friends where you talk with them and get derailed because of stuff? I don't understand this. It's easy to lose yourself in conversations with people you like. So
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if it's not structured, if there's no set time limit, you can go literally forever. It's there's infinite topics that can be broken down in infinite ways, and sometimes 11 hours doesn't feel like enough.
It's yeah.
Proto E.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be E-Fat 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Yes. Only instead
Um,
of reacting to videos, we're looking at Superman doing the movie Bob challenge.
Yeah, so regarding Superman, because this was the original topic, I think yeah, I'm going away from this his overpowered argument, because there's so much the character has and people do with him.
Yeah.
So I can accept some basic things, where I say, okay, that's nice that he can do it, and then what people do afterwards, with like bad writers do with his character, that's definitely stupid. So I think it's more nuanced than I thought before. And yeah, also like with the problems he has to face with mentally and people he has to save or wants to save and stuff like that. I think you can say that he's good character in many ways, but I don't like him that much.
It's
but
not
that
for
would
you.
also be, yeah, and it could also be because of the stuff I've seen. Like, I'm not gonna read the comics ever, so
I can relate to you, man. Like again with Ava. I like Ava, but I also like Gurren Lagann. But to be honest, I prefer Ava because it's more grounded. You know what I mean? Like, I prefer the more grounded type of mecha. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like that's where the
yeah.
subjective side comes in terms of what I guess you're willing to
And I
accept.
hope they will do better stuff in the future with Superman, because there is potential in making a good movie out of it.
Absolutely.
And so I wonder why that didn't yet.
It's because, like, I think it's basically the reason this debate exists. I think even Hollywood writers really overthink the character rather than, because I think obviously you can do a lot of stuff with him and you can do a lot of really elaborate stuff, but in terms of his character, you keep it simple. He's a guy from Kansas who goes to the big city who just wants to do the right thing, and he has very human problems in his personal life, and then occasionally he punches an alien in the face. But writers want to turn it into this very existential, metaphysical, like they want to really emphasize his alien side, and that's when Superman becomes boring, when you focus on the alien side. Because the thing is, Superman doesn't see himself as an alien. He was born on another planet, but he doesn't remember that. He was literally a baby when he was launched from Krypton, but yet they always focus on, oh, he feels so isolated, he was different from the other kids, and just like, no, no. That's why if I were to write a new Superman origin story, he wouldn't get his powers until he's 18. He wouldn't find out that he's an alien until he's 18. So he has that full life on Earth. And then we get the alien stuff, because then he can experience that as an adult. And that's what makes the most sense.
In a way, kind of like Spider-Man, but more like nicer in a way.
Yeah, he's like a less downtrodden version of Spider-Man. Like, he's still very, very relatable because he's just a guy who wants to do the right thing. But yeah, like I think Peter Parker, it's Peter Parker's whole thing is that he must suffer, while with Superman it's a little bit more the conflicts are a little bit more I'd say nuanced, so it's not like an eternal cycle of suffering like with Peter Parker, I guess.
Yeah.
And I just put up one of my favorite images of Superman. Just, I think this is probably the most relatable image.
Superman, like, do the Diabetes Superman.
Oh, well, I just wanted to end with just a very relatable image of Superman coming home after a hard day's work.
Isn't that also relatable? Like, isn't obesity also relatable, man? Like, there are fat people around the world.
That's true. That's true. But,
Well, that's fair.
Fat Superman, actually. Let's see if where is that? Oh my goodness me!
No.
Oh no!
Don't.
Oh no!
Why would you do this?
What the fuck is this? Oh my,
Why
what?
did you look?
Who made
Don't
this?
ever don't put fat in anything, man. Like, don't put fat. Like, what do you think? It's the internet. Oh God, no.
Uh,
God.
What?
Oh my God.
Holy
what is
shit.
this? What is this?
Right.
What is this?
Oh no. I bet the picture you got in the
What
Oh.
is this?
G, I think, or whatever. Look at him.
Oh, no. Oh no. Oh, I'll put this one up too, but oh my goodness. Just imagine that's the very first picture of Superman you ever see.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first Superman was like this fat guy, whatever, like flying around.
Well,
anyone who's seen this picture, put Moobob's face on that picture
oh
of
no.
Superman, and there'll be.
Oh no, I fucked up Discord.
There is
Discord is
a-
being consumed. There we go.
No,
There's a
not
way to. There's a way to make
Oh.
that good, and like the idea of a fat Superman, or at least someone
my God,
that
I
like a
just said it.
Superman, like with you know, from Spider-Man to the Spider-Verse.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
like you could do something like that. Well, they kind of do something
where
like
Peter
that.
is Peter is like a bit more fat. You could do something that with an older Superman, like if his powers like degrade over time, because it would only be logical,
Oh.
and then he's like getting a bit rustier and
Perhaps
stuff.
Spider-Man had a pot
There's a few
belly, but
stories
he's not
like that
obese.
actually.
Yeah, not as fat like that, but just getting a bit out
if
of
you-
shape.
If you want a really good story that's not like this isn't like a comic. This is a comic book, but it's not like the comic book version of Superman. It's called Superman Secret Identity, which is basically it's a 4-issue miniseries that the premise is a kid in the real world who grew up in Kansas, whose parents were really big Superman fans and had the last name Kent, and so he's named Clark Kent. So he's a guy in the real world who's had the piss taken out of him his entire life for being named Clark Kent and living in Kansas and that kind of thing. And then one day he wakes up with the powers of Superman, and the story is just about what would someone in the real world do if they were, it's not like would someone do in the real world if they like had Superman powers. It's more like what would someone do in the real world if they were Superman in a world, in a world where Superman is a fictional character, like in our real world, like what would happen to them. And it's just basically this really beautiful story about him from a teenager to him being like an old man, and it just like he grows up, he gets married, he has kids. It's just it's absolutely wonderful. I'd really recommend that if you read
I'm gonna say this
anything.
right now. Automatic had a great title for the movie. Superman: The Quest for Vor. Look at the chat. Thank you, Automatic. That's a great title name for a new Superman movie about a fat Superman.
The Quest for Vor. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. This has been a journey. I've learned so much today.
Good grass.
Oh.
A lot of fat ones too, apparently.
Oh, Superman. Oh, I have my Venus Schnitzel. Oh, yes, it is good.
Can you argue that Batman's kind of more of a Mary Sue than Superman?
Oh, like Batman's ridiculously broken in some stories. Like some writers are just really lazy with how smart he is, so he can just do anything.
That's the illusion, because like Batman's like a normal guy and Superman's like a overpowered god alien.
Well, that's the thing. Like, writers don't think they have to be careful with Batman, I think, as much, because I think with Superman, writers know that they have to be careful. Like, people still fuck up and make him way too powerful, but there's like an awareness there. While with Batman, he's like a regular guy, so he's just like, oh, it's really cool if he can breathe in space because he's a regular guy, and I'm just like,
Doesn't make sense. Okay, but anyway, I have to go get something to eat and then concentrate on the tisms.
Yes.
I really enjoyed talking to you.
Oh, same here.
If yeah, if someone is interested in talking to me personally and check stuff out, I will do in the future.
Oh yeah,
They
yeah,
can
sure.
they can find me on Twitter. I don't know if you could just post my
Oh,
Twitter
what do you want me to
profile
post?
link. My Twitter profile.
Oh yeah, sure. I
Um,
can do that.
I
Yeah.
will link there everything I do.
Sure. So I'll put that in
I'm
the chat
in the middle.
actually, and
Yeah, exactly.
so
I'm preparing a Discord server. I'm working on it right now, which will also be linked in the Twitter bio, and then there will be like collected everything I do, every story I post, and when I put up finally a video.
I'm curious. What's the story about anyway?
oh, check
What?
Discord.
What's the story about anyway? What's the premise?
I write a lot of stuff. I'm working on short. What? What's
Okay.
happening?
Anyway, what are you gonna
Yeah.
say?
I'm working on many short stories. I already wrote some in a workshop I did almost a year ago, and I will post them as well. And then yeah, I have a lot of ideas for other stuff, including fan fictions to some games I like. I wrote 2 stories about original characters I invented for Dark Souls, basically.
Oh yeah.
I'm working on Life is Strange fan fiction because I love that game.
Love Life is Strange.
What?
Oh, is that your profile picture?
What is your question? I didn't hear it.
Life is Strange. What's that blue haired chick called again?
Chloe.
Kelly.
Chloe.
Yeah. I only saw the YMS like gameplay or whatever, you know.
Yeah,
And
Life is... Okay, so I have to say
Is this your Superman moment where people have the misconceptions?
Strange is one of my favorite games, and I don't say that it's necessarily good. That's a question you would have to discuss in a lot of ways. But I know that many criticism of the game are subjective reasons. So I try to separate them a bit to actually see is this game bad or not.
I can kind of see your point because I do that with Evangelion all the time.
And
yeah. To be fair, I like Life is Strange as well because I enjoyed it when I played it. So
yeah, and my point is, I watched ER's video on it, and it's terrible. It's a really terrible video. I watched it recently again with Spixu.
Like ER's video.
What?
Like ER's video, really?
Yeah, it's really garbage, and I can prove that. I'm working on a.
I'd be really curious to see that. I still haven't watched his video on it, but I'd be really curious to see what you come up with.
I always watch the YMS videos. I would say that part 2 or whatever with the Mexican kids with the wolves and the furries. I think that's even worse than the other game.
I don't know. The point is the video from AR is it's bad because he either lies about a lot of stuff or ignores it or just doesn't know anything about it. Like and he makes a lot of assertions without providing any evidence, and he also contradicts himself. I give some examples. Like he you're still there because I just to make sure.
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so you're still here. So the thing is that he listed some reasons why he thinks the game is bad. So like let's say he says I list 10 reasons or whatever, and one of those reasons seasons. Yeah.
I think one of the mistake is that like he got like gameplay footage from another like YouTuber, which I think
Yeah,
is
that's
the
another
RMS
point.
video.
I will come to that. I will come to that. So one of those reasons was like he showed Frank from the game and said this entire character, and then went to the next point and like, okay, so you list this as a reason to why the game is bad, but you don't qualify it in any way. You just say this character is bad without saying anything about him. And he's not a bad character, by the way. And also he says stuff about Chloe and Max that are outright wrong or not enough. He took like quotes out of context. He's saying like he says the dialogue is bad. And I would see that some things are not as great as they could be. But if you want to prove that the dialogue is bad, then prove it with stuff that happens and happens unironically. Because he shows a line where Max is like, she says something like, it was really cringy. It was something really, really cringy. And he says this is an example for the dialogue being bad in a game. But the thing is, she says this cringy thing because she wants to be cool in that moment. And the game actually reacts to that. Like she's really acting out of character. She's trying to be like, hey, fellow kids, something like that, right? So she says the stupid line, and Chloe is sitting there listening to it, and then she's like, she just brushes over it, like ignore it. What the fuck did you do? Just go. We are going back to normal mode, and that and then he showed a line where someone who was drunk and high said something cringy, but yeah, people like react like that, and that was his two or maybe three examples he had about the bad dialogue in the game, and that didn't prove anything. And yeah, he showed some like they use some phrases like wowzers or hella or something, and that's bad somehow. Hey, I have slang words I use with friends, so fuck you. and then, but because I really want to make a video on that and I have a lot of to say, the main issue for me was also that he didn't play the game. Yes, you don't have to play the games most often for yourself
Focus on the
to
story. You
criticize.
don't need to play the game anyway. If you're focused on that instead of gameplay, sure.
Yeah,
But
so
you play
that's
the
the
entire
thing.
game experience, you got to play the game.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, he also says that it's not a game, which is utterly retarded. But I will get to that as well. But he's giving reasons and other stuff for why the game is bad, or why at least the story and characters is bad. But the thing is, because he didn't play it and just watched the playthrough, he missed a lot of stuff that is in the game, and he would have found it if he would have played it himself. I think I don't know if the playthrough didn't show some things, but maybe he just glossed over it and didn't watch it as thoroughly as he could, and he ignored stuff you can actually find in the game that disproves what he is saying, and that's why I'm angry about the fact that he didn't play the game. Like, if you want to criticize this, get your references straight, and he doesn't.
Yeah, it's about, you can criticize anything, but you need to have like
Endless-
accurate references for it.
Sorry.
Yes. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say like at least Mahler played the entire game of Last of Us 2, and
Exactly.
when I listened to the story, looked at every single thing, what's wrong with it, like dissecting the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
And
actually am surprised is a thing,
that's why I will do a review of like I watched it. I don't know why, but I watched it years ago and didn't care about it much, and then I watched it recently and it was like, what the fuck are you even talking about? And that's the thing also with the video. He talks so fast that you almost often miss what he's saying, so you have to really pause like they do in EFAP because he talks so fast with his points, and it angers me because the video is watched by over 2 million people, and it has 11K comments that mostly agree with what he says, and people say this is a bad game based on that. Even Mauler and Rex say that. They said it in one of the last EFAPs, and I am disappointed in them because of that, and I will say that in a super chat at one point. Because yeah, they base their opinion on the game, and it's really like I don't like the game, and
Well, they might say that I haven't played it, but I only seen the video, so maybe it's bad, but who knows?
exactly, and the video doesn't prove that it's bad. It doesn't prove it in any way, and I hate that people watch that and go out and say, "Yep, Life is Strange is bad."
I
or
mean, that's
this
the
is
reason
bad
why
or
I watched
whatever.
the YMS video, because at least he's playing the game and actually look at it.
Yeah, I will check that out as well. I also watched a part of Mark After Dark's thing, and I hated like 2 minutes in. He did like a super cut why he hates the game, shows some things, and 2 minutes in, he's already so retarded in his
Right.
points.
You might go to like his Twitch, because I think he has the entire game on his Twitch channel. It's all like the entire game through.
He
Because
showed,
YouTube is like edited.
yeah,
So
sure.
you might as well just look at Twitch instead of like on YouTube. But
Yeah,
the one from YouTube is pretty entertaining. I gotta say that.
I will. The thing is, I have because I already also mentioned it on Twitter, and some people already said in like he's making jokes, but so it's fine. But I'm like, yeah, it's okay to make jokes, but at least be right in your joke. Like the same problem with cinema thing.
Your joke.
You just can't make a joke and then say it's just a joke, and people take this as per face value and think the game is bad because of a bad joke. Sorry, this doesn't. That's not good. And I will check out his stuff. I will also play the game after I come out of the hospital. I will play the game again. I will fully record it, so I can get every reference I can to disprove what people are saying or prove it. Some stuff is tissing me totally.
Yeah.
But seriously, that's
There's a lot to defend with the game, definitely.
yes. And I am fine with not liking it. I'm fine that you don't like the music. I'm fine that you don't like the characters. But at least have it right. Like, imagine I would say I don't like Luke Skywalker because he's reckless and he always says stupid stuff. And you're like,
I don't
what?
like Luke because he's black.
Yeah, or something like that. And you're like, what?
He has a beard.
It's not true. And if you don't like Chloe Price, totally fine. I can understand it. She's edgy, she's bitch in some points, and that's why I love her. But I can see why you don't like her. But don't say
people care about certain things for a little bit, like Lord of the Rings, for example. Like Marler and Rags and the other guys care about Lord of the Rings, so they're more focused on that. But you show them like, I don't know, like what's it maybe? I guess Back to the Future or something. They probably won't give a shit. Then again,
I think they really like Back to the Future, so it would be Avatar: Last Airbender might be a better example.
Oh, that's another thing I really hate because I didn't watch the literature Devil was smaller thing.
But I gotta say that I remember like in the third season, and I don't think I remember like much of the first two seasons.
I am willing
so I might be in the boat.
Yeah, I'm willing to concede that the story that the series is maybe not as great as I think, or at least experience it. But there were many things they claimed that are not true, and some things are true. That's right. I also some problems I had, especially with the brainwash thing and Basing say that they didn't realize that it's not or didn't care that much that it's not a person. It's really stupid. But what I don't like is with Rex's reaction to it. Like, he's seeing like 5 scenes of the entire show and says it's bad because of that, and like, you can say you wouldn't watch it because you saw that and don't like that. Okay, totally fine. But don't tell me this show is bad if you didn't even have seen it. Right?
Yeah.
Say that, like,
I know that
know,
I know that at least
I was
Mauler
gonna
has retracted some of his criticisms just when he's gotten new information, but I think his stance now is he just doesn't really care about it that much.
And
But-
that's okay, but don't insult me for that.
Yeah.
and you can to be maybe because I like Monkey Jones and I have more of a thicker skin, and he's clearly trolling. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
But you know, I'm more focused.
Yeah.
That's I was talking about Mauler and like Wolf. You know, like at least they seen the show. I want to hear their points. Which is why I'm not like the the new video they did about the Avatar thing. I'm not too angry with that video because at least I just want to see hear his points are out, and it's like okay, all right, because like he's seen the show. I'm more upset with Wolf because he has seen the show.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like it anymore.
I think he's like flip-flopping a little bit on it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what his current
Wolf's,
up to date.
Really like he doesn't know what to say or whatever do.
Well, I think he wants to rewatch it with ER because ER really loves the shows.
Yeah, I think that's like I don't want to be mean, but I think Wolf's my least favorite because he is kind of flip-floppy and doesn't know he doesn't like stand. How can I say this? Like he has like
fuck you.
He doesn't stick with one opinion or the other. He gets emotional is the thing. He gets too emotional.
He's had some tism takes. Like I almost like he has had some tism takes in the past. I do like him. I do like him a lot. But I do agree he's had some tism takes.
And everyone has some tism takes.
Like Kylo Ren. I think that's like. I think Zuko being Kylo Ren's a little bit like harsh.
Oh, he clarified that what he meant by that was he's a better he's a similar idea to Kylo Ren, but he's done significantly better, so that's what he actually meant by that.
That's what he should have said in that,
Yeah, so that's why he asked Mauler to not like repeat anything he said on the stream anymore, because he just didn't want to because he couldn't really defend himself if Mauler repeated something wrong.
I have to say something to Informed in live chat. I know Wolf didn't like Thor 3 Ragnarok, and I know that Rex and Mauler liked it movie, and I don't like the movie either. And I don't know, I don't remember what was said in this video, and especially because it's not.
I think his video was just like, "Oh, CGI, therefore bad." Like takes like that.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Ragnarok.
The thing is, the movie is fucking bad. It sucks, and I hate that people try to defend the shitty movie.
See, I really love Ragnarok, so I'm probably going to be one of those people.
I can understand when you like it and like the humor. I didn't find it funny in any way, but I can understand that people find things funny.
About Guardians of the Galaxy,
but it's a bad movie, and I will die on this hill because it's really bad, and I don't like that people say it's good. Like it, okay, but don't pretend it's a good movie. It's better than the other Force, but no.
I don't really have any reference for how it's a bad movie, so
We're gonna be here all day about like for Ragnarok.
Almost everything. I have to rewatch it to get my reference straight.
Yeah.
But
I think I had to rewatch it too, probably.
Because every time I rewatch it, I really appreciate the character work and stuff like that. So it's
I can't really say much, Spook. Sorry. I really have to rewatch it. Because it's like very blurry and it's a bit it's been a while since I watched it, but I know that many things don't make sense. Why Hulk is there? Why like Hulk is conveniently on the same planet. Thor lands there. The Valkyria, or however she's called, is really stupid. There's many problems in there's many problems in this movie, and I have to rewatch it at some point to give.
Fair enough. I think all I'm really saying is that I would need it explained to me because I really enjoy it, and I have a lot of things that I can point to that I like about it.
The fight was stupid. The way everything happened in the end was stupid, and the end scene, or at least after credit scene, is so stupid because like it ties into Infinity War, and that's the problem with that. Like, oh, we saved Ragnarok. Now we are going on the ship and fly
Isn't
away.
Ragnarok like
And then
Armageddon
that,
or all that?
what?
Ragnarok's like Armageddon Day or something like that. It's not.
Yeah,
it is-
exactly. And we survived the shit, and we are now on this ship.
No, like Ragnarok.
flying
No,
around.
that's true. I'm just saying that Ragnarok's like the way, like the end of the world or whatever. That's what I heard. Like they survived Ragnarok. They lost their home though. That's the thing.
Yeah, sure. But my point is that they are now with the ship flying away, in to wherever, and then we see in Infinity War them getting obliterated by Thanos, and we're like, okay,
I didn't
Well, half
know
of them
that
still
was-
survived, so it's still like the ending to Ragnarok is
100%
still.
I know, but it's still like it's so pointless.
I thought it was the Guardians of the Galaxy at first. I didn't thought it was Thanos because they had that giant ship from the last movie.
It does
Yeah,
have a similar shape, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I don't know. I'd have to think about that one before I give like an opinion either way. Because I just kind of thought, oh yeah, it's logical that they're about to go into Infinity War, but I'd have to think about how that affects like Ragnarok itself, and there's a lot of different. One sec. There's a lot of different things that I would need to consider there before I kind of gave a definitive take either way on that post-credit scene.
Yeah.
But I can about the movie I can say why I didn't find it funny, because many jokes were just like, oh haha, it's been said 3 times already. It's so funny. Huh?
Yeah, I thought it was similar to Guardians of the Galaxy. Is the thing.
No, Guardians of Galaxy is way. Fuck you.
What?
It had
Guardians is so much better.
Well, Ragnarok had a very Australian kind of sense of humor to it, so maybe that's why it appealed to me. But
yeah, but I like the rock music here and there. It's like that's why I thought about like Guardians of the Galaxy, in space.
Oh,
You know what I
right,
mean? It's similar to Guardians of the Galaxy, but not
yeah,
really.
that's true. But Guardians is like,
yeah, it's
I'll
also
say that Guardians is better.
it's also worth noting that like Ragnarok, like on a superficial level, like ticks all the boxes for me. Like it's bright and colorful.
Yeah.
It has like that kind of 80s synth sound to it, and it has some. It's very silly, and I like really silly things, so it kind of ticks that box for me. So
AC/DC, where they played the music in Ragnarok, because AC/DC is Australian, right?
oh, that's not AC/DC though. That's I think it was. I would have to look it up, but was it Led Zeppelin they were playing? It was let's see, Song from Ragnarok.
It wasn't clever because that's an Australian band.
Yeah, it was Led Zeppelin Immigrant Song.
Oh, like is that also Australian? Because
I don't think Led Zeppelin's Australian.
If they made an Australian band doing it, I think it'll be
AC/DC is
clever.
Iron Man's thing.
True. You can't have there's only one room for the Australian band. That's Iron
Yeah,
Man.
Led Zeppelin is English.
It's close then.
The people who invaded our country.
Hey, the English invaded our country too, and you won.
Yeah, but we signed a truce and let them rule over us. Checkmate, atheists.
Well, we became, and so
And then we lost 2 wars against emus. And then emus got put on the protected species list in 2000, which really was a truce.
At least you don't have those giant Komodo dragons or whatever.
Yeah, they're on the islands.
You
They
got
escaped.
those giant monitor lizards or whatever. They're giant monitor lizards on steroids or something like that. I forget what it's called. It's Meganula or something like that. I gotta look this up for a bit.
There's a lot of really weird shit in the world. Birds are dinosaurs, so that's definitely. Oh, by the way, I think the most trigger I ever got on EFAP is when they were talking about dinosaurs for a while and talking about prehistoric animals, and they kept getting things wrong. And I was a really big dinosaur nerd as a kid, and then I became a really big dinosaur nerd as a teenager, and I just kind of keep looping in and out. That's one of my obsessions. And so as a result, I'm pretty knowledgeable on it, and they kept getting shit wrong. And there was no other time that I was just like, let me in, let me on, so I can correct everything that you're saying right now.
Yeah, I'll let the chat know there is no such thing as a saber-toothed tiger.
It's a saber-toothed cat. It's a saber-toothed cat, Smilodon.
More as well, you know.
Yeah, and there are actually multiple breeds of saber-toothed cat as well. I think even multiple breeds of Smilodon. And in fact, saber teeth are like something that has been convergently evolved a few times over the course of ecological history because they have certain advantages.
Metrodons.
Yeah, like there was something in the Permian era that's walking with monsters.
Yeah, that's some good right there.
Walking with monsters.
There's a giant lizard for you, by the way. Coincidentally, there's an emu over there. It's going to eat it.
Yes.
Show in the chat.
Oh, emu? Oh my goodness.
See that?
Oh yes.
There it is.
Oh my goodness me. That lived here.
Against the emus.
Yeah, it's scary to think that we had megafauna because.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Show to the chat.
I'm putting it in. I'm putting it in. Oh Lord. Oh, Discord. I've got to figure out my Discord-tisms a little bit better. But oh my goodness. Oh my gosh.
Look at that beauty. I like how there's like a bird over there, like an emu over there. It's like there's some eggs too. It's gonna crush the eggs.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Speaking of like, you ever seen that show Primeval? Because that also had a.
Oh, I love Primeval. Like it kind of shat the bed a little bit in the later seasons, but
I love Primeval.
Oh, you do? Oh, great! I never thought I have like people who actually like that show.
There's a whole group on Facebook of Primeval fans. So you're not alone.
Unironically, I sat there with a book about dinosaurs. And I was like, oh, that's the one, because I was really a dinosaur nerd as well back then. Oh, and I like, oh, that's the one. Really
I'm like a dinosaur nerd too, man.
What I love is that they took until the last episode to finally show a T-Rex. They were very restrained with that.
I stopped watching it after 3 or 4 seasons because it got so ridiculous. I was like, oh man, I really liked it. I liked the characters, but seriously.
I like the idea of the future predator.
That
design's so good.
Oh yeah, I love how it has like the ear as its eye, and how.
Oh yeah, it's clever.
Yeah.
Isn't that? I thought it was based on like, what's that? You ever seen Afterman or whatever? I think it's like based on that.
Yeah, there was also like a series called The Future is Wild, I think.
Oh yeah, that's some good rat. It's basically walking with dinosaurs in the future, I guess.
Yeah, what pisses me off about a lot of like more modern like documentaries that try to do the walking with dinosaurs thing is that they keep cutting to like interview segments and like CGI like diagrams when walking with dinosaurs worked because it was very much like on the ground, like you are back in time and it never cuts back to present day. It like walking with monsters went a little bit tizzy because you would go inside the monsters a little bit, but it was never like cutting to interviews or anything. Oh, it was cool. It was just like when I rewatched the series, it's a bit out of place. So like it's not very diegetic, if that makes sense. Yeah, so it's something that I like in isolation. It's just when it gets more stylized, it kind of breaks that immersion of it being like a David Attenborough kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it worked because it was trying to be more like an actual documentary with prehistoric animals, but now it's just like it's trying to do that, but with interviews to see what they work.
Yeah, and they make them
like here's how they work here and there. Like, how much do the documentary thing?
Yeah,
it ain't that hard.
Yeah, well, the thing they make the animals so hyper aggressive as well. Like what I love about walking with dinosaurs is you see them just waddling around, being autism-y and taking shits and fucking and you see them living their lives and you see all the awkward moments as well, and they have little moments where they interact with the camera crew. It's just a very charming but also very immersive experience that makes you feel like you're legitimately back in time, and even the outdated CGI doesn't really ruin that much.
I would say outdated CGI and outdated science.
Yeah, like the outdated science is a bit of a like an
not only like the T-Rex looks not only bad CGI wise, but design wise as well. Like the short tail makes it look really retarded.
Oh
I'm
yeah, well
sorry.
the thing is, it was inaccurate even back then. There are certain things I can forgive, like they didn't put any feathers on them, even though they had that knowledge back then, just because it was too intense for the renderer at the time. It wasn't
Yeah,
until
it's
walking
not-
with
What do you mean by
beasts.
feathers? Because T-Rexes didn't technically have feathers.
Oh, well, I'm talking about stuff like
Ornitholestes.
Ornitholestes, and some of the smaller theropods like Utahraptor and stuff like that. Which,
No, the
okay, mini rant time. Remember how they have a dinosaur called Utahraptor, and they specifically specify they're in Europe?
Oh god, that's a good. Yeah, I think they were trying. I think they messed it up. I think because like they were in like another. They were in. Were they like in America or something like that? And they say like.
Well, here's
I think they
here,
messed it up.
I'll give you a
on the
recap.
map.
I can almost hear Kenneth Branagh's voice in my head, which is like, this is a European species of iguanodon, because we had seen like iguanodon in America, but now we're in Europe. So he says this is a larger European species, and here is a group of vicious Utahraptors, and I'm just like, motherfucker, it's in the name.
You know, I think they messed it up because I think the Utah Raptor was supposed to be in America.
Yeah, because it's named
They messed it
Utah
up.
Raptors from Utah.
What else? I gotta say I like Walking with Beasts, but you know the one with the Australopithecus. Don't
Oh
age
yeah,
well
that's.
because
I
they
think
look
everyone agrees
bad.
that like the CGI ape men are like the most tismy part of that show.
Oh yeah, God. They should have just had like I think that's the reason why they made Walking with Caveman or something like that. They tried
Like
to make it
Walking
more
with
like,
Cavemen was better because it was committing to it much better, and they had like. Here's the problem. The Walking with Beasts episode was all CGI and animatronics for like these very human-like creatures, which could have been done with actual actors. Meanwhile, with Walking with Cavemen, they actually had like actors playing the different species of human and hominids and stuff, which was a much better choice because you can actually. Oh, what the hell? What have you?
What just happened? The Utah Raptor thing.
When did the Utah
what was the
Raptor?
episode?
Oh, that was in the pterosaur episode. You know, the one where he dies of not getting laid.
Yeah, he died an old man. He didn't get laid. He died a virgin.
Oh
So,
no.
Well, he wasn't a virgin because he'd mated many times in that spot before.
But he died a virgin this time.
Yeah, he died. He died a year. He died. He had not gotten his lay that year, and therefore died.
He didn't
Relatable.
meet that year. He died that year.
You know, the ultimate
Okay,
case
guys.
of blue balls.
Oof.
I really have to go.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's
Yeah.
fine.
Go
I
ahead,
will
man.
say you can post my Twitter just again so people can have it. And
Oh, yeah,
Do it
sure.
again.
And yeah, everybody can also add me on Discord. I like talking to people, and like I said, I will work on. I'm working on some stories. I'm working on a fan fiction for the Discord server we're in. I don't know if
don't
we
like those
can
fan
plug it here,
fictions.
but anyway, I'm working on some stuff. When I'm in the hospital and from Friday for 10 days, I will use the time to work on some stuff.
Sure.
I'm also working on 2 videos already. One, I have the script. Just have to get myself to actually record my audio because it's way more easy to talk to people, but to just record your voice is
Yeah, I understand that, man.
I
Yeah.
hate this.
I'm sorry.
So I will try to get this done after I'm back from the hospital, and then I have to edit the video and stuff, and then hopefully I get it out. It will be a response to Vito. He made a video about Pokemon fan games, and it's really bad.
Vito's in a lot of
the
hot
video-
water right now, isn't he?
It's so horrible that I had to. I commented under it and had a lot some points already I could refute. And what did he say? He replied to that comment and just said, "Go out of your, get out of your loser." Like, okay, fuck you. I will make a video.
Oh boy,
And,
he's a strange one.
the funny thing is, I even got some things, like I got one thing wrong in my comment. And instead of engaging with it and maybe calling that out, he just is like, fuck you. Like, okay, fuck you back. I will do a response. But the thing is, the video is 1.5 years old already. I couldn't get myself to record it, and it's bad. But I'm trying now in October then. And also work on the
very inconsistent.
what?
James Moore, he says like your video is very inconsistent.
He is.
He's a strange one.
I do kind of like the guy.
Yeah,
maybe stop finding things that he's good at and stop doing things he's bad at.
I don't really have an opinion on him.
He's good at anything, but but anyway, I don't want to get derailed in another discussion. I'm also working on the ER video I already said about Life is Strange, and I hope I can get some stuff done soon. On my Twitter profile, will soon link my Discord server so people can join there and see what I'm posting, where they can find what I'm doing, and talk to me as well. And let's see what happens.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I hope you will enjoy what I'm doing in the future.
I'm curious about this video. All right.
Yeah, definitely. I think no one's off limits when it comes to criticism, so I'm very, very intrigued to see what you come up with.
I'm also. It will be a ride.
Yeah, a good day will be when someone makes a video criticizing my work, and then I can learn from it or tell them they're wrong. It's going to be great.
I hope I had a short exchange on Twitter with ER. He said like he seems to be proud of this video and didn't really concede that he did some bad stuff, but I also didn't go in detail. So
yeah, it might be a case of he would need it like outlined in a detailed way.
I will link the video to him and maybe talk like go back and forth with him if you watch the video then. But what he said was something else. I'm like, what the fuck? He said like, why do you care about a 7-year-old video? Besides that, it's 5 years old, but okay. He said it's like, the video is still on YouTube and people are still watching it. So of course I care about a bad video on the internet.
Well, if no one's going to challenge it, people are going to take it as gospel.
Exactly.
Like, as far as I'm aware, Plinkett got quite a few things wrong with his prequel videos, but no one really went to challenge him on it. So a lot of people have repeated certain.
A lot of things right about it, you know.
Yeah, well, admittedly, I haven't seen the Plinkett videos, like just because I haven't gotten around to it. But that's what I've heard. So it's kind of like if you don't have anyone contesting it, people will take it as gospel.
Still hold up. There's still some things wrong about it though, like the midichlorian. Like, you got that wrong, but. Most of it was right though.
Sorry, but we're going.
Oh yeah, we're going on a tangent. Okay, we'll let you go. So we'll let you go.
I want the last thing.
Oh yeah.
The last thing I want to say is that I will check out some of ER's newer videos again to see.
He has gotten better.
Yeah, probably, but I want to see because I watch his videos and like, what he says is true. He's right, whatever. But now that I've watched the other video with this. Like actually thinking about what he says, I kind of hear that he made maybe same mistakes in other videos. I will check that, and if he got better or if he is almost 100% correct in his references now, I will be fine with that. But if not, I will call that out as well because that's the same thing with videos we watch on EFAB. There are so many videos people like because they don't really listen to what the people say on these videos. And if you pause it and think about what they're saying, like, what the fuck? And I fear, I'm scared that this is maybe the same case with ER, which would be really disheartening because he's a great guy, I think.
I love his stuff.
Like, what was it again? Like, who's that? Was it Robot Head again? He made a very bad video about
his Mandalorian video was garbage. Like, I love the guy, but that video was just like, look at this droid in the background who's unoriginal.
Do you mean
Oh, what's that?
Do you mean Ford Theater?
Oh no. Robot Head like made a video on
right.
on
I have to
Mandalorian
watch it
episode
again.
1, and like his
Yeah.
criticisms were like I don't usually call out nitpicks, but literally his stuff was like, zoom in on this droid in the background. Look at how unoriginal that droid is.
that's a
Bad.
Oh, that's stupid. That's really stupid. But anyway, I'm going now. Really enjoyed the discussion, and I am down for doing something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Anytime again.
It'll be a good rat.
If we have topics, I know something.
Good
We
rat,
have to
man.
talk about One Punch Man, maybe.
Oh
And-
yeah.
And also, we could talk about Life is Strange if we would find someone who doesn't
Strange
like the
too.
game. About it.
Yeah, get some varied opinions on that.
Yeah, that would be also great, and some reference, and I could then use for the video. See you guys, and
All
till
right then.
next
Happy
time.
to Zen.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
And there were 2.
Oh yeah.
So, do you want to like bring in like James Moore? Because like, hey
James-
James Moore, do you hate Superman?
If James Moore wants
Let's
to
see if
come
he
on, I'm
responds.
happy to have him. I don't know what his opinion on the Big Blue is.
Oh, he says he can come on in. Like,
Oh yeah,
bring him
sure.
on.
Okay, I'll just need to send him a friend request first.
Yeah, boy.
Let's see, how do I do this? Shit, I gotta find his profile first. I'm like a boomer when it comes to Discord. It's quite
I
bad.
gotta,
Okay, actually,
I
you
like
can
the
add it.
fact that-
You can add him probably, right?
Can I add him? I'm not sure.
Because I need to. Yeah, because I'm actually because the way I've got it set up, every time I do something on Discord, you can see it on the video. So actually, no, what I can do is I can just take Discord temporarily off the stream and just. Yep. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, I'm like that too sometimes. Like this video, for example, I had to like get on here for a bit and shit. You know, like it was hard for me. But then again, I got it down, so
Yeah.
I'm new to this thing. So we're getting there, man.
Oh yeah.
Spook, we're not turning to Jay, man. Like he's not Jay.
Okay.
Fine. We should like invite Spook here too. Like he might.
Oh,
he
if
might
Spook
talk
wants to
about,
come
the
on, I'm happy to
discussions
have
about,
him.
Like why the prequels are like pretty bad in actuality. Though to be fair, the sequels are worse.
You do know I defend the prequels too, right?
Yeah, I know. I mean, to be fair, I know about the midichlorian thing and EFAP anyway. That's what they are. Okay, then. I
Yeah.
think the satellite dish is actually a good example. Actually,
Yeah.
I have the midichlorians. Is that like it's not well explained enough? It's too vague. You know what I mean?
Yeah. James Moore, send me a friend request if you want to come on, because I'm having troubles. Oh wait, here we go. Add friend.
Yes.
Fuck. What is his code? What is his code?
Code.
Like, don't say it, but like paste it in the chat, because I'm having issues getting codes.
I did like your video though about like the prequel, like the Mandalorian. Not Mandalorian, Midichlorians.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
I knew that shit already, but your video was pretty good overall, I would say. And you were fair about like, yeah, I'm fine with you like criticizing the prequels or whatever, but like the midichlorian thing is wrong. I'm not a fan of the prequels, but even now I'll admit that the midichlorian thing is wrong.
Oh yeah, well here's the thing, like criticize the prequels all day, just be right. This is my policy.
I might like the Star Trek videos because he does a good Star Trek. I think Plinkett does good Star Trek videos as well.
I remember I disagreed with. I found it. Okay, I'm
ones,
just add a friend. There we go. Okay,
Yes.
there we go.
In a Star Trek, I seen the first movie of I saw the motion picture and the Wrath of Khan.
Oh, I think it
and
worked.
I gotta say, I like the motion picture a whole lot better.
Really, that is interesting.
I mean, the Wrath of Khan, it's fine, but like the thing is though, like I think Khan's kind of retarded. Like,
Really?
he
That
does
that
some obvious things. It's like, eh.
oh, that
I
is
like it. It's just like I thought the first one's much more interesting. I would say this though, the scenes take too long. Hey, what's up? James Moore.
hello,
There.
hello, Mr. Producer Man.
I just woke up like 10 minutes ago.
Hey.
Well, you have come at the right time.
I know. I seem to miss all the Superman talk, apparently.
Yeah, well, it's in EFAP fashion. We went on many tangents. But
We
you know,
went
I'm
from like Superman to like was it Star Wars and then dinosaurs?
oh
and
yeah,
then back
we
to Superman.
yeah, we went through quite a few different topics. It was quite fascinating. And then I went on my rant about Apocalypse War as well.
Yeah, it's all because I mentioned it.
Yeah. So
It's your kryptonite.
oh yeah, James, you're a little bit quiet at the moment.
Let me figure out my fucking. Oh, I'm at max. You have to increase me on your side.
Oh, okay. How do I do that? Let's see. Oh, there he is. User volume. Try it now.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Up.
Yep, that should be usable. So, what is your
I'm
opinion?
also boomer.
What's that?
I'm also boomer with technology. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Like
All in
I'm.
the same boat.
Oh my goodness! Everyone's messaging me at once.
No, we only have James Moore here, one at a time.
Oh my goodness me. Okay, and I've got to check in case there's something important. So I got to turn this. Let's see. Oh, Spook wants in. Okay, I'll add Spook. Okay, we're gonna crowd this up a little bit.
Oh God, Spook, no.
Spook. Okay, what is Spook not on my friends list? Huh. I'm gonna. Okay, 1 second. No, oh dear. Let's see. You see, I don't need I don't add people to my friends list that often, not because I'm opposed to it, it's just because functionally I don't really need it except for stuff like this.
Yeah, I think I'm more the same way, honestly.
Yeah. Spook, did you want to try that? No. Just oh yeah, here we go. Now add to the call. Mr. Spook, the Knights of EFAP man.
Hey, it's Spook.
Hello.
Oh, are you mad at me now because I shit on the prequels?
No, I'm fine. Is the volume fine?
It's a little bit quiet on my end.
Yeah.
I can boost you a little bit. There we go.
Yeah. I mean, I have no problem with disliking something. Like I mentioned with the other guy who said about the Thor 3.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
It's like with anything. Like
basically, he said earlier that I can't remember who the guy was. He said that somebody had bad takes and he didn't give examples, right? So, and he did the same thing about Thor 3. I haven't watched the movie, but I keep hearing people saying that Thor 3 is shitty, but nobody gives examples, right? So that's my main issue. It doesn't matter if it's the prequels or anything else.
yeah, because I really love Thor 3, and I can give examples for why I like it. But I usually I think Soap's example of the contrivance with Thor landing on the same planet as Hulk is probably the first legitimate criticism I've heard against it. That's not besides the villain being a bit thin.
I like the villain, but I don't
oh yeah,
love
the
villains
great fun performance, but I do understand why people may be of the opinion
all
that
I
you
know is
choose
that,
the scenery.
she's the daughter of Odin, and Odin and her did some bad things, and that's her character.
Yes. Discord is back. Okay, but anyway, Superman. So James, did you have any opinions on the Superman?
It's like what I said earlier. I think Superman is. I think depending on the adaptation, he's usually heavily overpowered, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's a bad character.
Yeah, do you have any specific examples just so we can spitball a little bit more?
Well, what the hell was I thinking of? Of course, when I start thinking of it, I start to brain fart immediately.
Oh no, that's okay. I do it all the time.
Well, especially when you go from like the Dark Knight Returns, the comic
Yeah.
or the animated movie, to like Justice League, the good old animated show.
Oh, I love that show.
It is great, but
Yeah, good rap.
god damn it, his power is fucking inconsistent as fuck.
I remember
But
like
anyway,
I remember thinking Superman was a bit of a pussy on that show, at least in the first season, because the gimmick in the first season of that show is that anytime a new villain would show up and Superman was in the episode, he would like immediately just fucking yeet Superman out of existence just to prove how badass he was. And then that would just kind of be the whole thing, is that Superman would get his ass kicked. And it was only in later seasons that they were just like, okay, we're gonna let Superman win again. It's okay, calm
It's
down, guys.
so fucking fun because there are so few good villains for Superman, in my opinion. I think the Parasite is one of the more genius ones.
You got Metallo's a
I
fun
kinda
one because he's kind of like
Lex
the
Luthor,
Terminator.
but then
Well,
again, like,
yeah, because
you
Lex
say
Luthor is all
maybe-
about intelligence, and that makes sense for someone against might.
What about Metallo?
Fuck, he's the one who.
He's basically the Kryptonite Terminator.
in his chest. That's his power source.
Yeah.
maybe,
Yeah,
right?
there's been
I would
variations on
agree
that.
with you that like Superman villains are not as big as Batman villains or Spider-Man villains, but even though there's like a good rogue gallery,
I think
Rogues gallery of the-
I think Superman has a fine rogues gallery. It's just not as well known as the other ones.
that's fair.
Yes.
Yeah, so
But I like Electric Chick and Lava Lady.
yeah. Oh well, what was her name? Yeah, well, actually, like the
Firefly.
Superman animated series gave us like a lot of like villains that eventually ended up in the mainstream comics, and I think that was actually kind of a boon for Superman villains.
Toyman, I like Toyman. He has a
Oh, yeah,
weird fat
Toyman's
face.
great.
Toyman is great. That's a good choice.
Yeah.
He's more of a Batman villain, but I actually do like him. And
Oh
like him,
yeah,
though, to be
he's just
fair.
really creative. I love it. Yeah, like I think, like it, and again, I think this is something we were talking about earlier. Is that it really depends on who's writing him, because there are certain writers who like can
Yes.
be really on the ball, really consistent. It's just like, okay, so he's really, really strong, but he's not too really, really strong, and he's got all these powers, but you know they've got realistic limitations, and they also remember that okay, his weaknesses are not just kryptonite, but also red sun radiation and magic. So there's a lot to work with. Plus, there are other things that can hurt him. So, like if you sharpen a blade to like the thinness of an atom, for example, that can cut through anything, including Superman. So that's
Magic.
oh yeah, magic is really
Great.
it's kind of clever.
Yeah, I was going to say this. Why is he weak to magic? Is he
Because
better than an alien?
Kryptonians have resistance because they have all the resistance to the natural world, but the supernatural world is just like anyone else.
What about resistance to the other stuff like Zod or whatever the fuck his
Oh,
name is?
like it applies universally to all Kryptonians.
That's a good
You
question.
can add other shit that's equal to his power, besides magic and the other stuff.
Yeah, well, the
has
thing is,
aspect
those are
like
like the general weaknesses, but you've got characters like Doomsday that can literally kill him, and you've got
Darkseid.
oh yeah, Darkseid, but I consider Darkseid more of a Justice League villain, though he is very interesting against Superman as well. Though he is more known for Superman just because I think the animated series are really focused on him in that final season, so he gets a lot of credit there.
Justice League show, whatever, in the last few episodes, I think.
Oh yeah, where the world made of cardboard speech, that was fantastic, and that kind of summarized why his power is kind of inconsistent, because he's always on some level holding back, because he's very aware that everyone around him is squishy and mortal, and if he doesn't keep himself in check, he's going to like just crush. He's just going to kill people like regularly, but he wants to make sure that not even the buildings in his city are destroyed. So he's got to be really careful with how he uses his power, and that can cause him to be very vulnerable physically, because if he's holding back, that means the villains have plenty of openings to take him down. Yeah.
Like that movie, that Superman fight, that British guy or whatever.
Oh yeah, Manchester Black's fantastic as well. He's a very good he's a very good physical villain, but also a very good psychological villain.
Villain movie. He was fighting like this British guy and this other like.
Yeah, Superman versus the Elite. That was Manchester Black.
Yeah, that's the Elite. Yeah.
That's my favorite
Can you
Superman
watch
movie.
It was like he goes all out and actually be like Did he lobotomize the guy for a bit?
Well, I think he didn't. What he did was he just removed the part of his brain that he basically just he basically just uses heat vision to remove the part of his brain that had his powers tied to it, I guess.
Damn.
Yes.
Though in the comics that was just an illusion because well, the movie's self-contained while the comics wanted to use him again, so it was more of an illusion. So he more just gave him a mild concussion in the comics, and then they were carted off to prison.
The Superman movie is the 1976 one called Superman.
Superman.
Yes, you can Google that if you want.
Yes.
Speaking of like Superman, Supergirl.
I like Supergirl,
Yes.
just not the show.
I hope he covered that because I think Supergirl has a lot like potential for memes.
I think
like
the main redeeming part of Supergirl is that they've actually gotten some really good actors to play some of the villains. So they got a really good actor for Lex Luthor, and Sam Witwer is always an amazing choice. But yeah, that show is full of tism. It's just it's just I've given it.
I want to watch it.
I don't know how.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Supergirl. The only thing I saw about Supergirl was the Flash crossover, and I thought that was pretty bad.
Yeah, like the only thing I can really give it is that they despite I wish it was made out of like better materials, but I think like the original like the costume she had for the first 4 seasons was like pretty faithful. And I really hate the new costume she's in because it just takes away all the uniqueness of her character.
Yeah.
She's just basically booby Superman now. Let's see.
Oh god, it's Superman. Is this like a foreign movie or like a?
Is this porn?
Is it like a parody or something like that? Because it seems like a parody. All right then. Can we even show this on stream though?
I'm gonna investigate it first before I put it on. I'm just gonna take a good look at it to see if there's nipples. If there's no nipples, we're fine. We're fine. There's no nipples.
The Cinema Snob will cover this a long time ago.
What the hell?
Yeah, there's no nipples or anything. Like the backs are they don't even have bum cracks, so they're fine. The chat has no idea what we're talking about, but I'm gonna.
Yeah. There we go. Now get rid of it.
James Mack and Old Mimic also brought up Mongol and.
Oh yeah,
Mr.
Mongol's great. In fact, Mongol is pretty versatile because he's been like a villain for like multiple different heroes, and like he's really good as just a general DC villain. What I really love is when he took over the Sinestro Corps that one time, because Sinestro was had been arrested after Sinestro Corps War, so he was a Green Lantern villain for a little bit, so that was a lot of fun.
Off topic, Superman fights for your sexual rights. It's literally the title.
I agree.
He fights
He's one of on the left.
You could say on the rise, even.
Let's see. I'm just gonna make this a little bit bigger.
I've been scared to watch that Justice League Dark Apocalypse War. I don't want to.
I saw it.
Were you around for my
I thought
rant?
It was fine, but it was also confusing. It's trying to be like edgy, I guess, is the better word to say about
It's
it.
snuff.
Edgy
It is
endgame,
absolute
but it
snuff.
doesn't work.
Yes, that's the best way to say it.
It is.
I think the problem I have is that like, why can Darkseid just like take over Superman's body and let Batman be the resistance leader? Like, make Batman the guys who like.
I think
Batman's a better choice than Superman because he's a normal guy.
I think he wanted Batman's intellect. To be honest, I was not. I didn't like that he lobotomized Batman, obviously, because I just thought that was another grim dark move. But
I thought he was brainwashed.
No, it was like he was basically he was brainwashed, but it was like presented in a lobotomy way. It's weird. Like it's not. It's very strange. But
it sucks because so many of those Batman movies in that universe are really good.
I've only seen 2 of them.
I seen like was it like Hush or whatever? I thought that was pretty bad.
I haven't seen that one.
Hush is not that good.
I need to bring up.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but let's just say it's disappointing.
All I know is that on the stream right now, it looks like that giant monitor lizard really wants to jump Superman's bones.
Yeah, let's try to change it.
No, this is beautiful. This is art. I just gotta correct it a little bit. There we go.
I like how it's running on top of us to get to them.
Oh yes, this is peak. This is peak right here. This is how we know we've made it. Oh, I just gotta lift it up a little bit. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy steep. Here we go. Beautiful. Still a better romance than Raylo.
Trying to find the picture, like Superman being like brainwashed by Darkseid.
But wasn't it Batman that was brainwashed?
No, I'm talking about like the original animated show.
Oh
had
yeah,
Superman
yeah,
being
that one.
brainwashed by
Yeah, the
Darkseid.
finale. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was.
I found it. There's a picture.
You know, they were gonna do a season 4 of that until Warner Brothers had other ideas where Superman is trying to regain the trust of everyone after that episode. That would have been really quite cool to have a season where people are distrustful of Superman because of what happened. But instead, they kind of that season probably did still happen, but it didn't get created. So we have a big jump at the beginning of Justice League where everyone trusts him again. Though at least Hamilton remembered and he became a villain, which I thought was a good choice.
I can see that. Post a picture
Oh,
of like
oh,
the
yeah,
evil
that's-
Superman
oh,
on
that's-
the
oh, that's-
chat, please.
Oh yeah, that's
Why
right.
does he look like Orion?
Because, well,
Because
it's
it's
it's well, he's brainwashed by Darkseid, so it's probably like
Yes,
similar.
it's just I just think
And
it's
this
funny.
Superman,
Well, I think it's I don't know. It is. I think it is consistent with the apocalyptic look to an extent.
But that's like a high god thing, isn't it?
I suppose we'd have to compare it to other yeah, to other we'd have to compare it to some other designs because there are some similarities between the two of them that can definitely be pointed
there's a
out.
picture of them without the armor, or at least without the helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a really good one. I have all three. Hold on.
Oh, it's so good. You know what pisses me off? Every single DCAU show is on Blu-ray now, except for Superman.
You mean the animated series?
Yeah, like all the
Yeah,
all the
it's
animated shows are on
Like,
Blu-ray except for the
that's
Superman
really
animated
pretty
series.
good actually. Like I actually rewatched some clips a little bit. Well, I actually saw one episode about like what's that thing called again? That guy, the fourth dimension guy, whatever.
Mixius Pitalik.
Like a
Mixius
yeah,
Pitalik.
I actually really like that. It's a really good episode. I really like it. I like the idea of this cartoon character like taking over.
Oh yeah, the fifth
like, fucking
dimensional
over
imps.
Superman and
Like
shit.
Batman has his
Fifth
own.
dimension guy, yes.
Yeah, did you know Batman has his own fifth dimensional
Yeah, I
imp?
know.
Batmite.
Oh, bad.
Oh god, not Batmite.
And then
I
there's a
like
comic
Batmite.
called World's Funniest where they're kind of in a competition to see who can fuck with their respective
Heard about that.
Oh, and then it got even weirder like a few years ago when they established that every version of Mixius Pitalik in every like medium is the same person.
It's confusing, honestly, because they're
No,
all like
why would you do
characters at
that?
that point.
Because
Why would you do that?
he's a fifth dimensional imp who can do anything.
Yeah, I know. Fifth-dimensional imp, it could be like, can't you have like other fifth dimensional imps, like other Mixie Pitalik guys?
Oh, well, the thing is, the only issue I would have with that is if there were contradictions that could be pointed out. I don't have a problem with it in concept. It's only like it would be very hard to execute and keep it 100% consistent. So, for example, that was the problem with Unicron in Transformers for the longest time, because the really deep lore, like in the comics and everything, had established that every version of Unicron was the same Unicron, and he was like across all universes, and it was a mess.
Heard about it.
So eventually they were just like, nope, none of that now.
That makes more. Depends on what version of Unicron you're using. Like, I think this one version of Unicron's like the Earth. I think. Like, I remember that, but
Oh yeah, but this
all
was
I know
like
is
this.
Prime. I like Transformers
I
Prime.
like Transformers Prime too, but I'm just saying it's like I prefer a variety of characters than just doing the same shit over and
Yeah.
over again.
Yeah, well,
As long as it's I gotta
yeah.
keep this in mind. As long as it's good, I'm fine with it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think I love Transformers Prime as well. I think the main place it suffered is because it was cancelled midway through its third season, so they had to rush the wrap up. So there was a lot.
like Transformers, like Bumblebee or whatever, and
Yeah, we got Robots in Disguise, which we don't talk too much about.
that one sucked.
What I love is that they tried to maintain the continuity from Prime on that show, but they also really fucked up the continuity a lot because we have a completely different version. What's that?
It's just that just need line continuity. You squint and you might see it, but it doesn't make any sense in the long run.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it was continuing storylines from Prime, and then so that it was kind of consistent there. But then if you try to put the Cybertron games in there, which are supposed to also be in that same timeline, it just
That's what I have a problem with. The designs are the problem. The characters are the problem.
The designs.
A lot of things are the that.
Yeah, well, I think the designs can be.
I think inconsistent is the issue. Like,
yeah.
Very inconsistent.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Did you have a point, James? Sorry.
No, I'm just like looking because I sit in two pictures where the evil Superman looks like Orion.
Oh yes.
Hilarious. And then I was just staring at the belt, and I'm like, why does that look like the Batman Beyond belt?
I think this might be down to Bruce Timm's art style, where
He really likes giant chests. I gotta say.
He likes square chins and giant chests, and like yeah.
Please, like the Orion pictures, like something to behold.
Yeah.
If all of these are made by the same fucking guy, then
yeah,
he's got a consistent art style at least.
I like the art style. The problem is that it's just like very specific per se. It's very like it's the same. I guess it's the same problem Gundam Seed. Like I don't mind the design. Like they all look the same is the thing, but the reason why it looks the same because it's a very specific design. It doesn't take out like how could I say this about that? Like it's very specific and it keeps your like shit. It's a very specific design and you keep your mind into it and you can't get out of your brain.
So you basically you can't unsee how similar a lot of things look.
Like example, like the chest, for example, like they all have the same chest. Like it's not a bad design, it's just like a very specific design. You know what I mean? It's a very stylized design that all the characters have.
Yeah, it's a consistent art style that can
I'm not saying it's bad, just saying it's just like noticeable. The word is noticeable.
Yeah, so you can it might be distracting to some people.
Yeah, I should have worded that better.
No,
I mean, if I sound like a fucking retard,
no, that's all
sorry
good.
about that.
You're all good. You're all good. I struggle with articulation on the fly sometimes as well.
Yeah. By the way, I don't mind the art style. Just saying that it's like very like they really like. It's just a little jarring. Jarring is the word. Yeah.
From a certain point of view.
Yeah. Man, how come they don't make more Batman Beyonds?
He's in the. I think they've got a comic going. He's been brought into the mainstream comics now.
I think they just canceled that comic line. Actually.
Yeah, but he'll be back. He's always, they keep canceling and then redoing stuff. Like
I think DC Universe has the entire Bruce Timmverse on it.
Yeah, I just want my Superman show in HD. Why is that so hard? Why can't we have nice things?
I think you can. It depends on how they were made, I guess.
Well, the thing is, they've got Batman the Animated Series in HD, and Batman Beyond in HD, and Batman the New Adventures, which was being made at the same time in HD.
Which is, I look at DC Universe because I bought that. It specifically says for the thumbnail that they have for the new Batman Adventures remastered in HD.
Yeah, because I think they did. I think they redid. They've redone all the Batman stuff in HD, but they haven't done all the Superman stuff. But they've also done all the Justice League stuff in HD as well. I think Superman's the only one that's left, except maybe Static Shock.
It's not a technical thing, right? So they can't really do it. They have the means to make it HD.
Yeah, because we've seen it done with all the other shows. Yeah.
I just clicked on the Superman one to check the quality. Yep, it's 472p, and I'm like, but why?
Because, I don't know. I think they're obsessed with the they're obsessed with the Batman stuff, which is fine. The Batman stuff's fantastic, but I like my Superman as well. Like, you just give me my, just give me.
Please tell me they updated Static Shock. No.
No, I think he's still.
Here's my question about Static Shock. Why they didn't use him? Like who cares
Right?
about Black Lightning? Like
I think-
Static Shock's the
Okay.
real like
I
hero.
wouldn't say that. I was gonna say, why the hell would you fucking blackwash
Oh,
3 different flashes?
Blackwash feed- Oh, that's right. They blackwash like
my
what is it,
favorite
like,
Flash. Why? Well, I just hate how irrelevant he's become as well.
Flash.
I don't-
Because I know who you're talking about because they changed Wally to like black, which is
Wally
fine.
West.
But he's still a shitty character in that show.
Well, the thing is, the basically like every adaptation of Barry now, I've noticed they just take Wally's personality and they awkwardly transplant it onto Barry, and it takes away a lot of.
Just use instead. But
Yeah,
then now,
yeah. So like
Spider-Man,
Wally's the
like,
one
he
who is
uses
like
other
more
Spider-Man.
jokey and stuff like that.
Flash are you talking about? The
Uh,
90
The Flash.
W one or the other one?
CW,
EW one.
but I
bad
think it's
one,
also
shitty
happened in
one.
other places as well.
That one had like 2 good seasons, I guess. The first 2.
Yeah, I liked the first one and the second one. When it got into the third one and the fourth one, I felt that it jumped the shark so hard that it makes me want to kill myself. That
Oh
bad.
Jesus! I think for me, like by the third season, I just felt like they were spinning their wheels. Like I was fine with I felt like in the first season they were leading somewhere because they were setting up all the classic Flash stuff. They were putting the rogues together. They were, you know, they were getting all the stuff that we knew about. We were getting all the classic Flash stuff all together, and it was leading somewhere. And then Jeff Johns jumped ship from the CW stuff, and then it started really going downhill because they were just like, we don't know what to do. We're gonna put Captain Cold on the show and murder him. Instead
I
of
hate
like,
to say this, but that Flash when we got into the Flash, like I thought,
Oh,
maybe
definitely.
like the Flash as in general.
yeah, oh, that's fine. Yeah,
And when I went to season 3 and 4, my God, it was that bad. I think Savitar was the one that made things much worse.
thing is,
Like,
Savitar
Megatron looking thing.
is like
Is Captain
Savitar
Cold
in name only.
The guy from Prison Break.
Oh yeah, that was Captain
Oh,
Cold. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
You should definitely
Captain
see what they do with him in. I
Talking
believe.
like this.
What's that?
Goddamn, what's that show?
Yeah, they killed him in Legend of Tomorrow.
Yeah, but they bring him back, I believe, in.
Well, they bring back like
Uh,
past versions of him and alternate universe
of
versions of
Tomorrow.
him, but they never properly resurrect him.
Is that version gay actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a gay version of him. That was fabulous.
Sure. I'm
He
fine
has a
with it.
wedding, I believe, in one of the shows.
Yeah, so
they're
they have
all in
that's
Discord right
Citizen
now.
Cold. That was like the good guy, Captain Cold.
Yeah,
Talking
we're
about
ruined
Captain.
Discord. Enjoy.
What the hell? What is happening?
Yeah, enjoy this. So
What the fuck?
here's an example, by the way.
Oh my
of
goodness,
what
my
I mean. They just turned this Flash. I don't know which Flash that is.
Oh, I've got good news for you. I've got good news for you there. They've retcon that by that time they had established that was not the original Wally West. That's actually his cousin, who was named after the same
Wally West.
Yeah, so that's actually Wallace West now. So he's his own character now. So he's been allowed to evolve into his own character while the original Wally West is still around. I can show you what the original Wally West looks like now, if you want.
Can you show the screen? Because I don't think a lot of people are seeing this.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
oh yeah. If you
Yeah, we only
Just
see like
go get
Superman and
Discord
some kind of
now.
chick, I think.
yeah,
Oh, that's a Black Canary as Green Lantern. So
Black Canary is Green Lantern. Are you shitting me?
no, hold on. This
that's
is
from no, that's from
the-
DC. That's from Elseworlds. That's from DC. So that's like Marvel DC's version of Marvel
Elseworlds.
Zombies.
Okay.
This is better than Marvel Zombies, by the way. Fuck Marvel Zombies.
What?
I haven't
Marvel
read
Zombies
Deceased,
is
so I don't
not-
have an opinion on that. So Wally
Marvel
West.
Zombies
Well, I think he's
shit.
Dr. Manhattan right now, but don't ask. But this is what he's. This is his new. This is what he look. They brought him properly back into continuity, and he got a new look, and he's the Flash again.
Yeah, see, he kind of looks like the one from Young Justice.
Yeah, so that is the same. So they established that like there was some cosmic shit going on where the world had kind of forgotten about him, but he was able to reintegrate himself into the universe. And then that established that the Black Wally West is actually his cousin. So that Wally West was allowed to become his own character, which was cool. And this guy got to continue being the true Wally West, if that makes sense.
Yeah. By
Then
way,
the
I
CW
like
fucked
the
it up.
deceased comics.
What's that?
It's interesting. I like the deceased comics, except fucking.
I like them too. I just wish they would stop fucking it up, you know, because they keep giving it to writers who don't know what they're doing. And then other writers have to keep fixing the mistakes that other
Isn't that
writers
like
make.
the DC version of like Marvel Zombies?
Yeah,
It's
that's
not.
just that. Well, that's just
It's
DC's.
not.
Talk
Marvel
about
Zombies
general.
is stupid.
No, I'm talking about in general, like superheroes turn into zombies. That's basically what it is. The idea of
That's
superheroes.
the thing. It's
turning
not
into
just
zombies.
superheroes. It's everyone. Unlike fucking Marvel Zombies with the virus, it's just we're gonna infect heroes.
Wasn't
And it's like, what do
it
you-
wasn't the thing in Marvel Zombies that regular people were getting infected as well, but the heroes were eating them too fast for it to take?
I don't see. My knowledge is it's just they infected superheroes.
Oh,
That's
well-
my base.
Well, the thing is,
knowledge, and
Tony
it's like,
Stark was infected and he was fine. But I think, yeah, I remember specifically there was a line when they were infecting Tony Stark where Reed Richards said, "No, stop eating him. You need to let him. You need to let the infection take hold." So I think it was affecting regular people, but the thing is, the superpowered people could just eat people really, really quickly. So any regular person was just getting consumed to the point where they wouldn't even be able to change because there was just nothing left.
Somebody said we need the audio boost.
For audio boost for which one? Just in general?
It says the newer guest, so I'm assuming it's me and
Okay.
oh,
James.
Okay, well, I got James at maximum.
maybe I just need to talk louder.
Maybe. Oh, that was better. That was better. Maybe it's just you need to go close to the mic.
Yeah, I use a headset, so I just shove this to my face.
Yeah, so that'll work. Or there might be like internal like you can sometimes boost the microphone in your audio settings thing.
They're already at max. Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it does affect everyone. I thought it only infected heroes in Marvel.
Yeah, it was you know what I love about Marvel Zombies is that Army of Darkness is canon to it because there was a crossover called Marvel Zombies versus Army of Darkness, and it's legitimately in the same timeline. It's more like Ash from the Evil.
Like 3 different things.
What's
It's
that?
Insane.
Yeah.
The Evil Dead comics are insane. Like I know there's one with fucking Jason from Friday the 13th.
Oh yeah,
along
there was
with
2 of
another
them.
completely irrelevant character from another.
And that one has a
To be
crossover with
fair,
Mortal
the
Kombat.
book of the Necronomicon appeared in
Necronomicon?
Jason Goes to Hell.
That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah. So that technically there's basis there, and actually that first comic was based off of an actual script for Ash for Jason versus Freddy versus Ash, that did actually get pretty far into development, but then Sam Raimi decided I don't feel comfortable with another director deciding what Ash can and can't do. So that's kind of why that didn't go anywhere. But then they turned the script into a comic. So that's how that happened.
Was that also with Hell? Wait, wasn't there also one that what they're gonna do with Hellraiser or something like that? Like,
Well, I don't know if there was going to be a movie, but I know that there was the original ending for Jason versus Freddy was going to be that there was going to be a big like whirlpool in Camp Crystal Lake, and what was going to happen is that both Jason and Freddy were going to get sucked down into it, and then they would end up in hell. And they would, and just as they're about to go at it again, like all these chains would come out and cling them to the walls, and then Pinhead would come out and go, "Gentlemen, can I assist you?" or something like that.
I think it was like what seems to be the problem or something.
Oh yeah, what seems to be a problem? What seems to be the problem? Or just something like that. So, but then they couldn't get. I think it was I'm not sure if it was a rights issue because they probably could have gotten like Pinhead in for a quick cameo, but I think it was more a case of it would have been incredibly expensive to do the whirlpool, so they just didn't bother.
Like what year was this again? Like,
This was like
Dragon-
2001-ish, I think.
I love that movie for that.
It's a lot of
that,
fun. It is a lot of fun. The only downside is that Freddy only kills like 2 people in the entire thing.
Isn't that his like complaint? Is that he gets a kill stolen by Jason?
Yeah,
Because
Jason just keeps going on rampages. Just like, no, they're scared of you. Fuck off.
He just decides to kill a sleeping person for whatever reason.
Because he's
He's like,
Jason.
that was my kill.
Yep. Yeah, because it's because you know, Jason is a wild animal, and he's just like, oh fuck, I should have.
And Freddy just winks in the camera, meaning that he'll never die.
Oh yeah, like I think, you know, the movie very much was having fun with the cliches of both characters, which is probably the best way to go about it.
How many movies did they make? Weren't there like 2 with them?
No, there was only 1, but they were planning on a sequel, which was going to be Jason versus Freddy versus Ash, but that never ended up manifesting.
Yeah, they also fucking canceled the TV show with Ash, which was fantastic.
Oh yeah, I need to watch the rest of that. I'm only up to I've only up to the beginning of season 2, unfortunately.
Spooderman would love that because it's only practical effects.
Yes.
I didn't say that I hated Fred. I hated CG. I'm fine with CG. Why do you keep shitting on me for that, man?
I'm just pulling your leg, man. It's fine.
No, I know. I'm just getting tired of that argument. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay. We all are we are the practical effects was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah, I know. Like in Star Trek, the first movie, or whatever, had a lot of practical effects, and they really liked to show it off. Took like forever in the movie.
Poor old Mimic in the chat. How the hell did we get to this?
Because
to EFAP.
Because we are because we've EFAP's a bad influence, okay?
I like this shit, honestly.
Like, look.
Yeah, don't start these 2 on Godzilla. If you
Oh,
want a really fucking tangent, say something about Godzilla.
Oh,
for those you don't know, we had a long tangent about Godzilla.
Yeah, we were meant to be having we were meant to be having a meeting about the EFAP 100 meme. We spent the first 40 minutes like talking about Godzilla. It was great.
Yeah, I know.
What did you think of Shin Godzilla?
You see, I really like it. I really like it as a standalone.
Here we go.
I just wouldn't like. It's really cool as a standalone and like a really different interpretation of Godzilla. I just wouldn't want it to be like the main Godzilla, if that makes sense.
Sure,
Yes.
but I like it as it's.
Yeah, I like it. I like it as its own thing. Yeah.
I'm happy it's part of the universe. I look at the same way as GMK. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because GMK is also very.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I'm all for like occasionally like really radical different versions of it. You know, I like to have like a mixture of like radical new stuff and like more traditional action.
Like I noticed with most of the Godzilla movies, especially the Heisei era, they're so much. Well, you could say the Millennium era as well. They're all basically the same shit, and it's boring. It's so much. There's nothing's happened. It's like. The Heisei era is probably even like the most guilty of this shit. Like it's so bad, it's not even B-movie bad. It's not like Godzilla vs Megalon or anything like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like it. Like by the time you get like there's, I think there's definitely a lot to like about the Heisei era, but I can definitely see how it can get a little bit monotonous. So I think it ended at a good time, if that makes sense, because if it kept going, it probably would have degraded to the point that the that the previous era had. Only it wouldn't have like the kitsch factor that kind of makes those later movies entertaining.
And this is where I realize I fucked up and I don't know that much about Godzilla.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's been a while since I've watched the film, so
I've only seen like 5 of the films total.
You ever seen Blue Nova? He actually has a lot of Godzilla movies, like reviews or whatever. He does reviews of the Heisei era, and you might like those.
Yeah, if you want to
like more of like.
If you want to, oh sorry, if you want to crash course on Godzilla, I'd recommend James Rolfe did like a series where he very quickly reviewed he did a Godzilla-thon where he reviewed all the Godzilla films that were out at that time. So that's a good crash course. I think.
Like I thought that was a lot better than the Godzilla font because the Godzilla font was like actually kind of like more dated per se. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
They're
like
fine introduction.
yeah, like it's not an in-depth thing, but it kind of like it's like a very like it gives you the basics very very quickly is how I would describe it.
And I think he's wrong about biolate because he says like, why would you do that? Would put the cells in that plant.
Yeah, he does get
Whatever,
some
like,
things wrong.
That's wrong. He wants to revive his daughter or something like that. That's why he did it.
Yeah, so
I
you know,
guess James, I like James, but I think he takes things too much like slack or whatever. Like, you know, like he take like science fiction or whatever. Like kind of like it's science fiction. It doesn't really matter. It's like it kind of does matter because it's science fiction.
yeah, like I think you know, he's a fun personality, but I've definitely I'm at the point where I watch him more for the entertainment than for like really good takes, if that makes sense.
He has good takes occasionally, but some takes are kind of like, eh.
Yeah, like I think he's just, you know, he's just a guy talking about movies rather than necessarily having the best takes in the world, which you know, there's an appeal there, I think.
Yeah. It's better than the Scott critic, let's be fair.
Right
Oh yeah, well there's much better production values for starters in his video.
So you know that good old fashioned American Godzilla that everyone hates, even though it's hilarious as fuck, and I love it.
I like him as a standalone monster, but I don't like him as Godzilla, if that makes sense.
I'm fine with the design. It just makes him. He needs to be more like. What he needs to have is the atomic breath and more durability. I would have been fine with it.
Well, there's a reason he's called Zilla now and not Godzilla.
Yes.
I mean,
series was cool though. Like he had green atomic breath. He was badass in that one.
Yeah, oh yeah, well that one's probably more worthy of the name, but like Toho, like when they got the rights back to the American Godzilla, when they never moved forward with a sequel, they rebranded it officially as Zilla and then put it in Godzilla Final Wars. It was great.
And he was instantly murdered.
Oh yeah, he was just well, the best part is he was murdered in my country. He was like inexplicably the American Godzilla was invading Sydney.
That's too harsh, guys. The American Godzilla is the one from Legendary Patriots. This is the French Godzilla.
Oh yes. Well, Zilla was invading Sydney, and then Godzilla went to Sydney and just smashed him into the fucking Sydney into the Opera House. And I think Zilla's been smacked around enough in Final Wars and in the comics that I can officially say I like him now because he's been knocked down to size. And also there was a novel that did something really cool with him where instead of like, you know, him being just one intimidating monster, they took the angle of the fact that one Zilla can lay like 40 eggs as portrayed in that film. So if you think about it, that's actually kind of terrifying because it's this giant monster that can lay a clutch of 40 eggs asexually, and then they can lay a clutch 40, each of them can lay 40 eggs, and before you know it, they're overrunning cities. It's kind of a really cool way to take that character and make it its own thing.
I was gonna bring that up right now because James McAvoy, has anyone seen the 1989 animated Godzilla series?
Yeah, they were talking about that actually.
Yeah,
which is based off of that movie.
Yeah,
based off that fucking single one cliffhanger living at the end.
Yeah,
and then just getting attached to whatever his fucking character's name is.
Matthew Broderick's whatever his name is.
The lot of fish guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's a lot of fish.
In that show, I've only seen like 2 episodes. In one of the episodes, they go to Jamaica and Godzilla fights like a giant crab lobster thing.
That sounds amazing.
Is it a squid or is it a lobster?
It's a squid. It's called Cephalopodus rex or something like that. I might look it up.
I just love how they didn't have the rights to any of the other Godzilla monsters, so they had to make up their own.
We're gonna put like other Godzilla monsters in there and like do new takes on them, I think, but they decided like, nah, it's 2 new monsters.
And also they would,
and
also they would need to pay for the rights to those monsters, which would have been expensive. Which for a TV show wouldn't have been worth it.
That image posted the Godzilla there looks like Dex from episode 2 with the lips.
Which one? Oh yeah. I'm gonna post a very special image of Godzilla right now.
Oh my god. Well, I looked up the plot for episode 2. I'm sorry. It says the
I
team
found the image
discovered
right away.
a group. It's a group of giant squids and a hideous mutant crustacean, Crustaceous Rex. What the
Crustaceous
fuck?
Rex. Oh, it is called Crustaceous Rex.
What the fuck?
Put it in the chat, please. Like, I think that's like people need to see this like retarded man thing.
I've got some
Like
retarded
this
images.
retarded-
I've got some retarded. Oh my goodness!
Put in the chat.
Oh my goodness. Okay, this is going right into.
Claws on its feet.
This
Like,
is
it's
go-
not a chicken. It's a squid.
Okay, we're just gonna plump this.
It's a PNG. It's fine.
It's okay. I'm just gonna. I gotta take down some of these fucking things.
Oh, is that
there it
Mechagodzilla? What the hell?
Oh, is that it's their take on Mechagodzilla.
Oh,
that's
I
the
think it was
deal.
called Cyber Godzilla. Because they couldn't, because Mechagodzilla they didn't have the rights to, so they went
Yeah.
with, but they could make like something that wasn't called Mechagodzilla.
I
Okay,
mean, I gotta give him credit.
Oh my
They did,
goodness.
like the animation justice.
This is the
with,
crossover of the
like,
century.
the design.
let them fight. Let them
What
fight.
did you guys think of speaking of Godzilla and giant monsters, what did you think of Kong Skull Island?
I really enjoyed
I
it, but I'm
liked
told
it.
there were some tisms in it. I can't.
Oh, there's tisms. But
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, well, I just had a
if you
blast
wanna
with
know-
it, to tell you the truth. Like, just if only subjectively.
If you want to tell us our opinions on like King of the Monsters, unfortunately, it's pretty negative.
Like my opinion is like I really like the monster designs.
Yeah,
And I really
Yeah,
like the
it's fine, but I
monsters, and they got the monsters' personalities really spot on, and that's where my
I know,
praise
but-
ends.
I don't know. As much as I like people praise the Ghidorah with 3 heads, like arguing each other and shit, like they never really do that much later on in the movie. Like after Kevin gets killed, he just like behave like well enough that the point it becomes King Ghidorah.
Oh yeah,
You know
like
what
they
I mean?
needed to
They
do
kinda
more
forgot
with
about
it, but I think they got
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm saying.
person.
I'm sorry about it.
Oh shit! Did I just delete that? No. Oh, that's a shame. Oh well.
No. No.
I just saw it on top of the emo and I'm like, oh god, please kill it.
I've got a new opponent for it. Don't worry.
Fucking hell.
That Superman in the background makes it even better.
There we go.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, that's funny. I'm sorry. I just like the Superman looking down, like, are you gonna suck?
I
And
like his
also,
two arms is a thing. It's very funny.
it's just, realistically, I don't know how the cephalopod Rex is gonna move. Realistically, even in water, it just looks so.
It reminds me. You ever seen like The Future's Wild? They had a, like a creature that walks on land, like a squid or whatever.
Oh yes.
That looks more plausible to this thing.
Y-
I might look it up for a bit. Hold on.
Oh yeah. So
Did
that
I-
was like the successor to Man, wasn't it?
Man, I think.
Oh, I'm keeping sad Superman there. He completes me. So
'Cause I,
so do you guys remember the phase 2 of of Shin Godzilla?
yes.
Because I'm gonna tell you a story, and then I'm gonna put this image on screen.
Depending on what you mean by phase 2.
It'll
The
make
one
sense.
directly after the tail.
I think I know what you're
Yeah.
talking
So
about.
when it first goes on land.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm in the cinema and I'm thinking, wow, this is like this really serious, like really down to earth, like reimagining. And they're taking it very seriously. It's very political. That they're reacting exactly like a real government would. This is very it's not gritty necessarily. It's just like very frank. It's like it's being presented like a drama. And I'm thinking, wow, this is very this is kind of interesting to see like such a down to earth portrayal of like a kaiju attack. And then this pops on the fucking theater screen. And suddenly, I don't know what life is anymore.
Yes.
Staring
great.
me in the face.
I love the dopey eyes. It's
Yeah,
amazing.
it's great.
It was a moment of it was a moment of, did I just see that? Because it's just very quickly cuts to it and then cuts away, and I'm just like, what did I just see?
And
The weird
part
thing is, they
is-
actually still make it terrifying. Like it destroys shit, and it still bleeds through its gills and shit.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
it's very it's very great. I actually think it's a good.
Yeah,
It's a
like
good first start for Godzilla.
yeah, it's
I
like
would
it's
say.
got that uncanny valley thing that's kind of creepy, but
Yeah,
the thing is, it was
balance.
so like, you know,
Jarring.
I was expecting it to just look like Godzilla, and then I just see that, and I'm just like,
The thing is, I actually knew this already when I got in the theater. When I saw it, it's like, oh, this guy's actually destroying shit even more than Zilla. That's hilarious.
yeah, oh yes,
I mean, at least with this, it destroys a lot of damage. It does. It destroys buildings and shit. Like that's what Godzilla does.
I think it's
Doesn't
time.
it keep those eyes tuned to the next stage and
It,
stuff?
it does keep those really. I think it technically keeps those eyes the entire time, but then it just keeps the body keeps getting proportionally bigger, while the eyes stay the same size.
I think. Well, I think the eyes also definitely change in the fourth stage.
Yeah, it has like little like crocodile like slits or something like that.
Yeah, because it's just taking so much damage.
So I've got a story. I've got a story to tell you.
Oh boy.
So you know how Godzilla keeps evolving in that movie?
Uh-huh.
There was a magazine or an interview. Like there was a book called The Art of Shin Godzilla, which specified what the later forms would be if it was allowed to continue to evolve beyond what we saw in the film. And
Jesus Christ.
And I'm now going to read to you its 5th through to its 8th form, because we only saw 4 forms in the film.
It's not even my final form.
Yeah. So here's the 5th form. So with the 5th form, it would acquire flight, self-division without limit to eventually cover the whole Earth. Divided forms may shrink in size and form a legion. It may become immune to the Yashiori plan, so the way they defeated at the end. I won't spoil it if people want to watch it. It will lose algesia, so it'll lose its sensitivity to pain, and it will lose its emotions. So it will have no emotions, and it will not be able to be hurt. And self-generation, and it will be able to completely regenerate from the smallest fragment of its body. No, self-generation, meaning that if you like hit it with something and a fragment of it falls off, that fragment will grow into a full-size Godzilla. So that's the 5th form. The 6th form, it will overcome the requirements for air and water to survive. It will achieve self-energy production, so it won't require anything external to power it. It will achieve limitless nuclear fusion and overcome energy problems. Degeneration of the mouth and teeth will eventually lose these organs. Will eventually invade outer space and reach other planets. So here's the 7th form.
I like that.
Here's the 7th form. It keeps going. 7th.
I've read this before, for the record. It's
Yep.
insane.
But I'm thinking the chat hasn't. And this is for them, because I really need this on record. So, 7th form contains a small universe within its body, synthesizing any materials or elements at will, making them its own, adapt to harsh environments of any planet. And it keeps going. Here is the 8th and final form. Transcending physical law and reaching the level of God and immortality.
Like I said, like the movie said, this thing is God incarnate, and it all came from like a prehistoric reptile.
Yep.
Who knew? God's a prehistoric reptile.
There's a bunch of different theories in the movie itself. Like, is it just a scientist that committed suicide? Is it
Yeah, it's not really clear where it came from.
There's
Find the
radioactive
tail.
things
Like the
that's
tail has like a human face in it, whatever.
Wait,
That might be a rep Evangelion, probably, but who
the
knows?
tail is still sentient even throughout the movie as it keeps going.
I love how it shoots lasers from its back.
And its tail. People complain about that. I don't understand why. Same with the little tiny arms.
It's
like
just
I
its
don't
own
understand.
design.
Like why the arms are the big problem? Like, isn't that like a T-Rex? Some shit.
Oh, did you just look in the Discord?
No, I looked at something else.
Oh God! Please don't.
Because I was just like, I was trying to find a decent sheet page, like, of all the Godzilla stages, but nothing popped up, and I just saw this. It's like stage 5. It's like,
I seen some of the concept art. Some of it's like very
Oh.
very weird, I'd say, but some of it's like very like interesting. It's a very unique Godzilla, I would say. I actually like. Oh, I know that one. I like the fact it only get. I like the fact it has the little eye in there.
I'm gonna put both in the. I'm gonna put both on screen. Just one
Sure,
sec.
go ahead. It actually looks kind of like a xenomorph. I
Ye-
actually looked at thinking
that's
about it for a
really
bit.
creepy.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
This is peak. You see, this is why.
Yeah, uniform is just typing. it in.
Actually, we were talking about Primeval a little bit earlier, and this looks just like the Future Predator.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I actually thought about it. It's like, oh my god, it looks just like the Future. Put the Future Predator right next to that thing.
Okay,
people can,
but
like,
I
compare
first
the
I've
two.
I've
I think
first.
it's like pure coincidence, though.
Oh, I definitely is. I've just got to put the other images on screen first. So.
Jesus, it's a scrotum.
It's a screw.
This is. I'm wondering what I'm gonna have to. What am I gonna name this stream? It's just gone, just everywhere.
Yeah, so I want to apologize to the people watching for mentioning Godzilla around these two.
Well, I fanned the flames to it too. I'm like, let's keep talking about it, because why not?
We're talking about Superman now.
Yeah, so this is exactly what happened when we had meetings about the 100 meme. If anybody mentioned Godzilla, this would go on for like 40 minutes.
I was thinking about doing I was thinking about doing like a live stream with like me to talk about Godzilla and shit.
Oh,
But
could you
now I
imagine?
already have that anyway. So
Oh yeah, well we need to actually do something where we actually rewatch the films in some capacity, and we can talk about it.
oh boy.
It just looks so silly.
I love this so much. This is my jam. The silly. I love
His
it.
mouth is so fucking like bloody, and then you look at his eyes, it's like, "Eh."
Let's see.
That looks more like a fish eye.
It really does. It's so hold on.
It's
I
kind
was
of
looking
cute,
at
to
it.
tell you the truth. It's kind of cute.
It is. It's
like a
it's cute in a
pug. Is the
disturbing
only
way.
thing I can say
Oh, what
about
was the
it.
other thing you wanted me to put on stream, by the way? I forgot.
Predator. Compared to like.
Oh yeah, the Future Predator. That's right.
It kind of does look like that. Honestly, I think
Yeah.
it's like a giant coincidence, honestly, because they look like skinny thing, bald head, no eyes. You know what I mean?
Yes, I'm gonna get a good picture of the Future Predator up because there's a few tismy ones here. Because there's the one from season 2 which had the implant in its head, and I want to get like one that's yeah, here we go.
There one they went to the future or something like that, and the future's like toxic or something. I was like, wait, what's going on? I thought the future was like abandoned.
Well, what I got from that was that they kept changing the future, but the Future Predator was kind of like inevitable no matter which timeline you go to.
So bats will rule the earth. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think it's because
yeah.
to be fair, bats are the superior species. So,
What the hell? It does keep the eyes.
yeah, the eyes are still there. They just don't work because it's just yeah, it's
An alien is the problem.
you can see where it's got the rough shape of a bat. It's just really, really evolved, and the eye is its nose, and its ears have become everything. Its ears are just are just in front, which I don't know how. That raises questions to me, but you know, I'm not a scientist, man.
Yeah, I'm surprised it actually has the ability to revolve fingers after it like evolved wings or something like that.
Well,
You
they,
know what I
they
mean?
kind of. Well, here's the thing. Like, if you look at the skeleton of a bat, um, its its wings are basically just really long fingers that have membrane between them.
What the fuck? I'm sorry, I just looked at the stream. What the fuck is that thing? What the
And it's a
hell?
future predator.
It's a future predator from Primeval. I really like that show. I wish they didn't kill off a certain character, but
I
you know.
mean, I would say I like it, but I think the time travel thing is going to be like a problem.
Oh yeah, well, time travel's also always going to be a bit tismy, but I kind of just accept that most of the time because I love the possibilities with you know, interesting storytelling possibilities that it can provide. So it's kind of like you take the good with the bad.
Oh god, we hit like Nick Brown said, who would win in a fight, Superman or Godzilla?
That's a good question because it depends on which Superman and which Godzilla. That's, you know, there are, the thing is, both characters have had multiple iterations that both have their own strengths and weaknesses, and to assess them properly is a very difficult task. I will say that Godzilla bleeds much more easily than Superman does, so I'm gonna say probably Superman, but jury might be.
Radiation poisoning, no, because that's a big important thing.
Well, Superman. Well, he's not. Well, Godzilla's not kryptonite. Is not kryptonite or red sun radiation, so he should be fine.
That's fair.
To be fair, in one of the Godzilla movies, Godzilla was almost bored and he still broke free of it.
That was from like 2000, right?
Yes.
That was the Godzilla versus Space Godzilla.
Well, that's actually going to be the template for Goliath Saga 2.
Oh God.
Plus some Final Wars, plus some Ebera stuff. It's gonna like I'm not like, it's not gonna be a case of I'm gonna copy the movie scene for scene. It's gonna be like I'm using the footage as a template to tell my own story.
Odd Mag said Godzilla gets warped by Superman.
Oh God.
How is that even possible?
I like that we've gone
Unless it's a very
Superman: The Quest for Vor.
Isn't that
Superman can
just
throw Godzilla into the sun. That's true.
Yeah. Well, Superman could probably we wouldn't even need to go that far. He just tosses him into space, or just tosses him up and then let gravity do the rest. But then again, Ghidorah tried to do that in King of the Monsters, and it didn't quite work. So.
How do you feel about that scene, really? Because looking back on it, I think it's really retarded.
Well, the thing is that
Scene's
the
not
entire
even
movie's retarded. It's just I wouldn't have as much of a problem with it being retarded if I could see what was fucking going on.
I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with being retarded if it was like, if it knows that it's retarded, but it's like taking it too straight and seriously.
You see,
That's the thing.
I think I could handle that, but my entire issue is that the fight scenes a lot of the time are borderline incomprehensible.
I did see some reviews about that movie. It's like, you can see the movie. It's like, well, yeah, barely.
Yeah, like there's literally a shot where Godzilla and Ghidorah are finally having their rematch. They're finally duking it out in their final battle, and then the giant boomerang plane goes directly in front of the camera, obscuring it, and then we cut to human bullshit. And I'm just like, this is what we were complaining about in the first film. The only improvement here is that you're cutting to somewhere else in the same scene.
I like the fact that the humans didn't die of radiation poisoning. And speaking of radiation poisoning, how come these ancient Atlanteans build that temple for Godzilla and yet not die from ancient radiation poisoning?
What I like is that they blow
How's
up
that
Godzilla's
possible?
house.
Yeah, from guys who probably died from radiation poisoning.
Yeah, look, I'm not going to claim that film makes sense, but I think it's a case of I could have accepted how retarded it is if it at least met me halfway and gave me some entertaining action scenes. But
I'm tired of Godzilla fighting other monsters at this point. I think it's always the same shit. It always ends up
but I haven't seen it with a Hollywood level budget before, so I was really looking forward to seeing it fully realized, if that makes sense. So and I thought, the build up is great. It's really cheesy, they're kind of ancient enemies, they're sizing each other up, and I'm just like, yes, kill them. And then the fight happens, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? Stop panning down to Sergeant PTSD down there. I want to see the big lizard kill the giant dragon. Fuck you.
but I'd rather watch the anime trilogy than King of the Monsters. At least I can see
Um,
it.
I don't
I've
know.
seen all the animated trilogy, the Netflix one.
Thought about it.
Doesn't I don't know. I
I've
tried to
seen
get through
all
the first
three.
one. I was just kind of bored to tears with it.
It's actually not that bad. The problem is it just should have been like one movie or two
The
movies.
second one's the worst.
Wasn't
second movie is the worst.
didn't they like make Mechagodzilla a city, and then he never turned into proper Mechagodzilla?
Well, here's the thing. He was Mechagodzilla, but they never technically were able to finish him before the Earth was destroyed. So it just self-replicated the city because there's no one to control it.
But
You- it's-
you could solve the entire thing if they just made Mechagodzilla, those vulture things, into Mechagodzilla.
Well, there's
That way
actually.
you can.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say like you could solve the Godzilla size and Mechagodzilla. You just make the vultures into Mechagodzilla. That way you can solve both of those things.
Well,
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
The third movie was probably the best one, to be fair.
I actually really did like the second one more than I thought I did. But I would admit, I think they should like not advertise Mechagodzilla. I think it's because of the fact it's like, you know,
Someone actually animated a fight between. Actually did the fight themselves in a fan animation, and I thought it was pretty good.
what's your thoughts on that Mechagodzilla design? Because I thought that design looks okay.
Yeah, it kind of it kind of reminds me of Michael Bay Transformers. So it's just a bunch. It's like a walking scrapyard a little bit, but I don't know. I think if it at least fought something, I might have. I don't know. Like I'm a fan of very simple, like well, not like designs that lack detail, but like simple designs with simple shapes that are instantly recognizable, rather than something that is very difficult to kind of wrap your brain around.
Kind of like the transition from Batman the Animated Series to the new Batman animated
Speaking
series.
of like Mechagodzilla, we already have like the new one from Godzilla vs Kong or whatever. There's already toys out for him.
Wait, what? There's a Mechagodzilla. What?
You guys do know that
There he is.
Okay, I've got to see this with my own eye. Wait, what?
It's in a.
Wait, what? Are you serious? Wait, Mechagodzilla's going to be in. Oh.
It only makes sense, to be fair.
Oh, well, it does. I just, you know what I thought he said. I thought he said that there was a Mechagodzilla design that was like not in any of the movies, and I was thinking, what the fuck? And I'm just like, yeah, I'm fine with Mechagodzilla being there. My one requirement for this film is please hold the camera straight, film it in daylight, stop spamming smoke everywhere like it's a fucking pretentious theater production.
That's what I liked about the Kong movie. It fucking shows Kong.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, there's so much. Like the best part of.
Tearing apart those skull crushers.
Yeah.
Loved it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, I should not be saying about your Godzilla film. The best part was when Rodan fought a bunch of planes because I could see it.
Yeah, it's true. Like Rodan was like that was the best part of the entire movie, and Rodan was shit in that movie. He didn't do anything right. Like, he got his ass kicked like twice.
Yeah, well, that's the thing though. That's probably
that pissed me off, man, because they pissed like Rodan's like one of my favorite monsters. Yeah, they didn't do anything with them.
Yeah, I did like how he was kind of weaselly, and he was kind of like he was basically like he was just basically on his own side.
I thought Rodan was just a douchebag in that movie. That was it.
Well, he was kind of like he was on his own. He was kind of
one-
like the chaotic, neutral one that would just like.
I remember like one like reviewer said like you know what Rodan reminds me of this movie? Starscream from Transformers. And it's like, what? Starscream from Transformers. What does that have to do with anything? How are they even similar? If anything, he's more like an anti-hero. Like, what's a good example of an anti-hero?
Well, Starscream sometimes slips into anti-hero.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, like Starscream's like a backstabbing douchebag.
Well,
Like,
Rodan had a
you know what
little
I
bit
mean?
of that because he eventually signed up with Godzilla.
Yeah, but why? Like, why would he?
Because because Godzilla was the true alpha.
I guess so. But here's my question: why is all these monsters follow the same pattern as like wolves.
I
How's
don't.
a woolly mammoth the same pattern as a wolf?
I don't know.
How
Like
does that make any sense?
I think there's an attempt at doing world building there, and there's probably like an interesting world idea in there, like for just having all these different varieties of kaiju in there. It's just you've really got to I guess you've got to really you've either got to make it goofy to the point of being enjoyable, or you've got to like take it somewhat seriously and actually think about the mechanics of it. And it was kind of an awkward middle ground where it wasn't goofy enough to be fun, but it wasn't like serious enough that you could take it seriously.
I think that when they did the whole like nuclear bomb thing and like trying to heal Godzilla, I think that's when the movie botched it, because it kind of like
how they blew up his house.
You actually use like in order to save, like, remember the original film saying that the nuclear bomb thing is like very like shouldn't use nuclear weapons. Revive Godzilla from the nuclear weapon.
What they should have done, is they should have hooked the bomb up to Godzilla and just like given him basically a transfusion. That might have been a better choice.
Too, like just do a nuclear energy transfusion. If your theme's trying to say like nuclear energy is actually not that bad, it's actually kind of good, why use a nuclear bomb?
Yeah, like there's ways to do it. Like there's definitely, and the thing is, like, a lot of those people on board were like historians and people who were really interested in like all of this like Titan and Hollow Earth stuff. So this is basically them desecrating this ancient. This is basically them blowing up. This is like an archaeologist blowing up Atlantis. Just
True. I'm surprised these guys didn't die from radiation poisoning, like building up the city. Like, wouldn't that? Is it true that God? I'm very confused. Like, that movie's so shit. Like, I don't understand like how these guys even survive that if they build that entire city. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I get radiation poisoning.
Yeah, I get that. I think the only reason I'm not too fussed about it is because, like, again, I can probably just accept the silliness if they gave me something. I'm just more pissed that they didn't really give me bang for my buck as far as oh, I'm formed to seeing the.
I like how he's just in this chat, but he's not in the call. He's like, "What is this? What's happening?"
You have entered the dark. You have entered the dark point.
You know what actively frustrates me? That Metal and fucking Mahler didn't laugh at this movie. They got annoyed to the point I don't think they finished it.
Which one?
Kong Skull Island.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I was like, how do you not think this movie's not hilarious? Like the picture,
I mean, from the
I just posted, where because the whole point of that scene is like he's trying to get the thing to eat him to commit suicide. It's just like, it's just random because it just decides not to eat him and just whack him away with his tail.
That's
He's
just not into monster movies, probably. Like giant monsters, probably a thing.
It's so funny because it just randomly whacks him away. You see his body just ragdoll and hit a cliff and fucking blow up. It's so funny.
I mean, like, even from the first scene, like where he's just smashing helicopters and going ape shit on everything. It's fun. I don't really, I can understand like of finding it stupid, but I don't understand being like bored by it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know how you can be bored by it. I think Metal Mahler are just annoyed by it. I thought it was fucking hilarious.
This is the one with Brie Larson, right?
Yeah, it's automatically bad. Don't watch it.
I mean, I watched it, but I don't remember. I remember Kong eating the squid, and the bad design for this fucking thing. Which is
it's a bad design. Tell us why.
Well, it's not technically bad design. I just don't like the idea of it with the stupid skull and the no legs. I've seen this quite a lot in monster movies.
It has legs in the front.
Yeah, but well, no back legs.
Okay, then it's fine.
I should probably put this on screen so people know what we're talking about. just
Yeah,
I
it's
think
the
I like it
Just
better
be-
than the Muto because the Muto looks too generic. Honestly, like it looks
oh,
like
oh yeah,
they're,
well,
like,
Muto is just Cloverfield monster again. It was just like
Yes.
stop
Yeah,
doing the
People actually
Cloverfield
like
monster.
it. Like,
one has the same, right, with no legs, like only 2 legs and the tail.
Well, this thing is, from my understanding, it mostly lives underground, right? It digs and burrows underground.
Yeah, it's it only comes up. Actually these were only coming up because like they were bombing the shit out of the island, wasn't it?
This because they were bombing it to telegraph the island. Or
Well,
some
it was
shit? I don't-
basically I think they were like trying I think it was like they were doing seismic charges to collect data or something.
Yes, they're mapping the island, and there's two smaller. I think it's like 2 or 3 smaller ones already up on the surface, and this is the big ancient one that just digs itself out and wakes up. Something like that. I gotta look the movie up
Or are
again.
these like burrowing type creatures, or do they just sit there?
Oh well, they do. They're known for living mostly underground, so they do burrow. They
Why does
Fuck.
the fucking ground collapse whenever these
All
fucking
it,
people
like-
make tunnels?
I don't think we have really a defense for it because it's all kind of stupid. So
I need to watch the movie
a
again.
lazy speculative evolution design. I wouldn't say it's that lazy. It's actually pretty interesting. It's better than like it. For once, they actually did a reptile again. Like I thought it was actually cool. You know
I think
what
they
mean?
wanted to do like T-Rexes, but not T-Rexes, if that makes sense.
Because
Yeah,
I think the guys, I
yeah,
don't want to
yeah.
do any more dinosaurs.
Yeah,
But I got it. Let's make it a dinosaur creature.
yeah.
That's not really a dinosaur.
Oh, you know what they
creature.
should have done? They should have brought back Gogosaurus.
Excuse me, what?
They should have brought back.
Ogre, source.
Dinosaurus is just like it's just a regular dinosaur thing. It's not that interesting.
You know, but he
I've
looks
never-
silly. He looks silly. He should have like imagine just a giant CGI dinosaur. Wait, what was it? No, not. I'm just gonna. Toho dinosaur. Fucking. What was it called?
But they're also a giant snake because I know Kong fights a snake in the movie.
King Kong. What's he called? Oh my
King
goodness.
Kong, too.
The King Kong is Gorosaurus. Sorry, Gorosaurus.
I only think I doubt they have the rights for that anyway.
Oh, they
I doubt
don't.
have-
They don't, but you know, he's funny. He's funny.
I think like
He's really
I remember
dopey.
this like was that like what's this like review again? Like what if that thing is Mechanic Kong for like Mechagodzilla? It's like what do you no shit, Charlotte. What do you think is gonna happen? Like do you think it's gonna be Mechagodzilla or Mechanic Kong? Because who gives a shit about Mechanic Kong? There he is.
I like
As-
Mechanic
as-
Kong. He's my.
I was
I like
really
Mechanic
hoping
Kong too, but it's like I don't
What
think they
the
have the
fuck?
rights for
Oh,
it.
oh, they don't. It's
Like,
just funny because I just like to imagine like a really expensive CGI version of this dopey looking dinosaur.
Why is it sad?
it's Gorosaurus. It's not. It's probably one of like the weaker Godzilla monsters.
Well, he's
You know
technically not a
what's interesting
Godzilla.
about him? That
He's
He's a
technically,
Kong monster. Technically.
yeah, like he appeared in a Godzilla movie, but he was like an ally of Godzilla in the future.
Yeah, it's true. Like, does he have a kangaroo kick? I know.
Yes, he
has a
does.
kangaroo
He
kick.
does. He does have a kangaroo kick, and he used it to kill
I
King
remember
Ghidorah.
about it. Yeah, I actually beat the shit out of Ghidorah in that movie.
It
The Storm
does look
Monster
like
not
a rat
the
lizard.
movie,
You
but
are
that was-
right, chat. Jesus.
I've got more
It is a rat
pictures.
lizard.
It's a dinosaur rat. It's great. I love it. Oh, someone has done like a modern interpretation of Gorosaurus, and he's doing his
Oh, is it?
kangaroo kick.
Oh, I think I know what you're talking
Uh,
about. Gorosaurus looks depressed. Yeah, I agree.
I would too if I were Gorosaurus. I would too. He's doing his little kangaroo. He's doing a little kangaroo kick.
It's just a T-Rex just doing the tail.
He's- of course,
That
nothing.
has to be referencing the Godzilla kick from the like,
God-
where he, like, glides
Godzilla-
on his tail.
That's from Godzilla versus Megalon.
I bring
Yeah.
tidings from a Tismic future. Well, actually, this is a Tismic past. I gotta find the GIF version though.
That one has Jet Jaguar in it.
Jet Jaguar is my spirit animal. I'll have you know.
Hey, my spirit animal is Jet alone. You think I did its profile picture? I like the fact that we're talking about like this is about a Superman debate, and now it's just derailed to Godzilla now. Look at this card.
Yeah, but can we spare the world this image?
Sure, why not?
I love it. It's beautiful.
I love the fact he's not even moving his arms; it's just like floating in the air. It's like he's there by the floor. It's so funny.
I really want someone to have tuned in, like expecting a Godzilla debate, and this is the first thing they see.
Yeah, this is a Godzilla debate.
I mean, a Superman
Take
debate.
Take it down before the fucking stream
It's
is caught.
one of the worst Godzilla movies. It's like Toad like ran out of money or some shit. Oh, I know I think was it from the 70s or some shit. Like was like everyone had like I think the movie industry was like going under shit at the time or something.
You mean like the movie industry?
I think they had to like the movie industry in Japan was going under shit at the time, so they had to like be cheap with the movies, which is why they all look like crap.
Well, here's the thing. I think Godzilla vs. Megalon was filmed in 2 weeks, and it just reused a bunch of It just reused a bunch of footage, but you know that doesn't compare to the time that they talked.
That's from Godzilla vs. Gigan.
Yep. I like how Gigan has become this iconic villain, but his debut film is absolute dog shit.
Yeah, it's like one of the worst Godzilla movies. Not the worst. Like 2 of the worst Godzilla movies are probably Godzilla vs. Megalon or Godzilla vs. Gigan.
Yeah.
Or any of the Heisei movies after Biollante or something like that. With the possible exception of Destroyer, but even then that's debatable.
Who wants to see Godzilla's son?
A minion. Minion.
I've seen
That's
too
a
many.
small thing.
He looks like the Pillsbury Doughboy with a retarded face. That once you, it looks like it's already been punched in. Is the thing, you know? Oh, there he is.
Oh no! We all shit. We almost had it. Joe Hodgson just came in. He's like, so I come to the Superman stream and we're talking about big lizards now.
What? You know, EFAP is a bad influence.
You said it twice.
Yes, I did, because it's true.
You know what fucking movie scene horrified the shit out of me?
What?
The fucking insect pit from King Kong.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
For the Peter Jackson one.
I can't think of a deleted scene.
Meme repository has gone off the rails, possibly never to return. Mate, I was never on the rails, I'll have you know.
I tried for like 5 minutes.
Special. I agree.
Oh my goodness. Oh my
Thing
goodness.
looks that baby from the dinosaur TV show, if you remember.
Oh my god.
Oh, I
know
do
what you're
remember
talking
that.
about. That show's actually pretty good. It's
I just
actually pretty funny.
Who wants to see? So Godzilla looks like the Cookie Monster here.
Oh no.
Already doing the James Roll for like references already.
Yeah, but this one is not the clip he was referring to.
Picture like the dinosaur TV show right next to Godzilla and his son, and you might see a
Oh yes.
resemblance.
Oh yes. Tried to tell the difference between these 2 images. They're the same image.
I like his teeth look kind of like real human teeth.
Oh. Why do they keep doing that? That's just like.
Why do you keep... See, I posted this poor death of being devoured by worms, and then I just see that, I'm like, oh no, that's instantly way more terrifying than the worms. I'm sorry.
Oh goodness, I've lost cohesion. Yes. I've got to.
Man, this is a great Superman stream.
This is this is a great Superman. This is the best Superman stream you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
This fucking thing has 4 seasons, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because...
Want to know what the final episode was?
The meteor wipes them off.
Yeah.
Close.
Yeah. So.
Not wipe them off.
Yeah. So the final episode is that a meteorite hits and brings in the Ice Age, and they freeze to death. And the final image is them freezing to death. I'm not joking. This is the final episode of this lighthearted sitcom about Tizzy dinosaurs.
hold on, I gotta post a picture just to get that one out of the face. Just ignore the context of it. I don't. I'm tired of seeing the disgusting dinosaur one.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll get through this as a
We have,
family.
like, monster absorbing souls, I think.
Oh no,
That's-
it's for context, that's Joe Biden spitting up children.
Oh,
I like. Here we go.
The reason
There
the
we go.
reason he's picking them up is because I have to clarify. So Joe Biden, you know that famous quote from him where he's saying, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black."
Fuck.
Yes.
oh.
So this artist just took it to the extreme.
Oh,
So he's
no.
like, he touches the. Hold on, let me find this image. It's so funny. He made this entire arc, and I laugh at it because it's just so. Yep, there it is. There it is. This is the joke.
What?
This
Oh
is
my
the
goodness.
Oh, he just takes the black away and just turns
Yeah,
it black. Oh my
and
god.
so the
Oh my
context is the
God,
reason he's
no.
spitting them up is because he tries to take it from Kanye. He's like, "You're right, I ain't black, cause I'm a dragon." It reverses the effect, so it causes him to spit out these children that he ate in earlier comments. Yes. Let me find the Twitter artist. He's an excellent artist. I love him so. He's so funny. Fucking hell.
This is what happens when you mention Godzilla.
I do want to apologize yet again.
I should be the one apologizing because I just mentioned that shit. Well, then again, you mentioned it.
I think.
Well, the thing is, though, I just mentioned like we just, like every time we talk about Godzilla, it goes to a big tangent, then goes to a big tangent later on.
Well, I was. Oh, sorry.
I fanned the flames. It's my fault, really. I fanned them really hard.
To tell you the truth, I thought I was going to just acknowledge it and then move on, and then it just kept going.
Why is this E-Fat a longoid? Good question.
So-
You're all terrible. All right.
Look, Mimic. Sticks and stones will never hurt me, but words, they're hurtful.
Totally
Pretty much.
So I posted
We
the
are
artist. I posted the link to his Twitter,
Oh my goodness.
and
That I'm afraid you will not need your feelings.
he's he's got some great stuff if you look through his media.
Let's look
Hard,
through
right?
this. Oh my goodness, he's got this very like, it's almost like a horrific child storybook kind of look.
Because he has some of them that are just like normal looking, but they're just jokes. Like, hold on. I'm not sure how.
He dekado dasida. He dekado.
I can imagine some people would be offended by some of these.
That's
I just-
the-
Like, for example, this one. It's,
Wait, is that the guy from like the Boondocks?
that's a good question. But-
Because it looks exactly like that man. Like I forget his name.
Is- Grandpa?
Yeah, Grandpa. Yeah. No, Granddad.
Granddad.
Isn't there like a black guy who's like racist to his own kind?
Yeah, that's Uncle Ruckus. I love Uncle Ruckus.
Uncle Ruckus. The way I said it was so shitty. Why would I say that?
Uncle Fuckus?
But,
Uncle Ruckus.
But
Funkaluckus?
yeah, no, he makes interesting comics.
Oh, Gamera. Oh, that's a good one. Gamera's good rat in the Heisei era. The rest of the movies are shit. I'm sorry. And again, like Brave was good. So
I need to watch.
What's your fi-
I need to watch more Gamera. That is to say,
the
any
first-
Gamera.
the show era is pretty bad. The Heisei era is actually pretty good. It's like Man of Steel done right. Gamera the Brave's pretty good too. It's just like It's Toto, but it's actually a pretty nice one. I think there's like it has like 3 of my favorite monsters. I think like it has Iris. I think Gauss is another one too. Like
This is a
Gauss is like a
Superman stream
giant,
again.
yeah, like Gauss is like basically like a laser bird pterodactyl thing. I might show you. Hold on for a bit.
Oh, you know what? It's going back because he put it back up Fat Superman. I had a really weird fucking interaction the other day.
Oh, please do tell.
Talking about, so you know the good old
Superman.
The Dark Knight Returns, right?
Yeah.
So this
there's Gauss.
guy's interpretation of that book is, hold on, I gotta scroll to the specific argument. He there we go. This link shall do, and continue the thread from there.
I just like that we've had
Sure.
relatively consistent viewership this entire time.
Yeah, we have 17 and 19, and we got like 32 likes. That's a plus.
Yeah, I'd say so. The highlights from this are going to be interesting.
Very interesting. I think we're at like ETHAP levels like 5 hours. I think.
Oh yeah, we're at
Oh my
5.
God,
We're at
we're
5 hours
It said
18 minutes.
5 hours. Yeah.
Right, Superman debate, a 5-hour Superman debate. That's really not about Superman.
Look, because
Yeah,
we kind
much
of
it
we
was
kind of
actually-
resolved that within the first 2 hours, and then we just kept talking.
I thought it was gonna be like you argue with some like kind of like douchebag or something like that, but I was actually like, oh, it's actually pretty civil, and then it go derails to like all this other shit.
Yeah, because I'm literally hate ADHD
Sorry.
as fuck, so this is gonna happen.
And I don't mean to call that guy a douchebag. I'm pretty sure he's a really nice guy.
Oh yeah,
Because I don't
they're all
know.
nice. I enjoyed my time with them.
Good rat. Don't worry. I'm not trying to be mean, even though I am. So
You know, we are not the mean, but the
I posted the wrong link. This is the fucking picture I responded to later down.
man of
Is,
cum.
Man of cum. Is that so with the Dark Knight Returns, some people's interpretation is that he's losing his mind and he's actually killing people, and that's the
Is
whole
he?
point. Is that
I
he's
don't remember
breaking-
that at all.
Well, the thing about that panel is that it's missing the context of the guy was fine later on.
Was this specific person who gets shot fine later?
Yeah, well, it's been a while, but I believe that he was. I think it's more. That might be more of an artistic fuck up. Because I think he does show. He is in the police van later, if I'm fine or something. I don't quite remember. I need to brush
Let
up.
me pull it up because that's the thing about having DC Universe, which is also weird. Is they have comic books on there too, which I think is actually kind of nifty.
Yeah, well,
That's
because
one of the comic books they have.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is, like, a lot of the Dark Knight Returns hinges on Batman still having his no kill rule and his no gun rule, and it's just, yeah, I think this is like a very misremembered part. So,
Oh, I the fan Batman has like a speech in the end of the movie, even though there's like a bomb gonna blow up the entire city.
yeah, well, I like his
Like,
these these are the weapons of cowards. Our weapons are more elegant speech.
Yeah, but yeah, it's good, Batman. How about getting rid of the bomb out of the city before everything's too late? Like, get out of here, Batman. Go shoot.
Because the thing is, because he was saying if you continue down in that thread, is that like it's impossible for Joker to break his own neck, and he says he convinced himself that right here.
Well, it's like we have creative liberties with reality, right? So within that universe, it is possible to break your own neck. So so Batman just broke it with surgical precision, and then the Joker went the rest of the way. So I don't know what to tell you. It's pretty cut and dry.
So especially if you watch the animated movies, those are way more clear.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like Frank Miller's art is also quite tismy, so it's
And I personally enjoy the movies more because as I read through the comic when I discovered it on here, It's a little too political for my taste.
Oh well, that's the thing. Fucking Frank Miller likes to just inject his politics into everything to the point of disrupting the story. It's just, ugh.
It's kind of the opposite of the CW, I would say. Like it's like right wing politics, and then like the CW is like left wing. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? And it gets distracting to the story. Like you
Ye-
can have those types of politics in your stories, but focus on the story first, please.
I just want you to
I don't
look
think
at the stream right now.
Scrubs.
Yeah, we have like
Jesus.
yeah, this is a great Superman stream, guys. We got a fat
Wait, wait,
Superman,
hold on,
Godzilla,
Odd Mimic. Hold
the
on.
dinosaur TV show, and an Ewok.
Hold on, Odd Mimic. It's not a Batman, technically just a Batman stream. The Dark Knight Returns does include Superman because he's a pivotal part.
He does. He
Like, half
does.
the story.
Which is because he's like,
Oh,
it's like authoritarian. It's like fascism versus
Oh,
like there's like a
you know
very
Batman.
there's like a thematic element to Superman and Batman's roles there that I am blanking on.
Speaking of Batman and Superman, I made a video about the entire like Chris Stuckman
Oh, that.
was that a script thing?
Say
Seen
that to
that?
Zod snap neck.
Yeah, say it to Zod Snap or tell it to Zod Snap Neck or whatever.
You know
I
what?
wrote that down.
I don't know. I just, the animated series did it pretty well in that they only actually, Batman and Superman only exchange one blow each to just demonstrate their different ability.
Enjoy.
What?
In the stream, look in the Discord.
Oh, there's a Discord thing, is there? I'll look. I'll take a look. Oh my goodness. This is why we can't have nice.
You can show that on the stream.
I am about to show that on the stream, and it's going to be amazing. It's going to be absolutely amazing.
I like the fact you already had that face on the Ewok already. That fast spook.
Well, I move fast. What can they say?
Yeah, there it is.
Tell your girlfriend I'm sorry.
Oh, we're losing 15 viewers already.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. They will appreciate art. Art is always
Oh,
good.
that's a good question from chat. Since we're talking about Batman, what are your thoughts on the upcoming animated film Death in the Family? I'm not sure how
that could be interesting because it's tying into the Under the Red Hood animated film. But I'm also worried that the current creative team might not be able to pull it off. So we'll see.
I'm on
What's your
the
thoughts on like the Killing Joke movie? Like all I know is that it's just like, yeah, it's
fuck that
fine.
movie.
The Killing Joke
No.
movie has a lot of tisms with it, even in the Killing Joke
Cartoon,
part.
right?
You remove like 30 minutes of that movie, it jumps up from like a 6 to an 8.
Yeah.
You're talking about the scene with Batgirl or whatever her name is.
It's just so like why
The beginning part of Batgirl is not necessary.
It's like
What do you mean we should rank or something like that or whether?
it's just like why couldn't they have just released it? Like they could have like done a double feature instead, like adapted two really awesome Batman stories that you couldn't turn to feature length, but instead they just fucking I don't understand. Why.
I can imagine them doing like a Watchmen like animated TV show because I think that would work for Watchmen.
Yeah.
that
Have you
live
guys
action?
seen like the fan reanimation of the Killing Joke trailer?
I have not.
No.
It kind of shows like where the adaptation falls short. I'll just try and find it. Oh yeah, here we go. So this kind of I won't show it on stream in case of copytisms, but I'll put it in the chat as well, so the chat knows at least what we're talking about. So this thing. So this kind of shows like there are some writing problems as well if you look at how the comic portrays things and how the film was directed. It's a little bit tismy. Like there's a lot of devils in the details when it comes to the adaptation, if that makes sense. So there's,
Yes.
um
Oh, this seems to be taken from the what's
Comic?
it called version of the comic book.
yeah, the original version.
Is it the
Yeah,
Yeah, I would
because
say-
the new version was like really desaturated, and that's the version they adapted. Unfortunately, when this is like a really stylish.
I gotta say, I like the style of the trailer. I think it's much more interesting than the actual movie.
Yeah, that's the thing, because the actual style of the movie is much more generic, unfortunately. While this like
It's
has
like-
all
it's
those.
like-
Oh, sorry.
It's kind of like the ones you see in like any other like DC animated movie, like
Yeah,
the ones they did like all the time. The only difference is the animation's a lot better than those movies.
yeah, that's the thing, and I really
Fucked
think.
up the monologue. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, they did fuck up the monologue though. That's fine.
It's so much better when it's slow.
You're
And
laughing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, Joker should be much more, I suppose, melancholy during that monologue. So instead of going, "Why aren't you laughing?" you should have gone, "Why aren't you laughing?" Like, it's a genuine question. There are some fans who have done like impressions of Mark Hamill that have done it actually, and I don't blame Mark Hamill for this because I suspect that he was
No.
directed to say the line that way, or he probably had like better takes, but they decided to go with he decided to go in a different direction with it.
This is the one I love personally. It's fucking fantastic because he sounds almost spot on,
Oh yes.
and they put a bit of a filter, but that's fine.
Yes. I would put that on, but I'm not sure.
I don't really remember this movie, but is the extra shit just for filler, or were they supposed to make what's her name, Batwoman Batgirl look better, or like give her
I
some
think they were trying to make it
before
less
she gets
problematic because she was basically just a prop in the original story. But the thing is, they just made it really unlikable and just I don't know. They made it worse.
Speaking of like Joker, thoughts on Joker? I thought it's pretty good rat. I would
I
say.
still haven't seen it.
Still haven't seen it. Really?
Just because I haven't gotten around to it yet is basically my.
It's really good.
Pretty good movie, I would say. I think it's a.
I keep meaning to. I almost saw it on a cruise I went on back in February before the world shut down. Because they were screening movies on they were basically doing screenings on the top deck outside, and Joker was one of the late night ones. But they were doing an adults game night at the same time, and I decided that I wanted to take my clothes off instead of watching a movie, so I went there.
That's fair. That is fair. However, you need to watch the movie.
I do. Yes.
Wait. Who hasn't seen a ton of EFAPs? Hold on a minute. Who uniformed? Point this man out to me. Who?
I've
like
seen
that,
about
right?
80% of EFAP for your information. It's just there are certain ones.
Motherfucker.
You haven't seen all of the EFAP episodes?
Not every single one, but I've seen about 80%.
Well, you main episodes, not the super chats, right?
Yeah.
I've seen every single episode.
So you haven't seen all the main EFAP episodes.
Yeah, because there are certain times that they're covering a topic that I'm not 100% versed on, or maybe it's like, for example, the Mission Impossible one. The Mission Impossible.
We lost Spook.
Oh no.
Oh, he's back.
Oh, is he back?
Again.
So like the Mission Impossible one, I still haven't watched because I want to watch the Mission Impossible movies first.
I haven't seen
Okay,
Mission Impossible. I don't care about Mission Impossible.
If
I'm sure it's a
foreign
good
based,
movie.
I'm fine with that. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, so that's
But, like,
basically stuff like that. And the Last of Us ones, I didn't really have much context for them. So I did watch I did watch a good chunk of them. It's just that generally if I don't have much context, I'm less compelled to keep watching, if that makes sense.
I actually really like the Last of Us ones. I think they're pretty good. Like,
Yeah,
there's so much wrong.
Oh, like
Just watch
I like what I've seen, like especially like the Jim Sterling one, but there
Oh no, that's a great one. That's probably like it's probably other than the sad guy. I think he's actually one of like the better videos on that 100 stream.
yeah. Well, I'll have you know that I only slept 2 hours during the EFAP 100 stream, so
I missed the ending honestly because I was asleep at that point.
I only catch like the wolf
Yeah.
bit.
What?
I only catch the tonal then the wolf bit live.
Oh.
I like how people are acting like this is this really big plot twist when realistically
Well,
most
it is a
EFAP
bit
fans
shocking.
haven't watched most of it.
I was more surprised
have.
about like Wolf then Tonald. Because Tonald's obvious, but Wolf's like, oh, he's back. That was a shock.
Yes. Yeah, Wolf was the big one because I thought that he just wouldn't come back, but then it was a pleasant surprise, and he seems to be really, he seems to be taking everything in stride. And I'm glad he clarified like what the nature of the return was afterwards and stuff. So
yeah, that's good. I heard from like Southpaw that Wolf and Rags are no longer friends, and then it's like, no, it's not true at all. It's, oh,
yeah,
okay then. And I'm pretty sure Southpaw believes.
I think
Southpaw kind of believes anything on the internet sometimes and does without any evidence.
I think it was just there was a confusing Reddit. There was a confusing series of Reddit posts that yeah, so it was less look, I don't even know. I don't think we can really say for sure what happened, but I don't think it's our place to really speculate about it. Just 'cause...
I'm glad they're like A-okay though. That's the bit.
I definitely agree.
Make sure you like check before you like believe it, man.
Well,
Just gonna say it out loud.
What I think is,
I like you, but man, go ahead.
Oh yeah,
I think it was just that because I had seen the Reddit post, and I can understand that reaction.
Yeah, like if you read the Reddit post, it does seem like it, but I think what probably happened is Wolf might have had a panic or something, and
it was an overreaction.
Yeah, there's a lot of
on both fronts.
Yeah, I think there's probably just a lot of context that we just don't have for it. So a lot of it would just be speculation.
Rags is cool as a cucumber.
Yeah.
Wolf is more like a what's the better word? He's like a rotten fish probably or something like that. I don't know how to describe it.
It's
like
ethos, pathos, logos.
Yeah.
Mauler's logos. Wolf is pathos. I guess Rags would be ethos by default then.
I think the better ones like the Ninja Turtles, like Leonardo, Mauler's Leonardo. Rags is obviously Michelangelo. Wolf's basically Raphael because he literally can't control himself occasionally.
Yes.
And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just saying the truth, man.
But anyway, so Superman is a thing, and he's fat.
Yeah, Superman's a great thing. And
right. Oh, back to Jim Sterling real quick. I posted one of his better videos.
Yeah, Jim is weird. He has good videos, and then out of nowhere he has like these really shitty ones. It's fascinating.
Yeah, he's
not
like
as bad as Cinematic Venom though. I'm pretty sure Cinematic Venom is probably worse.
Oh yeah,
just fucking. And he's such an attention whore on Twitter, or he's got the thinnest skin I've ever seen on a person. Like he's transparent.
I mean, free publicity, right? Free publicity on his part. He gets to play the fucking victim. People pay attention. He gets maybe views, maybe subs. So it's good for him.
Yeah.
In that way, I guess.
Seemed like his video on the Nostalgia Critic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty bad. He also made another one too, shitting on like other people who are shitting on the Nostalgia Critic. So it's like, what are you trying to do here? What's your beef here? And it's like, oh, it's trying to do attention, and he still has holes in his wall. So like,
you can clearly see he's fucking influenced by him.
I'm influenced by Cinematic Venom.
No, you can clearly see Cinematic Venom is fucking worshipping Dog Walker, right?
Yeah.
So I think that video of him pissing on him was just like a publicity thing. Like, wasn't it for the channel awesome takedown shit?
It was like change channel shit.
Yeah. So he did that just because other people made it. So he was like part of the tide.
A lot of people are doing that shit all the time. Like, I think people do not realize the fact that like the people who are like accusing Doug are also pretty shitty people, like Lindsay Ellis, for example.
Yeah. I guarantee you, if Dog Walker says right now to Cinematic Venom, look, let's do a fucking review together, he's gonna jump on it. No fuck in a fucking heartbeat.
Oh, that would be hilarious if he does.
Oh, he likes Pan's Labyrinth, I guess,
Really?
and Akira.
Okay.
I just looked at
Lord
his
of the
channel.
Rings.
I just jumped on his channel. It's like 1,001 movies you must see. I'm assuming before you die.
Oh wait, you
Yeah,
can't
he
say
has
that.
that
I
series.
did the same thing with Lord of the Rings. And
Oh,
he
is
hates
it?
that
Fuck.
movie. So he probably hates those too.
Shit.
Hey, Spook, didn't you say you had a Tismic RoboCop video or something?
No,
Oh
I
my
said he has
no,
a
not
RoboCop
RoboCop.
review.
Okay.
Now the question is, he has that stupid series with 1,000 movies to watch, whatever, before you die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now the question is, so apparently those are like the best movies. So you have like Jurassic Park, Lord of the Rings, RoboCop. I'm curious, does he hate every one of those just because people love them,
That's a good question.
or is it like
Oh,
fair?
that's a good question.
So when I saw the RoboCop thing, I wanted it for a meeting, right? So we could watch it, but I didn't watch it per se.
Okay.
We need to watch it at some point, probably. Like we need to do like we're gonna test this out, see if he is like very shitty.
Yeah,
Because
the question is,
RoboCop's really good rat. Like,
well, so is Lord of the Rings, right? But
Yeah.
if he fucking hates Lord of the Rings, I'm curious if he hates like the other classics.
You watch God's Not Dead 3. Why?
did he ever made a Harry Potter review?
Oh, that's
Like,
a good.
yeah,
That is that's a good question. I bet I would
He
love
made
it
a
if
Harry
his
Potter review.
I would love if his
Yeah.
Harry Potter review just completely contradicts his Lord of the Rings review. You just start shitting all over
He
Harry
made
Potter.
a Harry Potter review, like in this channel or whatever. Like, he has like more variety of reviews, but if not, it's clearly like he hates all these movies probably. We don't know all of his like reviews or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the best episodes of the EFAP, like the Lord of the Rings one with like Cinematic Venom. I never cared so much about these 3 movies again, like thanks to that like shitty ass person.
Oh, he
Like,
has.
it made me care more about like the movies now.
Yeah, he
So
has
thanks.
this weird like dog walker style clone vibe to him. It's somewhat interesting because he desperately wanted to be on Channel Awesome. You can clearly see it from the fucking skits to the stupid jokes to the way he speaks, right? It's
Yes.
yeah.
Like,
It's like a bad fucking version of a movie, right? So he's like the Turkish Star Wars or something.
Well, he's even worse. Like he's a knockoff Doug Walker, so he's even worse than him, if that's
like,
possible.
I mean, how can you cheat? Oh my god! Oh, he has a thumbs up. He has a
Fuck.
thumbs up. That's not good.
Yeah, see the costume? That's what so what's his name? Nostalgia Critic has each time he reviews like a Christmas thing. He has the fucking tie with the costume.
Doug Walker,
Harry Potter isn't Christmas. It has Christmas in it usually, but it's not
Well,
Christmas.
no, I think he reviewed it like during Christmas or like in December.
Yeah, I think he reviewed The Last Jedi too as number 1, and that one is basically all like the Last Jedi arguments like regurgitated. You know, like it's that bad, man.
Did Cinematic Venom make any like sequel reviews?
Other than The Last Jedi, I don't know.
I think I know he loves The Last Jedi.
He says Rostico is cute.
Well,
mean,
without the
very
potato
afraid.
stack, sure.
I mean, Kelly Marine Tran is definitely a looker, but Rose is intentionally made like as unattractive as fucking possible.
I found the Philosopher's Stone. Way down here.
I like Harry Potter, and I don't like that he likes it. And I don't like that he's making these stupid fucking comparisons.
I mean, Harry Potter's a real person. Of course, he's better than Frodo.
Remember how in the first Troll movie, the main character was called Harry Potter by complete coincidence?
What?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's
like,
true.
you know how there's Troll 2? Well, there's Troll 1, and the main character of that is called Harry Potter.
I did know this.
Yeah, that's weird. That was weird.
Look it up. Look it up.
That's
She
weird.
probably had a. You know what? I think who made the book, a J.K. Rowling or something, like probably took influence for that thing, but it's most likely a coincidence anyway. So.
Oh my goodness. Here's the plot. So, here's the plot to Troll 1. The Potter family, Harry Sr. and Anne, with teenage son Harry Jr. and young daughter Wendy, move into a new apartment complex in San Francisco. Oh my goodness. I saw something about wizards. While unpacking, Wendy is attacked by a grotesque little creature wielding a magic ring. The troll captures Wendy and takes her appearance. After meeting the other eccentric tenants, the family notices Wendy's unusual... where's the wizard thing? Where the fuck's the wizards? I saw wizards somewhere. Ah, here we go. No, wait. Damn, I thought it was like a more elaborate connection where they're like... But anyway, no, there's two Harry Potters. There's Harry Potter Jr. and Harry Potter Sr. When was this movie released? Released in 1986. Oh my god, there's an entire section on the Wikipedia page called Similarity to Harry Potter. Since the release of the Harry Potter books starting in 1997, some of those involved in the film have accused J.K. Rowling of borrowing that... Why is there a link... Why is there a hyperlink to borrowing here? Oh, plagiarism.
What are you gonna do? Is this like the Kim of the Light lying thing again? Are you shitting me?
I'll see how it goes. Elements from Troll. Producer Charles Band stated in an interview that there are certain scenes in Troll, not to mention the name of the main character, and this, of course, predates the Harry Potter books by many years. In 2008, John Buechler's partner in the Troll remake, Peter Davey, said about Harry Potter, in John's opinion, he created the first Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling says the idea just came to her. John doesn't think so. Well, basically it's just speculation. Okay. Fair enough.
I'm a white line thing again anyway.
It most likely is, yeah, but it's kind of funny that this is something that's brought up.
Go watch YMS's Kim of the White Wine.
I did start watching it. I've got to finish it, though.
It's such good brand.
Oh, yeah,
So
definitely. It is definitely
One
very...
second before you continue. I have to bounce. So if you guys are gonna, yeah, for a while. If you're still going, which would be surprising. Yeah, I can join.
Yeah,
If not,
I'm probably
then
gonna
it's been
bounce
fun.
soon as well because it's nearly 1 in the morning and I've got paperwork to fill out and shit. So,
Well, it's been fun. I hope people, won't be confused about the Superman stream.
oh, it'll be
Like,
fine. It'll be
2
fine.
hours
Like
Superman
Superman
and
stream
4 hours
and-
something else.
Thought Superman and other stuff. The Great Debate, whatever.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I'll name it something. I'm gonna unlist it and then we're gonna get some stream highlights, I think.
Superman devolving into madness.
Yeah.
That's a great title. Great title.
So it's been fun. We shall speak again
Yeah.
at a later time, I guess.
Later,
Cheers.
Spook.
Of course.
Fantastic.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Then there were 3.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna put up an edited version of the entire stream eventually. I've just gotta figure out what I want to do with it first. But I'm gonna be sharing the links everywhere.
Can't wait. So it's gonna be unlisted. Is that the plan?
Yeah, just for now, just while I figure out what to do with it. But I'm gonna be putting the links everywhere so people can catch up.
You might as well do. I can't wait when you do like the whole like Apocalypse Now one because you really were like you were really spoken out of that shit.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm definitely gonna post that as a stream highlight with some appropriate clips and everything. It's gonna be, it's gonna be something. It's gonna be something. I think.
I'm too scared to watch that movie because it just seems like unnecessary torture.
Oh,
I seen it.
Don't worry. You'll get everything you need when I post the highlights. It'll be fine.
I would say I like the Raven Robin relationship, but other than that, it's like yeah, it was okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's gonna be about time for me to wrap because I want to cut this off before yeah, before we go on another tangent. So
Before I start fucking.
Yeah, we should like be here for like another 5 hours or something like that. We could be like right next to EFAT levels of like long here, boys. Like,
oh, well, we're kind
Jesus.
of like in their early days of long, at least. Like we've surpassed like we're almost at 6 hours, so this is pretty good. So yeah, I'll do the wrap up here. So yeah, it's been fun, everyone. I'm definitely going to be posting highlights from this, and I'm definitely going to be doing something with the entire stream. I've got to figure that out when I've got bigger brain on. But thank you all for a very interesting stream. I'm looking forward to looking back at it and just seeing all the tisms from the outside. But yeah, it's been good, guys. I'll catch you all. Oh, I'll be streaming again on my birthday, so probably be playing some games then. I'm thinking about playing KOTOR because that's my favorite game. So might do that.
Anyway?
What's that?
What day is that anyway?
That well, it's the 23rd for me, but it might be the 22nd for other people. So I'll be streaming on either the 23rd or the 22nd. I'll put an announcement slightly closer to the date. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Bye bye.
Boy.
Toodles. Mwah.